Chapter 1168. Just like in fairy tales, it was beautiful, peaceful, tranquil, blue skies, and carefree white clouds. Everywhere was filled with a serene aura. This was the most beautiful illusion that this world had bestowed upon the god realm. The underworld had appeared, and the encirclement was shrinking bit by bit. Worlds were being destroyed one after another. The people in the encirclement were watching and resisting, but most of them were just watching. The void was far away, and if it did not happen to them, they naturally did not have to do anything. They did not have to care about anything. They would wait until the underworld crushed the void one by one, and nothing would be left. This was what Yin Nuashing knew and guessed, but he did not know at this moment. He was still lying lazily on the cloud, chatting with his best friend, and casually making a decision. Yes, very casually, he made the decision when he was dozing off. There was no fragment of this place in his memory, absolutely not. Throughout the 70 eras, although many of these memories were sealed, when the primal chaos deity was still alive, he had traced back to himself, wanted to find out who he was and why he had descended from the sky. He was not surprised at all. That search had led him to the underworld, and he knew that he was someone who had escaped from the path of reincarnation, but he could not find the source and did not know who he was. The past, yes, it was the past. The memories of that life had completely disappeared. He was not surprised that he was a person who had reincarnated, as if it had been decided by the rules. He also accepted it as a matter of course, and did not feel surprised at all. He did not look into it at all. He only thought in his heart, yes, I jumped out of the carriage at the last part of the path of reincarnation, and then it was over until this moment. The eternal nightmare had passed, and it originated from 2 or 3 eras ago, which was him. At the end of the path of nightmare, he saw those people from the underworld, saw the Lord of the Underworld, saw the counterattack power that burned the entire void, saw the attack that pierced through the entire De Yuan realm, and he was also destroyed by that attack. He thought that the nightmare had come to an end. Now, the dream brought him back to an even longer time, in the middle of the Dark Age. The underworld was still in the depths of the void, destroying all worlds, and the realm of the gods was still watching. Only a few elites went to the depths of the void to fight. He existed here, in the realm of the gods. He was an observer. The person beside him was the guardian of the realm of the gods. That day, what day would it be? He couldn't remember. It was a very, very distant memory, so distant that he couldn't recall it at all. But he knew everything. He was a very sunny young man. Although he was called a young man, he was actually a big boy. A boy with childlike innocence, bright and energetic. Every day, he would shout, and he liked to run around. He had never seen him sad, and he was very popular with girls. Compared to him, who was lazily lying in the clouds all day and didn't want to do anything or think about anything. They were two extremes. Even their duties were two extremes, just like how those who believe in the light could never tolerate the darkness. The guardian was one of the 2 priesthoods in the realm of the gods. Everyone knew that Hui protected the realm of the gods. He had taken the lead in resisting many disasters from the outside world. His name was widely known and was widely sung in the human world. He was a hero, and it was because of him that the realm of the gods was able to maintain peace and blah, blah, blah. The other priesthood in the realm of the gods was the observer, Fengling. At first glance, he sounded like a girl, but when he looked at it again, he was actually a pure man. He was lazy to the extreme, lying on the clouds all day long and basking in the sun when he had nothing to do for 500 days a year. No matter how much he basked in the sun, he would always be white. 9 out of 10 times we went to find him, he would lie on the clouds and sleep. There was also one time when he stared blankly at the city below. No one paid attention to him, and he could sleep for an entire day, drifting to wherever the clouds went. Usually, when he woke up, he wouldn't know where he was, and it wouldn't be a problem even if he didn't say a word for a year. This nature directly led to the fact that no one knew the observer at all. The people were even discussing when the priesthood of the observer would descend. Half of this era had already passed, and no one knew that the observer of the realm of the gods was lying in the clouds all day long, sleeping soundly. Oh, Maybe it was because he was always sleeping soundly that no one knew him. The world was chaotic, and this topic would never change. From the realm of the gods to the depths of the void, the latter was still fighting incessantly, and the realm of the gods was no exception. Peace out. That was just a joke. 80% of the realm of the gods were fighting every day, meaningless battles and worthless battles. In the eyes of the observer, their actions were laughable. The way they fought over trivial matters was quite comical, and that was how he lived his life. But in Huey's eyes, this world was very beautiful. The sun was shining brightly, and everyone was actively living a peaceful life. The practitioners were still fighting for something today, and the other worlds in the void were also working hard to live. No one wanted to be eliminated by this world, and no one wanted to be forgotten by the void. Just for this small reason, they were working hard to live, and it contributed to this sunny scene. Manager Hui said that Feng Ling saw the world as too dark and unbearable, but Feng Ling never refuted him. He just smiled and continued to lie down lazily. He liked this kind of world, and he liked the positive side of this world. He only let him know about this, and let him be sunny all the time. The real side was to tear open the scars and expose everything. But what was exposed was the laughable nature and the abhorrent evil thoughts. Feng Ling never told Hui about this, because he was lazy and felt that it was unnecessary. Light and darkness were companions. In light, there was darkness, and in darkness, there was light. This was an indisputable fact. The existence of two priesthoods was necessary. The guardian had the duty of guardian, and the observer naturally had his own things to do. He guarded the world in the light, and he was the devil who wandered on the edge of the dark, destroying all the chaos that quietly grew in the dark. We didn't know, or maybe he knew, but he didn't mention it. In the world in the dark, there were many things, people, or other things that were harmful to the entire God's world and the void. They grew in the dark. The God's world was the largest world in the 8 elements realm, and the dangerous things that were born here could usually threaten the entire void. In the face of such a situation, someone had to deal with it. But Feng Ling was too lazy to analyze in detail. All the sins of darkness in front of him were 2 different matters, whether they should be killed or not. He was the warden who guarded the darkness of this world and the sins of this world. Well, perhaps it was more accurate to call him the executioner. There would never be a lack of darkness, just like how bad people would always be around good people. The two coexisted, and his duty was to deal with these things all day long. Those with twisted hearts, those who wanted to break the rules and go to heaven with countless people. He couldn't even count how many there were. No one in the God's world knew the observer, but there was always a nameless person in the dark that everyone paid attention to. When he took over this duty, he understood everything. It wasn't a fair duty, and it was all for one purpose. Everything was for the survival of the God's world, and that was that. Even if it was dirty work, even if it was to deal with something that couldn't see the light of day, as long as it was necessary, he would take care of it. Fortunately, the people in the God's world weren't all idiots, and there weren't many people who didn't have the brains to think about the destruction of the world. He had been the observer for so many years, writing down the names of all the people who had been executed in a book, and enlarging it by 2 or 3 times was not enough. Most of the time, he had nothing to do. Right? The reason why he said that he was doing dirty work was because his execution list didn't only have the so-called dark side existences. For example, there were some people who accidentally touched on the domain of ascension. Those people would also accidentally bump into his line of sight and become part of the execution list. Phone, you're spacing out again. Hui said in annoyance. You should at least change a little. It's not good to sleep in all day. He smiled faintly and stood up. Why don't you come with me for a walk? Yin Washing replied in a lazy tone, not even wanting to open his eyes. Where are we going now? To the depths of the void, to see those fellows in the underworld, to see those... Huey's expression changed slightly. Those destroyed worlds, and those worlds that are in deep trouble. Yin Nuashing opened his eyes slightly. He didn't know why he was acting so lazy, and the fatigue that came from his soul made him not want to move. He just wanted to sleep like a dead man today, Right here, right now, this was Feng Ling's memory, or perhaps it was also his memory from the Dark Age. He felt that was very interesting, but now wasn't the time to look at his memories before and after. He didn't know how many lifetimes of memories he had, but he felt that he couldn't wake up, and his soul couldn't wake up. It was as if he was dreaming back to the Dark Age, and as if those memories of Quarter Moon and yin washing were fake. In fact, he was Feng Ling, and those memories of countless lifetimes of reincarnation were forged by his brain. For a moment, he really had such a feeling, and he almost couldn't differentiate between reality and illusion. Hey, Feng, are you listening? We couldn't help but sigh. Are you really sleepy? I see that you're listless these days. Why don't you move a little? I'm thinking about some things. Don't talk first. Yin Nuashing answered vaguely. He was thinking about the problem he had just been thinking about. It wasn't about Feng Ling, nor was it about the observer and protector, but something deeper. Yes, it was that matter. In the ancient age, Quarter Moon, at that time, he didn't have any memories of the Dark Age. But in this life, yes, it was this life. It started from Feng Yueying and then Yin Nuashing. The eternal nightmare started from this moment. The memories of the Dark Age and the faint fragments of the Dark Age came together with the nightmare. In Quarter Moon's life, there were no signs of it. He had actually thought about this question more than once or twice, but he didn't tell anyone about it. This kind of I'm not me, I'm not the pure me. Saying it out loud gave him goosebumps. Well, actually, he didn't. He still accepted this kind of thing with a clear conscience and didn't pursue it. Now, he had no choice but to pursue it. This memory that suddenly appeared made him faintly feel that something was wrong. Just like the most ordinary thing, he knew what kind of person Feng Ling was, just like he knew what kind of person he was. He knew it without any reason. This time, it really made his back feel a little. Well, there was still no reaction. Feng. We looked at him seriously. I think you're still muddle-headed from sleeping. It's been an hour, but you haven't said anything. Don't be in a daze. Hurry up and move a little. Yin Nuashing. He felt that there was nothing to refute because Feng Ling was sleepy every day. The only time his mind was awake was probably when he was carrying out an execution. Yes, that's right. Why don't we go and pick up girls? Hui said with a grin. Yin Nuashing lowered his head and glanced at him gloomily. Forget about that. Sai, ever since I went out to meet those girls with you last time, that girl said that she liked more masculine men, he sighed. I haven't recovered from it for half a year. Then let's go there and take a look. Yin Nuashing subconsciously stretched and then lazily got up from the cloud. He yawned and said, What's so fun about it? Well, it's just watching a group of people. Yawn. Fighting here and there. It's so boring. Isn't the world like this? You fight and you fight for progress. As long as you have this kind of heart, fighting is inevitable. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes and muttered, I wonder what's going on over there. He was talking about the 139th era. He didn't know how the time between the two sides was calculated, but he seemed to be trapped in this time and space. For the time being, he couldn't break free. Last time, it ended with destruction. What would happen this time to be considered the end? We heard him and grinned. Don't worry, it's fine. Yin Nuashing was stunned. You know what I'm talking about? Isn't it just the depths of the void? Don't worry, although the people from the underworld are aggressive. Well, they have destroyed countless worlds, but it's actually not. We won't die there. We're just taking some people with us to take a look just in case. It seems like the observer is still the observer. Even though he's usually lazy, he's still doing serious business. Yin Nuashing rolled his eyes. He really thought that he knew what he was talking about. For this world. No, to be precise, for this era, he knew the ending of the Dark Age. He knew what happened during the Dark Age. At least, he knew that it was an earth-shattering event. How should he put it? He felt a little strange. Knowing the result, and then looking at what was going to happen, he always felt a little strange. He felt that no matter what he did, he would have to return empty-handed. But for those who lived in this era, it was something that really happened to them. On the other side, in the 139th era, at the top of the Water God Temple, Home Master Shui Zian and the others came to the top of the temple. The sky outside was bright and eternal, like the light of the stars that never set. It illuminated the entire god realm. The sky was burning, dyed with the strange colors of the sun, burning the entire god realm. 3 loopholes have appeared in the Sourcepeak region. Faraway Lu City has been destroyed. The 5th to 12th teams have barely retreated. Let's hope that our comrades have been reborn in the spiritual temple. We are rebuilding the joint barrier. The ultimate plane region. This is the ultimate plane region. F*CK. These suns can turn. They are bombarding the joint barrier of the Sourcepeak region from the side. The void fog has infiltrated. A large amount of void fog has gathered at the border of the Divine Land. Secondary derivatives have appeared, requesting backup. 2 energy nodes of the joint barrier have been destroyed. All retreat. Retreat. A big guy is coming. The area within 100 million miles has been cleared. Retreat. The great city protecting formation of Xingming City can't hold on any longer. We don't need their teleportation gate anymore. With Tai City as the center, the 33 cities here have all evacuated. The barrier can be pushed back a little. F*CK, we can't retreat here. Once the nodes explode, the barrier will be finished. The ultimate plane region has completely fallen. A large amount of void fog. In any case, all that entered her ears was bad news. Hall Master Shui only felt a slight pain in her ears. The shower of stars had come even more punctually than they had imagined. It was so punctual that it made them grit their teeth in anger. The bombardment was 12 times more powerful than the first wave, and it was as if they were about to slap the joint barrier in the face. Everyone was caught off guard. The creation's barrier had held on for half an hour, and after that, the suns were directly pressed against their faces. A full-power attack, comparable to a divine-ranked deity, smashed into their faces at an unknown speed. That feeling, reporting, the demon world has been hit. The timing is exactly the same as what Lord Barrier predicted. The demon world was hit by the first sun 3 minutes ago. The troops that appeared now are already in chaos. We are still observing that heavenly demon god. Oh, there's no need to observe anymore. He has already retreated. I think there's chaos in the demon world as well. Report from the 4th observation point of the Royal Ridge clan. We have observed unusual fluctuations in the laws. It might be the cause of those stars crashing into the demon world and the demon world. Next to Hall Master Shui, a young man with long white hair heaved a sigh of relief. The 2 forked antlers on his head revealed his identity. Looking closely at his face, it was the candle dragon that Yin Nuashing had seen the other day. Fortunately, we moved our people here. If we didn't listen to you, I'm afraid there wouldn't even be ashes left of them. Hall Master Shui sighed. If we can save some, then so be it. We warn them. Whether they listen or run away is their problem. We save some, more or less. The candle dragon wiped his sweat and smiled. The Dark Immortal clan, the Qing Lin clan, and many others have listened to our advice and retreated from the demon world. That's because of your persuasion. Hall Master Shui shook her head. She looked at the barrier's consciousness and said, "Can't you wake Little Star up? The situation is very bad now. There are already loopholes in the joint barrier. The defense line is retreating again and again. I'm afraid that China will be affected before this round is over." The barrier's consciousness was glowing with energy. He slowly raised his head. "I can't contact the original body. How can this be?" Xian frowned. He walked to the stone platform and looked at the sleeping Yin Nuashing. "But he's right here. Why?" "There's a time and space crossing that exceeds the detection limit. Location unknown. Time unknown. The original body's consciousness is immersed in an undetectable place that transcends time and space." The barrier's consciousness said in a hollow voice. "Possibility of forcibly waking him up. 0. Little Star can't wake up?" Fonger asked anxiously. "My guess is that the original body's consciousness is locked by some undetectable powerful force and can't be awakened for the time being." The destructive explosions outside sent chills down everyone's spines. Xian was a little nervous and helpless. In just a short while, he disappeared from her side. She didn't know where he went. Hall Master Shui listened calmly. She took a deep breath and waved her hand. Use the resources of the 9 divine temples. It can hold on for a while. Move these dozens of suns out. All of them? Nightmare shivered. He looked up at the 40 dim suns. Won't they be accidentally injured? They're running away now. How can they be accidentally injured? Hall Master Shui shook her head. We can't hesitate anymore. If we delay any longer, there'll be nothing left. Hurry up. Before she walked out of the temple, she looked back at Xian and the others. She hesitated for a moment. If Little Star wakes up, well, I'm hungry. It's okay. We'll solve it. We can't rely on him for everything. Everyone was confused. She disappeared from the top floor of the temple. Xian and the others gathered around the stone platform. They looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was sleeping peacefully with his hands folded on his abdomen. His chest was still moving up and down. His spirit and soul were normal. He was lying there like normal, but they couldn't feel his breath. Little purple soul patted Xian's arm. He looked up and grinned. Don't worry, Sister Xian. Big Brother is fine. Big Brother is looking for something very important. No one can disturb him now. We just need to wait here, quietly. Xian and Mei Mao looked at Little Purple Soul seriously. Did Little Star say anything to you? No. Little Purple Soul shook his head and smiled. I just saw Big Brother go out. That's right. He went out. As if his soul had left his body, his consciousness quietly drifted away. Everyone was terrified. Chapter 1169. The violent bombardment that had engulfed half of the celestial realm had been going on for 2 whole hours. In the second round of bombardment, 1/5 of the time had passed. The long night had long passed, but no one could find the sons of the celestial realm. They did not know if they had been shredded into pieces by the explosions, or if they had simply fallen head first into the barrier. The combined barrier retreated from the west of Source Peak territory to Underworld Star City. The experts in the holy city of Source Peak territory had finally succumbed after being hit multiple times by the stars, destroying half of the city and sacrificing half of the city's lives. They had succumbed in the face of an extraordinary disaster. However, the space had been torn apart, and there were no rules at all. The teleportation gates that led to various places in Source Peak territory and even Pantheon World had been declared invalid. Hundreds of millions of lives were still trapped in Underworld Star City. Only a small portion of them could escape quickly. As for the rest, even the Guardian forces didn't have the time to help them. There were many holes and cracks in the combined barrier, and it was still rapidly retreating while constantly gathering power. The rear had also been hit by more or less stars, so there wasn't much power left to take care of that. In short, the situation was terrible. Continue retreating. While maintaining the old combined barrier, prepare a new one before the old one collapses. Don't worry about the ones that have already been broken. Go gather people and throw those who still want to live back here. Use all the formation diagrams and whatnot. 30% of the soul tablets in the spiritual temple have lit up. Everyone's soul and body are being reconstructed. They won't be able to help in a short period of time. The temple master has already ordered the stars to be in place. The new barrier is on the way. Hurry up and make space for everyone. This astral sea barrier will cover half of Pantheon World. Those who are burned to death by their own sons will be used to fill the void. Hurry up and provide a few coordinates. The star's energy is recovering. They need to be transferred to the destination in one go. What? You're asking me about the consequences? The marked location will be blown to smithereens within a radius of 100 million miles. Is that considered a consequence? Damn it, these are 40 stars with the power of peak heavenly gods. Even Pantheon World will tremble when these things are moved. What kind of consequences do you think there will be? Nonsense. Who would use this kind of thing if they weren't forced to? That's the powerful force left by the first Palace Master. Now the creation's barrier is all ready. Damn it. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw it at your head. The 9-God Temple was probably the fastest place to exchange information in the entire God realm, or at least it was the fastest place to exchange information right now. No matter what news they received, it would only get worse and worse. It was a despairing situation, but the atmosphere at the top of the Water God Temple was unusually lively. There was none of the nervousness of the apocalypse outside. The girls were shocked when they saw the exploding stars outside. Shi Jiao and Shi Yi were even talking about the exploding stars with great interest. Little Purple Soul was giggling there, as expected of a child who doesn't know anything. No, she doesn't feel nervous at all. When Yuan Shi, who had just returned from the Yuan family, saw the three little girls, his nervousness and urgency completely disappeared. For some reason, he even felt a little relaxed. He felt as if there were festive fireworks going off outside instead of the flames of the stars descending like a catastrophe. Yeah, look over there. Look over there. Little Purple Soul stood at the edge of the platform, gesticulating and pointing at the bright stars outside. However, everyone smiled bitterly when they saw the bright stars outside. Who could see what was going on outside? The distorted stars had destroyed everything. The problem was that the little girl was not affected at all. Xian and the others were very surprised, but not too surprised. After all, the little girl was even more mysterious than Yun Nuoxing. Anything that happened to her was like a fairy tale to them. It was impossible for them to be surprised all the time, so they were already numb to it. Zi glanced over there and said, "It's a dark star, tainted with the energy of the void mist. TSK, TSK. Even I can't see that place. How amazing is this little girl? Even Brother Noah doesn't know. Who knows? We don't know anything except that the little girl has that strange energy immunity." Yishi waved her wide sleeves and shook her head helplessly. "Yaya, there's a continent flying over." Little Purple Soul waved at everyone excitedly. Xian and the others nodded casually. Then, they felt that something was wrong. What did a continent mean? Did they hear it wrong? It was slowed down by that thin layer. Yaya, it missed the realm of the gods. It was captured. This time, everyone heard it clearly. They felt a chill run down their spines. A continent that had been hit by a fragment of the realm of the gods. A continent that had been hit by a fragment of the realm of the gods. The primordial life forms in the realm of the gods. Well, probably. They did not know if there were any survivors on the continent at that speed. There are people on it. There are eggshells. I see them. Little Purple Fox jumped into Xian's arms with a smile and said, "Sister Xian, let's go and have a look. Let's go and have a look." Xian smiled bitterly and held the little girl down. She shook her head and said, "Not now. It's too chaotic out there. Should we go after the meteor shower is over?" Little Purple Soul turned her head to look at the meteor shower. Then, she turned her head to look at where the continent was. She lowered her head and thought for a while. Yes, he thought that the little girl would be depressed for a while after he rejected her. He did not expect her to pull Shi Hao and Shi Yun to watch the meteor shower fall on the realm of the gods. The meteor shower. It's a real meteor shower. It's completely different from those stupid rocks. It's a real meteor shower. This feast really fits the name of the first realm of the gods, doesn't it? Everyone turned their heads when they heard the voice. Then they saw a girl in a snow-white short skirt striding up to the top of the temple. Her bright black eyes flashed as she scanned the platform. Finally, her gaze landed on Little Purple Soul. She grinned and said in a loud voice, "Little girl, where's your stupid brother? I heard from Home Master Shui that he's here." Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. This sentence made them realize that this beautiful girl knew Little Purple Soul. She also knew Yun Nuoxing, but they had never seen this girl before. Wait a moment. They thought of someone who seemed to fit the description. Someone who lived in Yun Nuoxing's memories. Aaron was still alive. However, they had not seen each other for more than 10 years. Her name was Little Purple Soul was also stunned. When she saw the girl in the white skirt, she suddenly jumped over and shouted, "Sister Yuin! Hey, little girl, it's been more than 10 years, and you still remember me." Yuin smiled and caught the little girl. She reached out and pinched the little girl's cheeks. "Why haven't you grown in 10 years? Little Purple Soul smiled brightly and rubbed her head against Yuyin's chest. After a while, she pointed at the stone platform and said, "Big Brother isn't here, but Big Brother's body is over there." Yuin was stunned for a moment. However, she did not doubt Yun Nuoxing's ability to get her lost, so she didn't say anything. She nodded and looked at the stunned people on the stone platform. She put little purple soul down and smiled at them. Hello. Oh, hello. Yuan-Shi was stunned for a moment before she raised her hand to greet Yuan. She looked at Yuan from head to toe and suddenly said, I heard from Xiao Xiao that the Yu family has a new goddess candidate. Is it you? Ah, Sister Xiao Xiao told you about that too? How did you recognize me? Yuan asked in surprise. You're wearing Xiao Xiao's clothes for special occasions. That's right, it's the same style. Xiao Xiao is the only goddess in this generation of the Yu family. She doesn't even have a candidate. Ah, I just came out of the training ground. I forgot to change. Everyone was speechless. Yuan laughed and didn't take it to heart. She looked at little purple soul and asked, Little girl, where's Sister Ming? Before little purple soul could answer, a soft and sweet voice came from the side. Sister Yuan, it's me. Yuan was stunned when she saw the beautiful girl with a pair of wings slowly walk up to her. She looked at the face. It was very small. She only looked a little like the little girl she carried in her arms. She didn't recognize her at all. Ah, Ming? You're an angel? Ming shook her head slightly. She wanted to tell Yuan a few times, but she didn't want to talk about what happened in the past. She just shook her head and looked at Yuan with her golden eyes. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't. Yuan waved her hand and said, Looks like a lot has happened to you all these years. Haha, you're no longer the little girl from back then. Time flies. Sometimes I can still remember the past. Ah, I'm just here to take a look. Sister Xiao Xiao just came back looking tired. She told me something. I've been planning to come here for a long time, so I came. I haven't seen you two for a long time, and I miss you. Oh, and I also want to see that big idiot. Yuan was pulled to the front of the stone platform by little purple soul. She looked at the guy who was as pretty as a girl lying on the stone platform. He was quiet, peaceful, and peaceful. He was completely different from what she had seen in the flood of information. His silver black hair was indeed very strange, but it only added to his demonic aura. Yuan sighed and reached out her hand. Look at you. You're always like this. There's no other way in the world, but you always choose the most extreme way. Idiot, you'll always be an idiot. Don't touch him. Little star is now. Xian screamed when he saw her reaching out her hand. Yuan stopped just in time. Her jade-like hand could almost touch the chaotic energy in the form of black clouds. She could feel the violent taste. She smiled at Xian and said, I know. The little idiot is in danger now. I knew it when the flood of information passed by. Yuan turned to Xian and smiled. You must be Xian. Xian was stunned for a moment. He nodded. Yes. Hello. Little Star often talks about you. Ah, it's rare that this guy remembers me. But I'm sure he didn't say anything good. Yuan waved her hand. Not really. Xian shook his head. Little Star always said that you're very worrisome. Tisk. Yuan curled her lips and did not comment on this. She turned her head and made a face at Yun Nua Xing's corpse, then smiled sweetly at everyone. How has this idiot been all these years? Back then, I didn't even have time to say anything before leaving in a hurry. This idiot doesn't even know how to take care of himself, sigh. Even though she complained a lot, she could not hide her concern. Looking at the stars outside, Yuan-Shi and the others felt that there was nothing they could do. They sat down casually and prepared to talk to Yuan about Yun Nuoxing's activities over the years. It was also good to hear what he was like in the past. Xian's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. She looked outside the Divine Hall and looked at the floating island that belonged to the Xian clan. Only then did she recall that little Xingxing had told her that the Xian clan of the 8 ancient clans had brought her family back. If there were no accidents, her father and the others should be there. After greeting Ming, Xian quietly left the temple and went to the Xian family's floating island. On the floating island where the Xian family was, there was a dense fog formed by condensed energy. There were mountains and rivers, but they didn't obstruct one's vision. One could see everything at a glance. This floating island was huge, much bigger than the floating island of a single temple. They were all small forces and ordinary families that lived in the Xian family's territory. They were considered the subordinate forces of the Xian family. There were cities everywhere, and now the city walls have been torn down. Colorful starlight shone on this floating island. At this moment, it was very busy. The rain of stars had taken away a lot of the strength of the Guardian forces. It also took away some of the Xian family's and Yu family's new Guardian forces. There were also many who stayed behind to guard. They needed to calm the restless people and let them know that this thing wouldn't come crashing down for a while. Fortunately, there were 40 suns hanging in the space of the 9 divine temple. This exciting scene wasn't something that everyone could see. It also strengthened the mental fortitude of many people, and it wasn't that troublesome to calm them down. The city at the center of this territory had a majestic and intimidating aura. Even though it had been merged into the Guardian forces, this city was still the holy land of the Xian family. However, it wasn't as strict and guarded as before. There were some small checkpoints at the city gate to prevent too many people from rushing into the holy city at once. Even now, when things were chaotic and busy, one could see the disciples of the 9 divine temple, the Qin family, the Yu family, the Yuan family, and the other Guardian forces moving around these places. On the other hand, there were other disciples moving around in other places as well. The 9 divine temple lifted its most mysterious veil for the first time. The holy city of the Xian family and the other great clans was also casually opened. As long as one wasn't stupid, no one would cause trouble in this space. Many people knew that there was a god protecting this space. Ziyin easily walked into the Xian clan's holy city with his identity as a member of the 9 shrine. As for his identity, he was holding little Xingxing's token. If it wasn't for the fact that the shrine masters were all very popular, the guards would have shouted their greetings to the shrine masters. Although it wasn't that exaggerated, there seemed to be a lot of people who recognized her, which made Ziyin feel a little strange. After asking around a little, he found out that it was because he often followed little Xingxing. Moreover, he was the protector of this space and the observer of the god's realm. These identities were public in this space. He was like a stabilizing force. It was also because of this that the people who often followed him were quite famous in this space, almost to the point where they were known by every household. Ziyin was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. She originally thought that there would be many people who hated Little Star due to the flood of information. Now, it seemed that this wasn't the case. She walked into the holy city and wanted to find the Xian realm. She casually stopped a passerby and asked about the situation in this city. She felt that it should be similar to the Yuan family. First, it was the holy city. Then, the teleportation gate to the Yuan realm was in the middle of the holy city. Xian realm. Oh, that place used to be called that. However, after the Xian family moved into the Great Guardian space, it was no longer there. That space was released. Look, it's that area. In the past, people were not allowed to enter and leave as they pleased. Now, there aren't many restrictions. The passerby recognized her and felt a little touched. He couldn't help but sigh, when will this disaster end? Although I know that there is an incredible person protecting this space, I feel uncomfortable all over if I can't see the sky and the sun for a day. Ziyin smiled slightly. It will pass. Little, we are all working hard for tomorrow. It won't last for too long. If that's the case, then that's good. After bidding farewell to the passerby, Ziyin walked all the way to the original center of the sacred city. According to the passerby, there was an extra piece of space here. The mountain range and the city descended from the sky, dividing the city into many regions. Many of the layouts have been rearranged. The city that descended from the sky was the original location of the Xian family in the Xian world. She found the city in a short while and casually walked around a few times. Just as she was about to find someone to find a small branch family, she suddenly felt a little absent-minded. The layout in front of her was so familiar. The blacksmith shop, the stall selling buns at the corner of the street, the bluish-white stone bricks, the layout of the street. Everything was so familiar. The people in front of her were no longer those people. The stall selling buns changed from an aunt to an uncle. There should have been a little old man sitting in front of the stall that was popular with children all year round. Instead, it was a young girl sitting there. She was holding a needle and thread in her scarred hand. There were some crooked little things on the ground, but everything was so familiar. At that moment, She even thought that she was back in Xingyu City. Even the little peach blossom forest was there. When she saw the peach blossom forest, her footsteps slowed down. Mei Mao was full of disbelief. Yenner, a deep voice sounded behind her. The vaguely familiar title made Xian tremble. The voice that she hadn't heard for more than 10 years had some doubts, some surprise, and some surprise. Xian quickly turned around. When she saw the familiar face, her eyes became hot. She only felt a thick liquid rolling over. Endless stars rolled over. In the dark void, every speck of light was a world of light. In this vast and endless void, there were as many as the stars. At first glance, they looked like sparks in the dark night. An ancient aura came from the endless void. Yin Nuoxing and Hui were rushing toward the depths of the void. Beside them were dozens of Empyrean gods of origin from the gods' world and the ancient imperial world. Yes, not the demon world, but the ancient imperial world. This was something that Yin Nuoxing just learned. At this time in the Dark Age, the ancient imperial world had not yet become the demon world. The people of the ancient imperial family were no different from the human race. They were like a branch of the human race. Perhaps they had more innate advantages. Other than the fact that the ancient imperial world was smaller than the gods' world, there was no difference. The rules were the same. One of the Empyrean gods of origin from the ancient imperial family came forward and looked curiously at Yin Nuoxing and Hui Dao. Lord Hui, may I ask who this friend is? Him? Ah, don't worry about him. He's a lazy bum. It took me a lot of effort to persuade him to come out of his nest. Hui grinned and looked at Yin Nuoxing, who was yawning in response to him, calling her a lazy bum. He said to the Empyrean god of origin, don't be fooled by him. Even if dozens of you ganged up on him, you still wouldn't be able to beat him. Well, even if you added me up, we still wouldn't be able to beat him. This guy is very strange. Yawn. Don't say that in front of others. Yawn. Strange, isn't it? Yin Nuoxing replied lazily. Looking at the endless darkness around them, she couldn't help but mumble, ah, so boring. So boring. I want to sleep so much. Let's go back to the gods' world. We've been out for so long. Everyone, we didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Phone. It hasn't even been an hour since we left the gods' world. We've already reached the place between the middle plains and the lower plains. We're almost there. Yin Nuoxing murmured lazily. She patted her black robe and said, I told you to use the astrolabe. We'll be there soon, but you just had to run here myself. It's very tiring. Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. So, he was the one who had the astrolabe? Everyone's expression became more and more strange. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry again. Phone, you said that if we were going to such a dangerous place, using the astrolabe would cause a huge fluctuation in the void. It would be easy for the people of the underworld to detect us. That's why I decided to run here myself. Ah, is that so? Yin Nuoxing tilted her head and laughed foolishly. I think so. The Empyrean gods of origin from the gods' world and the ancient imperial realm had a mental breakdown. Was this guy really as strong as he looked? They would go to the most dangerous place in the entire void. Would they die if they ran there like this? All right. Bear with it for a while longer. We couldn't do anything about it. He reached out and patted Yin Nuoxing's shoulder. We're almost there. This ancient void, I can already sense that unsettling aura. It's coming from very far away. There's also the aftermath of the destruction of the world light orbs nearby. We're very close to the battle point. Empyrean god of the ancient imperial family looked at the void calmly. We sent people to investigate this place a few days ago. If nothing unexpected happens, we can reach the place in 5 minutes if we maintain this speed. At that time, the furthest place we investigated was blocked by the Empyrean gods of billions of worlds. I'm sure the underworld won't be able to advance too quickly. Unfortunately, in another minute, we'll directly crash into the battle zone. There's a large-scale destructive power surging in the void. A cold and solemn voice rang out in everyone's mind. Everyone was stunned. When they turned around, they saw that the lazy guy had suddenly become serious. Although he still felt lazy, he now seemed to be in a fully armed state. Only then did the atmosphere become a little tense. Because of his lazy appearance, they couldn't feel nervous at all. We're very close. We also wave his hand. Be careful. Phone can't be wrong. Yin Nuoxing raised her hand and stopped. Everyone hurriedly stopped as well. What's wrong? He sniffled and suddenly looked at the void beside him. He stretched out his hand and gently pulled it open. The void fell off with a wave of his hand. The scene that was revealed made everyone's faces turn pale. Ah, interesting. We sighed helplessly. We're still one step too late. Chapter 1170. It was as if a curtain had been gently lifted in the void. Bits and pieces of shattered starlight were squeezed out from within, illuminating the nearby void. The pure black was fading into a faint purple. Complex energy waves casually streaked across the void, causing weak ripples to appear. What appeared in the dark void was a dense cluster of light. Thousands and thousands of meters wide clusters of light were messily piled up here. The shattered fragments of light orbited around the main body like planets. A strange, gigantic body that was tens of thousands of meters tall was lying in the middle of the cluster of light. It was also surrounded by many other bodies that were overflowing with energy. There were tens of millions of them. Whether it was the lives that had died in battle or the shattered world clusters of light, all of them had been destroyed and covered by a layer of void. It was like a grave that stood tall in the void. No one would come to pay their respects to it. It would only gradually disappear and be destroyed under the merciless erosion of the void. That giant, I think he was... Who was he? I can't remember. He came to the realm of the gods once, stayed for a month, and then left. Yin Nuoxing softly said as she looked at the gigantic body that lay across the void. Then what realm was he at? We was a little surprised. However, he was not surprised that Yin Nuoxing knew about the people who came to the realm of the gods. This guy liked to lie in the clouds and look down on the realm of the gods whenever he had nothing to do. It was not strange that he knew something like this. He was also Origin, but he was only at the early stage. Third stage. As for what revolution he was at, I'm not sure. Third stage of Origin. Even someone of that level died here. We frowned slightly. It seems that we have to reevaluate the Underworld's power. They have not shown any signs of exhaustion since the beginning of this era. They have destroyed countless worlds. We have all underestimated the Underworld's power. Even the realm of the gods alone may not be able to deal with them. If necessary, perhaps joining forces with the Saint Spirit realm and the Longwall realm would be a good choice. Yin Nuoxing glanced at him and said lazily, "There are heavenly gods of that level in the Netherworld. If they join forces, I'm afraid, that level. Are you talking about the primeval god of Origin?" Huey's face darkened when he heard that. He did not ask Maple how he knew. Anyway, it was not strange for him to know anything. He just took what Maple said as the truth. This is troublesome. Since the last era, the realm of the gods. No, the 3 realms. No, the 8 elements realm. There are no more primeval gods of Origin. The 2 of us have a chance to join the ranks of the primeval gods, but it will take an endless amount of time. Yin Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. She carefully sensed her own condition, and only then did she realize, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, that she was an Empyrean god of Origin back in the Age of Darkness. That made sense. She was the guardian of the entire god realm, and an observer of the same level. If she wasn't an Empyrean god of Origin, how could she drag out a group of Empyrean gods? The Dark Age? Oh, what happened at the beginning of this era? I don't remember, Yin Nuoxing said. As he spoke, he yawned, making him very sleepy. The Dark Age? That fits the current situation of this era. The underworld invaded from the depths of the void, intending to destroy the entire void. Millions of gods died, billions of worlds were destroyed, and there was no place in the void that was safe. Isn't that the Dark Age? An Empyrean god of Origin of the ancient royal family sighed and shook his head. We don't know much about the beginning of this era, but if there's anything worth mentioning, there's one thing. He organized his words. The Empyrean god of Origin of my clan once recorded that at the beginning of the 41st era, There was an explosion of extremely powerful energy in the depths of the void. The energy fluctuations were very similar to the energy fluctuations of the abyssal death mist. Yin Nuoxing said, that was probably the energy released by the primeval god of the underworld. It left a huge scar in the void. As far as I know, the abyssal death mist appeared in the void maze. Cough. The void also appeared in the 41st era. So, I think that the wound at that time was caused by the energy released by the primeval god of the underworld doing something. After that, because some purpose was achieved, the primeval god of the underworld released the abyssal death mist to begin the next phase of his plan, which is to destroy the 8 elements realm from the depths of the void. Is there a problem with this guess? He looked at everyone and asked. We listened for a moment. Aside from the fact that the timing is not completely certain, it is generally plausible. Foam, continue. That's it. There's nothing else. Yin Nuoxing shook his head. I'm just saying whatever comes to mind. But to be honest, this information is not essential. Hui understood what he meant and nodded. Indeed, this information was of no help to the current situation. It did not matter if they knew the source or what the underworld was. At this moment, they probably needed to deal with that thing instead of studying it. This matter, although I want to say that we need to think about it in the long run, we may not have much time left. It's already the 51st era, and the underworld has been fighting for 10 years. They have almost wiped out the largest and most spacious lower planes. Some places in the middle planes have already suffered heavy damage. If we let it go, it will attack the god realm sooner or later. A heavenly god of the god realm said with a serious expression, we have to go to the Saint Spirit realm and the Chanyuan realm. This is not a groundless fear. What do you all think? Agreed. Agreed. The sooner we do this, the better. It will be too late to react by the time they reach our doorstep. Hui nodded. Just as he was about to say something, a transparent black energy film covered the surrounding void. He was stunned for a moment and looked at Yin Nuoxing. Phone? Chill. Something is coming. Yin Nuoxing said softly and gently pointed at the burial ground of the world, orbs in the distance. Everyone's expression turned serious. They hurriedly retracted their presence and lowered their life force to the lowest level. Don't be nervous. They can't see us to my barrier. Yin Nuoxing sensed everyone's movements and waved his hand to signal them to relax. Dozens of pairs of eyes looked at the place where Yun Nuo planet was pointing at. The void trembled slightly as if a huge object was emerging. Not long after, a huge body appeared in the void. It was about 100,000 feet in size, and its entire body was flickering with flickering dark light. It looked very much like a human. The body of a human was similar to the head of a human and some kind of monster. However, its lower limbs were like some kind of strange beast. 8 strange limbs protruded from its back like spider legs. They swayed in the void, and the world light balls that were swept by it were all cut in half. The speed of disintegration in the void was much faster. Hiss! There was no such thing as sound in the void. However, its power should have reached a certain level. It could directly affect the void and transmit sound. Yin Nuoxing and the others heard it, but it was just like a wild beast's roar. They couldn't hear any information at all. The huge creature stretched out its hands and made a hugging gesture. The void around it suddenly collapsed, covering the billions of world orbs and countless corpses in the void. After doing this, it suddenly turned its head and looked in all directions as if it was looking for something. However, it didn't find anything. It made a few strange sounds with unknown meanings. It wandered here for a while and looked at the empty void. After a while, it stepped into the depths of the void and disappeared. It was walking in the direction of the middle plane. After a few minutes, the void rippled slightly. Yin Nuoxing, Hui, and the others appeared from the void. They looked in the direction where the huge monster disappeared and looked at each other. Lord Hui, aren't we going to stop it? Hui thought for a while and didn't say anything. Yin Nuoxing shook her head and said, no, this is already a place within the battle line. That big guy also has some energy reserves. If we want to kill it, we'll have to in a big commotion. Yes, I'm tired. If we act rashly, will attract the underworld army from other places. Everyone felt uncomfortable. Affected by his yawn, a few people couldn't help but yawn. Their jaws were almost dislocated. We nodded and said, "This time, we're only here to investigate. We're not going to fight head-on. If a battle breaks out, it'll be very disadvantageous for us. Now, we have to find some worlds that we can fight head-on. We have to understand the current situation before we act." Foam, he looked at Yin Nuashing, who had been staring at the void thoughtfully, and said, "What's wrong? Is there something that's worth worrying about?" Yin Nuashing pointed at the void that had been covered again and said, "Why do you think that big guy sealed this place again? That place." The eyes of the ancient royal family's god flashed. "Is there something special about it? Or is there something that's worth it, the underworld's attention? I don't know. I'm just suggesting such a possibility." Yin Nuashing shrugged and yawned again before she spoke, making everyone feel uncomfortable. That big guy is just a void, abyssal death mist derivative. Maybe it's specially made. It's comparable to a peak heavenly god. This kind of creature would be considered a first-class combat force in the front lines, sending it out to guard this place unless they really have too many combat forces. Well, according to the characteristics of the abyssal death mist, it's possible that they send out a peak heavenly god because they have too many combat forces. Characteristics? Everyone was stunned. You've touched on the characteristics of the abyssal death mist? You don't know? This time, Yin Nuashing was also stunned. After all, the Dark Age was also the time when the abyssal death mist erupted. They had been fighting for 10 eras. Oh, they had been destroyed for 10 eras. They should know something, right? We laughed bitterly. Feng, we've touched the abyssal death mist before, but we have no way to understand it. Until now, we can't rule out the possibility that some of the infinite worlds have understood it, but he laughed self-deprecatingly. Why would we spend so much effort to understand it when we're in a high position without much sense of danger? But now, we have no choice but to understand it. I think this abyssal death mist is much more dangerous than we thought. If we don't deal with it, we can't deal with it. Yin Nuashing looked up at everyone and shook her head. There's no way to deal with it. This abyssal death mist is so powerful that even the people of the underworld would be heavily injured if they touch it. Its power is very distorted and full of destructive power. It's a distorted power that could devour the light of an entire world. It's as if some kind of virus had invaded the hole that was exposed when the world was born. Speaking of which, we suddenly looked up at him. Feng, you shouldn't use that power of yours. Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. It took him a while to react. He had subconsciously used the power of the element of chaos, and it turned out that he really did use it. And from the looks of it, we also knew that he had that power. The element of chaos had always been there. We could not help but shake his head when he saw Yin Nuashing's stunned look. You've told me that this element of annihilation is very similar to the distorted power of the world's error. You can still suppress it now and not let it backfire on you, but it's hard to say if you use it for a long time. I saw that when you retracted your power, you retracted all the distorted things around you. The element of annihilation corrupted that part of the void. When you retracted it, you tore off a small part of the void and retracted it. Yin Nuashing blinked blankly and sensed himself again. A long-lost feeling rose from his heart. It was the feeling of the human race, the taste of the human race. Even if the heavenly gods were no longer in the category of material life, at least they still had a human heart. The element of chaos would distort everything, but he did not feel the slightest trace of being distorted by the element of chaos. The same power, the same distorted energy. Although he called it the element of chaos in the ancient times and the element of annihilation in this world, the two were absolutely the same. This could be seen from the reaction of the element of chaos when he subconsciously used this power. In other words, as the Empyrean god of origin, Feng Ling also has this power, but he was not corrupted by this chaotic, destructive power. Yin Nuashing muttered to himself in his heart and sighed. He looked up and saw Huey's worried gaze and replied lazily, "Don't worry, there's no problem." Compared to this, before he could pursue the matter, Yin Nuashing quickly changed the topic. Don't you think we should take a look inside? Let's see why they're covering up this void. Let's see if there's anything special in there that would make the people of the underworld send out some of their people to manage this place when they're engaged in an endless war. Yin Nuashing grinned faintly. Well, I know you want to know the characteristics of the abyssal death mist. Let's talk about it slowly. Everyone nodded and followed Yin Nuashing and Hui as they flew into the void. The abyssal death mist is not energy, nor is it a phenomenon caused by anything. It's more like a defect in the process of the birth of a world, a strange phenomenon formed by gathering all the defects of the world in the entire void. It's a distorted body, a chaotic body, and has the power to distort everything: time, space, and the void. Well, that's what I think for now. As Yin Nuashing spoke, he carefully drilled a small hole in the void curtain. He turned around and looked at the depths of the void in the distance. He waved his hand and gestured for everyone to hurry over. When everyone had entered, he turned around and drilled in. He closed the curtain and led the way forward. Born directly in the void, its position on the world's stairway is almost equal to the void and the primordial realm. It can directly threaten pinnacle heavenly gods, but I don't know how it will affect the Empyrean god of origin. It has the power of infection. Wherever it spreads, it can devour and infect all energy and all matter, converting them into a part of itself. Then, that part of energy will become itself, becoming the same part as it continues to expand and expand. According to the information I know, the abyssal death mist can hurt the people of the underworld themselves. But it seems that information is not complete. It won't cause any distortion or damage to the abyssal death mist spawns, the mutated and gigantified forms that are born from the death mist. When those spawns gather together, they would become a tide of darkness. And when they gather together, the power of the abyssal death mist would become stronger and more difficult to deal with. They would self-divide and multiply endlessly, and it would only be a matter of time before they split into an army of darkness that would fill an entire world. Everyone carefully circled around the shattered world of light. There were still living things inside, but they were all twisted living things. They were the tide of darkness. The tide of darkness that filled up the entire world of light was just like what he said. After some time, it would devour the energy here and continue to multiply. The abyssal death mist is more like a product of distortion, a product of the world's error. From the fact that it can harm the people of the underworld, the latter should also be a life form of order that was born in normal order, which is why they could not touch the abyssal death mist. There is also another point that the abyssal death mist could be a split body of some important person, with that powerful being acting as a spare part, borrowing the endless energy of the void and the power of that spare part to create an army of darkness without limit. A cheap trick. Hui frowned. Such a cheap trick could easily create an army that could sweep through an entire world without sacrificing a single soldier. But wouldn't that make them invincible? When the abyssal death mist and the army of darkness flatten half of the void, who would be a match for the underworld? And there are also powerful beings of that level. I don't know, my information can't be wrong. It should be. Even if there are some discrepancies, they are all misconceptions about the abyssal death mist. The underworld definitely has one primeval heavenly god, or even two or three. Yin Nuashing sighed and shook his head. Who in this world can match him? The ancient imperial family heavenly god sighed and shook their heads. The primeval heavenly god. Haha, that supreme realm, comparable to the realm of the great heavenly gods of origin. Who in this world can match him? Have the great heavenly gods all passed away forever? More than 10 eras have passed, but we still can't hear anything from that place. One of the heavenly gods of origin sighed with a gloomy expression. That place? Yin Nuashing narrowed his eyes slightly. Where's that place? He felt that there should be something in there, but he couldn't say it out loud. Seeing that they didn't want to say anything, he couldn't mention it even more. This should be a place that many people knew about. Where was that place? Yon, the great heavenly god of origin. I also want to go to that place to take a look. Yin Nuashing yawned and said in a daze. Phone, you're sleepy again. Don't think about these things. That place has already been buried in the endless void storm. The eternal void storm is still far, far, far away in the depths of the void. The indestructible God destruction storm can even kill the two of us. That's the indestructible trace left behind by that battle, and it's also the only evidence. Hui patted his shoulder and said. The corners of Yin Nuoxing's eyes twitched. A place that could even kill the heavenly god of origin. He rubbed his eyes and grinned. I'm just yawning saying it. Let's go back to sleep. I'm so tired. Phone, you just brought us in here and said that there might be something here. Why do you want to leave now? Hui shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yin Nuoxing shook her head in a daze and pointed forward. Go to that half-shattered world of light in the deepest part. There, Yan, the other places have already become the breeding grounds of the abyssal death mist manifestation. Only that place still has a little young life force. Carry me there. I really don't want to move. Yin Nuoxing stuck her head on his back and hung her hands around Huey's neck. We couldn't help but smile bitterly. This guy, doing this kind of action with a girl's face, is very easy to misunderstand. Hey, those people's gazes are already somewhat strange. Those red and green. What's the meaning of those purple and green gazes? We're really serious. Phone, come down. Gulp. Everyone. Hee, we understand. We all understand. We didn't see anything. Huey's face collapsed, and he almost burst into tears. Chapter 1171. Countless transparent shards floated in the dark void of eternal silence. They looked like pieces of debris peeled off from a huge mirror covering the entire dark space. A strange, giant body lay in the middle of the void like a star, surrounded by countless planets orbiting around it. The surging black energy added an even more bizarre element to the scene. This place has completely become a breeding ground for the abyssal death mist. Along the way, they saw countless chaotic and strange creatures in the countless world fragments. The black abyssal death mist was constantly eating away at the void and all the energy in this area, including the corpse of the heavenly origin god. It was captured by the abyssal death mist and turned into nourishment before it could dissipate. That battle might have ended so quickly that even the heavenly origin god could not control whether or not it dissipated. The one who attacked must have been insanely powerful. In the eyes of the heavenly origin gods, that was insanely powerful. The abyssal death mist filled this void. This void was completely isolated from the outside world, and it had become an excellent breeding ground for the abyssal death mist to proliferate without limit. Things that were incomparably dangerous to heavenly gods were everywhere in this void. Any abyssal death mist erupting from a shattered world could fill this void. However, they weren't too worried. The heavenly origin god could still withstand the abyssal death mist. Even if it was completely submerged in the abyssal death mist, it would still be able to hold on for a period of time. Due to the abyssal death mist's obstruction, the laws in various elements were distorted. The group of heavenly origin gods carefully swept through the tombs of the world fragments, avoiding the abyssal death mist that they encountered along the way. After a while, they arrived at the place that Yin Nuoxing pointed out. It was also a world fragment, but it was relatively special. It was a world fragment that had been cut in half. The two halves of the world fragment had collapsed into the shape of an awl, and only the tip of the awl showed signs of being connected to each other. Is that it? Unbelievable. This world fragment has already become like this, but I can still sense that it exists. Everything about it is normal. Even if it is contaminated by the abyssal death mist, its true form is still normal. We looked at the distorted world of light that looked like two alls connected together. The influence of the abyssal death mist on this world is too extreme. The world has become distorted like this. Maple, we're here. Do you want to go in? Yin Nuoxing opened his eyes and climbed down from Huey's body. He looked at the world of light, and a complicated look flashed across his eyes. He took a deep breath and said, I see. It's another little secret about the underworld. Phone, what did you find? Yin Nuoxing only came back to her senses after a long time. She retracted her gaze and said, Look carefully. In the middle of the two alls, there seems to be a place where a broken lotus root is still connected. They cannot see very clearly because of the abyssal death mist, but they could vaguely see that something was not right. There was a vague outline and a colorful border that looked like surging energy radiance. Amidst the rolling abyssal death mist, they could still vaguely see the inside of the world fragment. Following the flowing energy radiance, they found that the flow of the two world fragments was actually not the same. The one on the left was faster, while the one on the right was slower. It was obvious that those were two world orbs. Everyone's eyes narrowed slightly. The two world orbs had somehow collided into each other to become what they were seeing now. It was twisted and strange, very inconceivable. Looking closely at the connection between the two world orbs, one could see a black dot. It was just a dot, black, and it had merged with the pure black background of the void. However, they could still feel that it was a black dot. It seemed to be slowly devouring the energy of the two world orbs. It also seemed to be acting as a transfer station, constantly exchanging the energy of the two world orbs. But no matter what, that thing did not look normal. Can you all feel it? Yin Washing pointed with her chin at the world fragment on the right where the energy flow was slow. That is the presence of energy when the void was first born. It is the starlight when the void was first born. That world had already existed when this era was revived and had existed for more than a dozen eras. It was then taken away from its original place by the people of the underworld and became the core of the abyssal death mist. This entire space is under its control. It is constantly devouring the energy of the void, constantly distorting the void, and creating abyssal death mist spawns. This is the first place where it was created. We are actually standing in the middle of the Dark Army, surrounded by billions of Dark Armies. The world fragment from when the void was first born, one of the Empyrean gods was a little shocked. That has long surpassed the normal age of a world fragment and should have been destroyed in the void. How could it survive for so long? And it's hard to say. Perhaps the abyssal death mist creation method is a little special. It requires some special place, some special transformation, and so on. Think about it. A world fragment that contains information from more than a dozen eras. How many things would it carry? If all those things were not destroyed, what special things would be born? Yin Nuashing said calmly. She used the Book of Epics to glance at that world and narrowed her eyes. When I first entered this void, I sensed that something was not right. There was a lot of energy. Energy veins filled this void, densely connected from the edges to the depths. They're the two world fragments in front of us. They're the places that have been most seriously eroded by the abyssal death mist. They were originally two worlds that were very far away from each other, but they were captured by the underworld and used as the core of their control. The most amazing thing is that there are still lives left in these two world fragments. It was unimaginable. It was completely beyond everyone's expectations. They had thought that they would find some weak point of the underworld in this sealed space, but they had never thought that they would run into a place where the abyssal death mist was constantly devouring and expanding. In this small void, who knew how many worlds and broken worlds have been thrown in, captured by the abyssal death mist, and finally transformed into things with great destructive power. This place was no more than a place of intensive processing. Feng, you said that there are still living people up there? We asked softly. Inconceivable, isn't it? The two world luminous clusters that are the core of the entire abyssal death shroud still have life. In a place of distortion within distortion, the abyssal death shroud had distorted itself to create such a preposterous scene. Yin Nuashing waved her hand, and a few images appeared in front of them. This is what I found when I looked inside. It's the world on the right. I found a more, well, I can't say for sure. I just randomly found a world. You can see for yourselves. The clear image projected by the observer's eye in the void allowed everyone to see what was happening inside. In the instant that they saw it, everyone was stunned, and even Hui could not help but gasp. In that image, there was a colossal black sphere. It was pure black and blended into the background of the dark galaxy. It was so huge that it could swallow tens of billions of suns, like a black hole in the galaxy. However, everyone knew that the black hole was the point between the two world fragments, the center of the abyssal death mist. It was a condensation of the abyssal death mist that was so condensed that it was distorted. At the outer edge of the black hole, there was a huge galaxy hanging in the galaxy. With everyone's eyesight, they could naturally see that the world was slowly sliding towards the black hole. But miraculously, those energies and infinite matter would return to the interior of the world fragments when they passed through the black hole. What really fell into the world fragments was just a tiny part of the entire world fragments. That galaxy hanging beside the abyssal black hole did not turn into a cold world. Instead, it appeared to be brimming with life, with emerald lands and blue seas on some planets. The sky was clear and clean, with sunlight shining through. There was a dark cavern in the sky that occupied 60% of the sky. Distorted starlight was evenly spread in the dark cavern, turning into long, slanted, luminous streaks. It was mutated starlight, and everyone who lived in that galaxy was already used to it. No one thought that it was an abnormal phenomenon, but common sense, a celestial phenomenon that existed when the world was born. However, it was a distorted celestial phenomenon. The entire star system of the world's luminous cluster was falling towards the abyssal black hole in a distorted pattern, streaking past it at high speed without causing any damage. It would only devour energy in the void and would not cause any direct damage to the world on the other side. It was the result of a certain power and was being pulled by a certain power, which was why the matter of that world was not in danger of falling into the abyssal black hole. There were some planets that were closer to that world, but the people living there did not feel any sense of impending doom. Some of the images suddenly became chaotic. Yin Nuashing waved her hand in an attempt to restore them to normal, but it was to no avail. She could only wave her hand to make them disappear. When we approached that dark cavern, we encountered a mysterious energy distortion that blocked our vision. We could not see what was going on there. Hui raised his hand and stroked his chin. In the last flash, I seemed to see a planet, and it was not so peaceful. We could even see people gesticulating and talking about that black hole in the sky in the distant galaxy. No one knows the true form of that thing. The ignorant would naturally be fearless, and we would probably be in trouble if we touched that thing. One of the heavenly gods of origin said, "There are abyssal death mist spawns on that planet, and there are signs of battle." Yin Nuashing said, "Huh?" We exclaimed in surprise. There are abyssal death mist spawns there. A world that was born in the early days of the void actually had the power to resist that monster. How could such weak rules withstand a disaster of that level? In the end, it would be stranger if that world had life. That's right. Yin Nuashing nodded. Logically speaking, it would be impossible. The laws of a world that was born in the early days of the void were not even a millionth of the upper planes, and the limit was to give birth to God-class champions. He glanced at Hui and said flatly, "But that is normal, isn't it? The world before our eyes is not normal. What is normal in the heart of the abyssal death shroud? A place of destruction and distortion. Then, you mean that this world has been distorted by the abyssal death mist?" One of the heavenly gods of origin exclaimed in shock. "Impossible, right? The abyssal death mist. We saw it destroy billions of worlds. How could it be?" Yin Nuashing grinned strangely. "Why not? The abyssal death mist has the power to distort everything, but how it distorts is not fixed. Who said that it would distort and mutate in the worst way? If that is the case, why would those abyssal death mist spawns be so powerful? Could it be that they were all distorted by more powerful individuals? From strong to weak? Only fools would do that." Yin Nuashing turned to look at the two worlds. The abyssal death mist has distorted the laws there. It is an uncontrollable result, and they cannot control it. They are not aware of it, and no one in the underworld would be so bored as to look at a place that has been turned into the core of a place of creation. That is why such a bizarre scene exists here, and such powerful beings exist in the depths of the distortion. We all thought that the abyssal death mist was a destroyer, and that what it unleashed was immeasurably powerful destruction and destruction. But who would have thought that it could create a miracle here? I know that distortion is uncertain, But to be honest, I never thought that the abyssal death mist could have such a beneficial distortion. Or is it something else? We had also just recovered from his stupor. He grinned. All right, we have a new discovery, but may not be pleasant. To be honest, the situation of that world is a little bad, don't you think? Feng, wouldn't the underworld know if we make a big fuss here? Yin Nuoxing glanced at him and immediately understood what he wanted to do. She thought about it carefully and shook her head. It has been a dozen eras, and countless changes have happened to this distorted and bizarre world. No one has ever looked here, and who would make a big fuss over the sound of a component? If you want to make a move, you would probably... Everyone's cheeks twitched. They thought that Feng Luo would not do that, but he turned around and yawned. They could not help but... It's safe. 80% chance means that there is no danger. Yin Nuoxing grimaced. Then let's go in and take a look. We waved his hand. It was a bold decision, and everyone was shocked. Yin Nuoxing shrugged nonchalantly. She already knew Huey's decision when she asked that question. She looked at everyone. There's no danger in that place. Only the spawns have some combat ability, and the death mist won't do anything to them. And I'm also a little interested in that place, Yan. A world that can be distorted into normal by the abyssal death mist. Don't you think that's interesting? Hui sighed. Only you would think that it's interesting. Then what are you going in for? Yin Nuoxing glanced at him. Well, I want to go in and take a look. I want to save the people there from the abyss of suffering. Hui grinned and laughed foolishly. You won't believe me if I say that. All right, I am also very interested in the normal there. I want to go in and take a look. Is that okay? Then let's go. Then, the group was dragged by the two irresponsible fellows to the world of light. Although they protested weakly and struggled on the way, how could they resist the two fellows who were in a rush? In just a short while, they were dragged into the world of light. Then, Yin Nuoxing's senses suddenly became extremely weak, as if he had sunk into a dream. His whole body was light as a feather. It was as if tiredness had swept through his mind, causing him to be in a daze. A dream within a dream. What kind of situation was this? He did not have time to think. His consciousness became a little blurry, and his thinking slowed down. Hey, I can't find the way back. Can you bring me back? I want to go back to that place. The weak voice seemed to be the voice of a dream. It was not clear whether it was reality or a dream. It was like waking up in the morning, but still having a dream. It seemed to be from the side of the ear, but also from the dream. He responded in a daze. Where do you want to go? Where? Where do you want to go? Yin Nuoxing was still in a daze. He answered almost subconsciously. Who are you? Who? Like an echo, his voice was captured by the void, and then transmitted back to his consciousness. If there was really something in the void, he would not be surprised if something responded to him. What the hell? What else was there in this place other than the death abyss mist? Could it be that he could communicate with that thing? Why was he shivering uncontrollably? Goosebumps were rising all over his body. The void was limitless and boundless. His consciousness was immersed in the swamp and passively spread out infinitely. It sank into the swamp and sank to the bottom of the void. It came in contact with indescribable and unimaginable information. His consciousness crossed the layer of laws and went to the end. What did he encounter? He did not know. It was as if he was in a dream. He did not feel anything. His body did not feel anything. The voice did not respond. He was still in that half-awake state. He could not control himself and could not move. In this boundless and chaotic void, everything became blank and empty. Everything returned to nothingness. Even the void did not exist. Naturally, there was no death abyss mist. There was only a breath of emptiness floating in this place. Nothing could be felt. The heavenly origin God's consciousness was immersed in this place, but he could not touch anything. All he could see was strange red and green gases. His senses almost covered the entire void. It was absolute nothingness and absolute infinity. He seemed to have become the ruler of the layer of nothingness under the void, feeling everything in this void. Who are you? Before Yin Nuoxing felt that his consciousness was about to collapse, he finally caught onto something. There was a response from the void. It was as if he had caught the last piece of driftwood. He hugged it tightly. Following that, he felt as if he was being pulled by something. Foam! He clearly recognized that it was a voice that came from beside his ear. It was also telling him that his consciousness was returning to the surface from the land of infinite darkness and nothingness. He opened his eyes and saw a familiar face in front of him. It appeared very bright, even in this dark land. And seeing that he opened his eyes, the sunny face showed an expression of relief. You've come back to your senses? Are you too tired? You rarely come out of the realm of the gods for such a long time. Do you want to rest? Hui said softly as he supported him. He waved his hand at the others to indicate that he was fine. Yun Nuoxing looked at him in a daze. His consciousness was a little confused, and his mind was not very clear. What? It was a strange voice. He probably wanted to express that he was still a little confused. Hui patted him on the shoulder and said, "Let's rest for a while. At the same time, we can search around this strange place. There's no rush." Looking around, there was a huge pure black area in front of him. He could recognize that it was the black hole of the abyss. They had entered it and had reached their destination. He was confused and lost some memories. He shook his head blankly. When he recalled that voice, he was even more confused. There might be something here, something that had deviated from his interests. Perhaps it was not something good. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and pulled himself together. Then, he sat down lazily and said, "Well, I'm a little tired. I'll rest for a while." He felt that he had to quickly pick up his brain. He could still pretend to be dizzy for a while. After a while, he would be noticed. Chapter 1172. Here, there was only the deepest, deathly stillness. The darkness extended endlessly, and there was nothing there. It was quieter than death, more distant than reincarnation. It was the deepest and darkest place, the cornerstone of the world. There was no specific description or specific information. There was nothing there, and it was difficult to distinguish between illusion and reality. It had been like this since time immemorial. Perhaps the first person to discover it in this world had seen through its essence, and thus gave it the name void. Just like its name, there was only boundless emptiness. Common sense had disappeared, and everything became illusory. Everything that one knew had no meaning here, and it was not something that ordinary people could understand. Here, everything had become extreme. There was nothing there, and nothing existed, but there was endless energy. The Sea of Rules was a description of its characteristics. Information that the world could know, and everything that ordinary people could not understand floated in this chaotic and endless ocean. It existed everywhere, and was the foundation that countless worlds relied on for survival. If one had enough strength and courage, one could even obtain everything in this sea of nothingness. However, because it was the cornerstone of cornerstones, any world and life that depended on it for survival could not completely understand it, unable to recognize its essence. Until the day one transcended everything, when one stood above it, only then could one completely grasp it. However, it was also extremely fragile. Compared to those superior life forms, its defensive power was close to zero. Just a little bit of force could poke a hole in it, and it would revert to complete nothingness until it no longer existed. This was the void, a realm of eternal darkness. There was no law or heaven. Here, space, time, and rules were all meaningless. When Yun Nuoxing opened his eyes and saw the eternal darkness, he knew that it was most likely something bad. He opened his eyes in a daze and almost fainted when he saw the darkness before him. Then, what's the situation right now? He vaguely remembered that he had already entered that world half a second ago. Just as he was about to sit down and rest, his consciousness became hazy again, as if the trigger was to close his eyes, or the moment he relaxed. Earlier, Hui woke me up, so now that he was taking a nap, who knew when he would wake up again? He might be trapped in this pitch-black void without anyone knowing. Darkness, lonely darkness, and even a little cold. This was a false feeling. People always liked to link black and cold as a linked consciousness, and when they saw black, they would feel cold and shiver all over. However, in the real void, there was no such thing as temperature. Their senses were completely sealed within their bodies, and there was no way to feel anything. The cold was just a false message sent to them by the brain. There were many similar cases, and these false senses were often worlds apart from reality. Hey, is anyone there? If you're not human, at least make a sound. Yin Nuoxing opened his mouth and shouted at the void. This was what he felt. In fact, he was transmitting this message to the entire void with his thoughts. If his thought was strong enough to not be devoured by the void, then it could really be transmitted throughout the void. No one responded. It was a matter of course, just like the voice just now. He did not know what was going on with that voice, or how it had lured him into this void, and even made him accidentally rush in when he was taking a nap. It was simply, he did not know what to say. He looked at the void in boredom, and his mind was in a mess. Lying in the sea of void and looking at this endless realm, he quite liked doing this kind of thing. He could completely empty his mind and not think about anything. He had plenty of opportunities to think about many things, such as life. Well, his life was a mess of twine. He lived in segments, and each segment was almost independent and could not be connected at all. This was the first time he felt that someone's life could be described as segments. Fengling was a little lazy. Even he felt that way. The reason why he emphasized that he was Fengling and not his past self was purely because he wanted to draw a clear line between them. He could not accept that this guy who was lazy to the bone and spoke with the aura of a terminal laziness cancer was his past. He did not know how many lifetimes he had lived. In fact, he was just avoiding it. Whether he recognized it or not, those memories were all real. They were real enough to make his soul tremble. He knew with 100% certainty that Fengling was himself, and there was no use in avoiding it. So sometimes he also felt that it was very strange. Those who came back from reincarnation with their own faces, own souls, and even own powers would shout that they did not believe in reincarnation, that they were themselves, and that they were themselves. This kind of evasive talk sounded very funny. In this world, reincarnation was the only topic that could not be avoided, unless one soul was broken into 8 realms and completely buried. Those real memories, real emotions, and everything else flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. How could he avoid it all? Reincarnation was not a topic that could be avoided just because one believed in it or not. Well, he had gone a little too far. Staying in the void always made his mind go wild. Even the heavens did not know what he was thinking after sitting here for a year. Yin Nuoxing slowly stood up and confirmed that he had indeed been pulled into this state of wandering in the void by some unknown thing. He could not think of any problem after thinking about it for a long time, so he began to wander aimlessly in this endless ocean. His consciousness floated here and there. Since he was already here, he would just take things as they came. Why should he think too much about it? Since that strange thing had pulled him in, there must be a reason, just like those voices that he had heard in a daze just now. Anyway, they were all strange words that did not follow up. Just listening to them made his stomach cramp. Damn it, he hated things that did not finish halfway. Did they know what drove people with obsessive-compulsive disorder to death? Oh, a low sound came from Yin Nuoxing's throat. He vaguely remembered that he was in the most dangerous place in the world. At any time, he could trigger a scenario where he would fight with someone until the void collapsed. However, he was still wandering here leisurely. If it were him in the future, he would probably have already finished wandering around this void. There was nothing he could do about it. He was just too calm. Even if it was not Fengling, if it was Xian Yu or Yin Nuoxing, they would still be leisurely wandering around. They did not feel pressured at all. Who are you? Where are you? That voice suddenly sounded again. It sounded directly from his mind. It was a voice that did not have any characteristics. He could not distinguish it at all. It was more like a thought that suddenly popped up in his mind. Other than letting him know that this was transmitted into his mind by something, he could not feel anything else. Yin Nuoxing stopped in his tracks and looked at the empty and dark void. It was really empty. He could not see the light of the world. Speaking of which, he had entered this state in the void. Could it be that he had run into the depths of the void? He calmed himself down and allowed his soul to awaken. Faint soul power surged into the void and spread towards the boundless darkness. The feedback he received was an almost eternal silence. Emptiness and darkness. Nothing existed. He couldn't find the source of that voice. "Where are you? I can't find you." The voice sounded again. Yin Nuashing took a deep breath. He knew that he had to continue immediately. Otherwise, there would be nothing else to say. "Where are you? Who are you? Where? Who?" The voice immediately responded. However, it gave Yin Nuashing a huge headache. However, he understood one thing. The person who responded might be in a muddle-headed state. Perhaps there was something else. Who knew? "Where are you? Tell me. I will go and find you." Yin Nuashing repeated patiently. "Where am I? I am right here. You come find me?" Yin Nuashing tried to use the Book of Epics to search. Miraculously, the Book of Epics had a reaction. It had captured the location of the voice, or at least the direction it came from, or something else. However, the other situation was it could not tell. The feedback that Yin Nuashing received was the difference between infinity and infinity. In other words, perhaps the person who spoke did not exist at all. This was the second answer that the Book of Epics had obtained. The voice was his own thoughts. All right, he felt that this answer was rather frightening. He was very sure that this was definitely not a strange consciousness that he had developed in his sleep. He was 100% sure that something in the depths of the void was calling out to him. There was no point in dwelling on this now. The Book of Epics would occasionally make mistakes. He was already used to it. He had to maintain this connection before the voice disappeared forever. "Are you from the underworld?" After saying this, he was dumbfounded. He was not looking for it for anything. Instead, it was looking for him. He would just treat it as if it was trying to figure out how to get out of here. How should he put it? He was a little curious. "Underworld." The voice repeated his words. After a long silence, just as Yin Nuashing could not help but call out to it, the voice rang out again. "I am not from the underworld. I want to go back. I should not be here. Hey, do you know that place? I want to go back there. That is where I should be. There are so many people. My friends, my family are all there. Can you bring me back?" Just like before, the voice did not have any head or tail. For the first time, Yin Nuashing felt a little dizzy. It was as if he had been fooled. He was so confused that he was about to shut himself up. "Where are you from? Eight Elements Realm? Saint Spirit Realm? Changyuan Realm? Or are you from the realm of the gods?" A large amount of information suddenly crashed into his mind, causing him to be stunned for a moment. He tried his best to seal off his soul, but he was unable to block this thought. He could feel that person had become abnormally agitated and extremely abnormal. It seemed that the change had occurred when he said the three words, "realm of the gods." "Stop, stop, stop. You are from the realm of the gods." Yin Nuashing shouted loudly. Before he was suffocated by the thought, he quickly shouted, "I am also from the realm of the gods. I know that place. If you want to go back." The thought became even more restless. Something appeared in the corner of the chaotic thought. The intention that became clear in his mind almost made him faint. It was as if he was immersed in a boundless sea and was about to sink. Realm of the gods. No, not there. I want to go back there. Not the netherworld. Not the realm of the gods. There. The surge of thought ended with a sentence. Yin Nuashing hurriedly gasped for breath and patted his brain, which had almost turned into a pile of mush. It was low tide now. He had just broken free from a sea and almost drowned in it. After he sorted out the information, he felt his face turn black. He could not help but want to curse. Curse what? He did not know. He had not thought it through. Cursing and swearing was just to vent the inexplicable dissatisfaction in his heart. Yin Nuashing was brewing. Before he could say anything, he felt a strange feeling. It could be considered a feeling for the time being. It was as if he was wrapped in an aura. If the thought that hit his face just now was like falling into an ice-cold deep sea, then at this moment, it was like soaking in a hot spring. It was warm and made him feel very relaxed. "Who are you?" Yin Nuashing's mouth opened and closed a few times. He felt strangely at ease in his heart. "I am Feng Ling, Quartermoon, or you can call me Yin Nuashing." So familiar, so familiar. "Who are you? Who are you? Who is it? Are you from the realm of the gods?" Yin Nuashing hurriedly asked while it calmed down. Realm of the gods, so familiar. I'm not. Where am I? Where are you so familiar? You so familiar. It asked one question after another, as if it was coaxing a child. Yin Nuoxing felt like his brain was about to explode. He was now completely certain that the fellow in front of him was so muddle-headed that it could not remember anything at all. There was no way to communicate with it. However, the fellow's words still made his hair stand on end. What kind of situation was it in? Was it from the realm of the gods? It did not seem so. The situation was too complicated. Furthermore, if it was only the realm of the gods that had an inexplicable sense of familiarity with him, he could still push the blame to the realm of the gods. After all, he was an observer who was entangled with the laws of heaven and earth of the realm of the gods. It was normal for it to be able to sense the 18 million auras of the realm of the gods from his body. However, if he also had an inexplicable sense of familiarity with it, then it did not make sense. However, this was something that really happened. It was true. He felt a sense of familiarity as if he had just woken up from a dream. Furthermore, it did not originate from Feng Ling or Quarter Moon. This feeling originated from Yin Nuoxing. It originated from himself. It originated from this era, which was the 139th era, when he was born as Yin Nuoxing in this era. I'll remember your words. The voice suddenly sounded. It seemed to be talking to itself again. I want to go back. Take me back. I'll go find the people you're familiar with, just like how it suddenly sounded earlier. This voice disappeared abruptly as well. It muttered a bunch of nonsense to itself, leaving behind a brainless him and his fragmented thoughts before disappearing without a trace. What did it mean by coming to find him? What did it mean by taking him back? In the end, he did not even know what this fellow was or where it came from. It wanted him to go back to and a percent yen. His brain seemed to have some unclear information just now. It was probably the influence of his thoughts. Anyway, he stood there in a daze and thought for a while. Suddenly, he slammed the table and confirmed that the person in front of him was definitely a fellow that was not fully awake. Oh, right, it was not fully awake. Otherwise, why would it say those words that sounded like it was in a dream? It must be doing something strange in its half-awake state. It must be having a strange dream. Yin Nuoxing observed in the void for a while. After confirming that the voice had completely disappeared, a feeling of being able to control himself and return to his body appeared in his heart. He knew that it was about time to go back. When his consciousness slowly floated up from the endless deep darkness to the shallow layer, Yin Nuoxing opened his eyes again. What he saw was still a chaotic, infinite darkness. It was exactly the same as what he had seen just now. However, the difference was that there were many people standing beside him. Hui sat beside him and observed the void with great interest. It seemed like he was still here. He thought that when he opened his eyes, he would directly return to the 139th era. He did not expect that he would still be here. It seemed like something very important had happened here. It wanted to tell him something. What do you want to tell me? He muttered to himself in his heart. It was what Quarter Moon and Yin Nuoxing asked Feng Ling. They were him. He must have left behind something very important. There was no response in his heart. If there was a response, it would be strange. He had a strange feeling that he would be lost in this space-time for quite some time. When he returned to the 139th era, the world might be turned upside down. The only thing he had to pray for now was that he would not see the world fragment lying in front of his door the moment he opened his eyes. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes again. Yin Nuoxing slowly sat up from his curled-up state. We noticed his movements and came over. Did you sleep well? Do you feel better? Yin Nuoxing yawned lazily. Everyone's faces twitched. Now, whenever they saw him yawn, their brains would itch. After yawning for a dozen or so seconds, Yin Nuoxing rubbed his eyes and looked around in a daze. When you were resting just now, we did a simple inspection of this world. Just as you said, everything is extremely chaotic. There are chaotic energies everywhere that have exceeded their time limit. The underlying laws are a mess, and the aging parts are almost blocking the flow of energy. However, it is still operating normally. The stars are normal, and they have even nurtured life. Everything is very inconceivable. It is a miracle that this world still exists. We have already deduced that it has been dead for more than 20 years. One of the heavenly origin gods said, if we want to inspect this world, it is best to split up. Moreover, the balance here. To be honest, it is very strange. On the surface, it is so fragile that it cannot withstand a single blow. We can make it collapse with a casual move. However, when we tried to distort the laws just now, it did not affect this world in the slightest. Yin Nuoxing finally woke up. He looked at the heavenly origin god who spoke and tilted his head in confusion. The heavenly origin god was about to break down. A silly smile appeared on Yin Nuoxing's face, but he heaved an internal sigh. Abnormal? That was nonsense. There was no normal place in this world. Setting aside the fact that it had already been transformed into the core of the abyssal death mist, even that mysterious thing that had grabbed him for no reason just now, he was becoming more and more curious. He was just curious about this transformed world, but now, let's go. Yin Nuoxing stretched lazily. I have a strange feeling. If I can't find out what is wrong here, I won't even be able to sleep well. Hui faltered upon hearing this. Are you sure? All right, I won't be able to eat. It is impossible for me not to sleep. Yan, let's sleep a little longer, Hui and everyone else. This guy was completely hopeless. Chapter 1173. Yin Nuo had lost contact with the Yin Nuo planet right under their noses. The Guardian forces that had lost their highest commander did not panic. Firstly, the former had already arranged everything. Secondly, the consciousness of the barrier was in the Nine Deities Temple. It was almost treated as his clone. Although the consciousness of the barrier was a little cold, it could tell them a lot of things. For example, where the stars would land, where there might be loopholes in the combined barrier. Sometimes, even if they were told, they wouldn't have enough time to defend against it. Tens of millions of stars couldn't be crossed in a flash, and even if they swayed a few more times, they might not be able to cross it. Now, it was just the peak of the star shower, and the extreme plane region had been completely abandoned. Only the border between the extreme plane region, the extreme plane region, the extreme plane region, and the divine land was left with a powerful joint defense barrier. The other regions had been completely scorched, and the earth had been scraped to an unknown depth. Some of the things that were buried deep underground were exposed to the surface. Some of them were very terrifying, but they didn't exist for long. When the new energy star, which was comparable to a god-level deity, swept past, everything in the world was burned to ashes. If it had been any other planet, not even a speck of dust would have been left behind. The combined barrier from the rear has been connected. Thanks for your help, buddy. The stars are in place, and I can see the colorful barriers sweeping past in front of me. I'm glad I'm still alive to talk to you. Now I can take a breather. The third line of defense in the Sourcepeak region has already confirmed that the sun has risen. Guys, dawn has arrived. We can rest for a while. Right now, there's still people rushing over from afar. They're probably all refugees. I saw the guy stationed in the Jade Immortal City. I hope that the extradition from other places will also go smoothly. This is the Royal Ridge. We are observing from the edge of the star barrier. The strength of the barrier is beyond imagination, and it has just been strengthened by Etianshin and the others. I saw more than 20 suns crash into the barrier one after another, and it was undamaged. I think there will be no problem for the time being. Right now, the attacks of the constellations could only be described as violent collisions. 4 hours ago, the combined defensive barrier established by the defending forces was being pushed back bit by bit, defending and retreating at the same time. Even if they were bombarded with dust all over their faces and stabbed in the back by tens of thousands of blades, they could only flee pathetically without being able to fight back. The number of constellations that were crashing into the barrier directly numbered in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. In a short period of time, the defensive line of the Sourcepeak region had already retreated an astronomical distance from the center to the east, giving up almost a third of the region. In short, they were being pushed back bit by bit. Now, with the addition of the 40 divine weapons, they were finally able to recover. Yehong, it's over here. F***CK, let's retreat quickly. The energy released by the sun is even. Wah wah wah. Our butts are on fire. Ihong's brow twitched when he heard the screams coming from his soul. He looked up at the boundless liquid sphere above his head. His body was not even a speck of dust compared to it, and the scorching light made him almost unable to open his eyes. This was one of the most important nodes in the starry barrier of the Sourcepeak domain, and the sun given to him was made of chaos elements. Anyway, he had goosebumps all over his body when he saw the sun. He had just been crushed by that energy not long ago, and now he was asked to control a highly concentrated amalgamation of that energy. What could he say? He was now traumatized by that dark sunlight, and he was almost crying and begging for his grandpa and grandma to help him. My side is also, well, it's done for now. The star barrier will begin in half a minute, so I have to leave as well. Ihong quickly disappeared after saying that. That sun was given to them by the Nine Gods Temple, and they could only activate two functions, moving and building the star barrier. At most, they could add a timer function. He felt that the last function was actually the most important. The energy released by that sun was extremely frightening, and even they could not hold on for too long. After Ihong left, the many stars scattered all over the extreme plane region suddenly emitted an incomparably bright light. More than a dozen huge stars connected their energy to each other, and a huge, brilliant barrier spread out from the border between the extreme plane region and the divine land, rumbling and covering most of the extreme plane region, and the entire border of the divine land. Thousands of stars crashed down from the skies in the instant that the stellar barrier held up a part of the sky. Within the barrier, the two stars unleashed an energy shockwave more violent than the creation of the world, while the stellar barrier burst out with powerful energy radiance, capturing all of the destructive energies and landing upon it, causing circles of great ripples to spread across the massive barrier across servers. Boom! The aftermath of the destructive energy exploded within the star barrier for the last time. The extremely violent energy made the people who had retreated extremely far away feel their scalps tingle. They could not help but back away, fearing that the shockwave would spread to them. It made it. Ihong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the star barrier was still as stable as a mountain despite the violent tremors. The breath rushed out of his throat with joy. The people far away also breathed a sigh of relief. The star barrier had withstood the test, and they could use this time to recover. Damn, my little heart is about to jump out of my chest. The celestial god wiped the sweat off his forehead. He had just seen the star barrier shake a few times like a noodle. It was the same kind of movement that signaled the collapse of their combined barrier. He was almost scared to death when he saw the barrier. If even the barrier erected by the celestial god's divine right weapon can't withstand it, I'm afraid no one in the realm of gods would be able to withstand the meteor shower. Yuan Feiyong smiled bitterly and shook his head. Hall Master Shui was listening to the good news coming in from all over. Well, it was good news for the time being. It was another rare moment of respite. The second half of the meteor shower was considered over, and the next round would be the third. Just the thought of it made her feel annoyed. Can't the star barrier block all of the meteor shower directly? Nightmare muttered as he looked at the star barrier's consciousness. A complicated message flowed through the star barrier's eyes as it slowly looked up at the void. No, the star barrier's energy is limited. It can only hold out until half of the third round is over. What? That's not right, is it? Yuan Shi jumped to his feet. That's the divine right weapon left behind by Little Star. It's a divine right weapon at the pinnacle of the heavenly god level. How can it not withstand? The star barrier's consciousness shook its head indifferently. The energy of the void mist is extremely destructive. It can erode the star barrier, and the damage it can cause to the barrier will be multiplied by the same amount of energy. The star barrier is affected by the void mist destructive energy and cannot be recharged. It can only endure. Nightmare understood this time. Damn it, it's exhausted to death. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. What was this? It was too funny. A divine right weapon at the pinnacle of the heavenly god level would be exhausted to death by the void mist destructive energy. I need the help of the stars. Without losing 40 stars, I'll be able to hold on until half of the star shower tomorrow is over. As for the rest, you'll have to figure out a way to hold on, the barrier's consciousness said calmly. Everyone sighed. They felt very uncomfortable. Yihong waved his hand casually. We all know that we can't rely on Master Yun forever. He still has things he needs to deal with, and his mission. We also need to do our best. I knew from the beginning that the 40 stars were just a stopgap measure. They have a more important mission. I knew that, but when I heard the answer, Hall Master Shui sighed helplessly. She walked to the edge of the temple and looked at the stars that were still exploding. The entire sky was covered by thick and dense energy. The energy sparks burned the entire sky, illuminating the world with various colors. It felt as if the whole world was burning. She looked back at Yin Nuoxing and sighed. You idiot, where did you go? Big brother went to a place very far away. Little Purple Soul heard and jumped up with a grin. You can see it, but we can't. Hall Master Shui shook her head helplessly. She squatted down and patted the little girl's head. Then tell us, where did your big brother go? Little Purple Soul was a little confused when she heard that. Her little face was stunned. She thought for a while and ran to Yin Nuoxing's side. Under the horrified gazes of everyone who could not stop her in time, she pressed her little hand on Yin Nuoxing's chest. Then, she was even more shocked to see that the little girl was unharmed. She took the Book of Epics from him. Hall Master Shui couldn't help but smile bitterly when she saw the little girl's actions. This little girl's energy immunity was too overpowered. Even Yin Nuoxing's chaos element couldn't do anything to her. Where did this little girl come from? Little Purple Soul held the Book of Epics and sat at the edge of the stone platform. Her two little legs swayed casually. Ziyin could not help but go over to take a look. He did not see anything in the Book of Epics. However, the little girl jumped down from the stone platform and stuffed the Book of Epics back into Yin Nuoxing's body. She raised her hand happily at everyone. Big brother has gone to the space-time of the 51st era. Oh, he went, huh? Everyone had just casually replied when their eyes widened in horror. The 51st era? That was during the Dark Age, right? How did that guy suddenly go to that era? How did this little girl know about it? Big Brother's Book of Epics is always connected to his consciousness. If you want to find him, you can use the Book of Epics, Little Purple Soul said with a smile, as if she saw through everyone's confusion. Everyone was speechless. They didn't know what expression to make or say. Anyway, it was very strange. That guy was already strange enough. Now, he went to the Dark Age for no reason at all. The Dark Age. The Stronghold's consciousness suddenly muttered. It seemed to be emotional. Everyone couldn't help but turn to look at it. However, they saw that it was still expressionless. Its lifeless face was cold and stiff. Do you know anything about it? Ziyin asked. The Stronghold's consciousness's eyes flashed. After a while, it nodded slowly. It seemed to be more or less human. If it's the Dark Age, maybe I want to find the source. What source? My origin, my true identity, perhaps. The consciousness of the barrier turned to look at the void. My origin, my true identity, perhaps. The consciousness of the barrier turned to look at the void. When I was born, I already knew that I was a stowaway who jumped out of the path of reincarnation. He had once tried to find the origin, but to no avail. In this life? As Yin Nuoxing in this life? Qin Yin and Mei Mao's eyes flickered. Maybe. There are too many unknowns that we don't know. After the barrier's consciousness finished speaking, there was no more movement, causing everyone to be confused. In any case, they were always confused when it came to matters related to Yin Nuo planet. This was not the first or second time, so it was useless to investigate further. When the time came, they would naturally know. For now, it was better to obediently suppress their curiosity. But the Dark Age, Ming frowned. That era wasn't safe. The void fog, abyss death fog, was rampant. The people of the underworld wanted to conquer the whole 8 Elements world and the whole De Yuan world. That era wasn't any better. Ziyin touched the little angel's silver hair and said, "It's useless for us to worry. We can only wait for him to come back." Yuan-Shi scratched his head. Hey, Little Star really likes to cause trouble. She even caused trouble in that era, he smiled helplessly. Next time, she might have to go to the mythological age. It was just a joke, but it made everyone smile helplessly. Nightmare grinned and said, "You don't say. Boss is so weird. Wherever he goes, he will cause trouble. I'm afraid that one day he will dig out the mythological age from the coffin." Achoo! Yin Nuashing suddenly sneezed loudly, causing the entire mountain to respond, causing Hui to be stunned for a while. "What's wrong?" "No." "Oh." Yin Nuashing rubbed her nose and couldn't help but mutter, "I feel like someone was talking about me just now, and it's definitely not something good." Puff. Hui couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. "There are many people in this world who are talking about you. Did you find a little wife that I don't know about?" "Screw you." Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and turned to look at the city in front of her. It could be considered a city for the time being. Before it was ruined, it must have been prosperous. They landed on the planet. The sky was strangely empty and dark. Distorted starlight sprinkled in the sky. This was the only thing in the sky. There is no sun, moon, or stars. There is only the eternal abyss black hole and countless distorted starlight around the black hole. The starlight that came from billions of years ago was distorted by the abyss black hole and transmitted here. They had thought that this world would be abnormal and distorted, but the result was naturally beyond their expectations. This world was no longer as normal as it was now. There was an aura of normality everywhere. The space was continuous, and the world was continuous. The stable rules formed a semi-independent place of rules that nurtured all life on this planet. This was the place closest to the black hole of the abyss. There were more than 30 billion lives here, and the people here were generally powerful. They were not much weaker than the worlds of the upper planes. This was the distortion caused by the death fog of the abyss. This was the only explanation that made sense. The others could not be explained. Yin Nuashing and Hui came to the ruins. The others had scattered to other places in this world of light to investigate this strange world, hoping to find something unexpected. Yin Nuashing was looking for something related to the voice, but she had no clue and did not know where to start. She could only find a random destination and pretend that she was looking for something very hard. Yet another ruin. We looked at the ruins not far away. There were dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls. Only half of the city wall remained. Broken houses, bricks and tiles piled up in a corner. The walls were stained with blood. There were entities entangled with a black aura everywhere, telling them what had happened here. Yin Nuashing nodded lazily. It was a post-war ruin, but it was not an abandoned place. In fact, she glanced at the planet. 60 to 70% of the places where life gathered were in ruins. The rest were some dilapidated but relatively intact cities. The whole world seemed to have been ignited by the flames of war. There were scars caused by some kind of destructive energy everywhere, and it had lasted for many years. Battles might have occurred frequently, so much so that the people did not have the energy to repair the cities. They were left standing on the earth in ruins, becoming a thing of the past with time, assimilated by the mountains, rivers, and forests. There were still many people in the ruins. Most of the life on this planet were humans. There were also some life forms that were similar to souls, called spirits. They were the normal life forms of this world. Spirits were light, a little transparent, and had no fixed shape. Other than that, there was not much difference between them and humans. They could also be touched, unlike souls, which could not be touched except by the power of the soul. The two of them walked into the ruined city together. Many people turned to look at them. Their gazes were a little curious, constantly sizing up these two somewhat out-of-place fellows. They did not appear to be numb or slow. The years of battle had not worn down the will of the life forms that existed on this planet. They were born to fight, and they had not stopped until today. They were still moving forward. Yin Nuashing could even feel that there were life forms that were comparable to the heavenly god tier in this small world. It was simply a fantasy. Hui looked at the dark energy entrenched in the shadows in the corner and frowned. "Feng, do you see those?" "I see them. They're the remnants of the abyssal death mist. It has no follow-up energy support, and it is sealed by a layer of transparent energy. It will soon disintegrate and collapse by itself. Yin Nuoxing nodded. Needless to say, the wars that can happen in this world can only originate from the nearest enemy. Hui withdrew his gaze from the shadows and frowned. The remnants of the abyssal death mist in this world are extremely serious. It is much stronger than what we have seen before. That is, Yin Nuoxing yawned and said lazily, the core of the abyssal death mist is right next to us. How can it not be strong? Just like the light of this world is special, the abyssal death mist here is also special. Otherwise, how can it distort into such a normal world? Hui nodded and suddenly turned to look at him. Feng, what are you looking for? Yin Nuoxing's heart thumped, but he still looked calm on the surface. I am looking for the extreme source of this world. Taiyin and Taiyang, Yin and Yang, Yang and Yin. In this extremely normal place, there should also be a place that is distorted like a grotesque existence at the bottom of a nightmare. Yin Nuoxing tilted her head. If there is such a place, we might be able to learn something from it, but it might not necessarily be on this planet. After all, there's a normal world in the distant starry sky. The entire world's light cluster is normal, and the distortion point could also appear anywhere in the entire world's light cluster. Hui scratched his head. Well, you're still good at this. Just tell me. I'm not good at other things, but fighting is not a problem. Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes and pointed to the sky. Are you going to fight with that big black guy? I can't. Hui smiled bitterly. Yin Nuoxing spread his hands. Just look forward to it. If we can find some key information here. Hui was a little excited. Can we deal with the underworld? Yin Nuoxing turned his head and sighed. At least we won't die so miserably. Hui was speechless. Chapter 1174. Walking in the ruins full of broken stones, the air emitted a strange, unpleasant smell. Part of it was the disgusting smell of the death fog of the abyss, and the other part was a more strange smell released by something that was distorted by it. It was like the strange smell of urine mixed with the rotten smell of some creatures at the end of some streets and alleys in a big city. It was a little strange, but it was very consistent with the atmosphere of the world that they saw on Yunhua planet. In the distance, there were people sorting out the broken bricks and tiles, cleaning the battlefield, and repairing the city wall. It was not as they thought. The places that should be repaired in the city would still be repaired, but it might not be as meticulous as before. The aura and environment here were not suitable for ordinary life forms to survive. The abyss death fog was overflowing, and there were residual energy waves left behind by the battlefield everywhere. The environment was quite harsh. Life forms that lived here for a long time would either be disturbed by the residual energy waves or be corroded by the abyss death fog. Those things had turned into energy and remained in the air. Their aura was everywhere. Yin Nuoxing and Hui did not understand why there were still people who could live so leisurely, completely unaffected by the abyss death fog. Logically speaking, ordinary life forms would be dizzy just by standing here, foaming at the mouth and gradually dying. In fact, they also saw some real, ordinary people walking around in the ruins. It's just as you said. This world is abnormal to the extreme, which is why it's so normal that it makes one's hair stand on end. We look back at other places. The gas of this planet was mixed with faint abyssal death mist. It was abnormal from the beginning to the end. It should be a deeply eroded world. Nothing should be normal, but everywhere was the most normal appearance. Yin Nuoxing glanced at him and nodded helplessly. The air here was really terrible. There were remnants of the abyssal death mist, a large amount of unknown energy ripples and mixed energy particles. Although it was not suffocating, the chaotic energy was enough to cause people to inhale too much of it and not be able to deal with it, causing all kinds of energy side effects. There were also strange energy phenomena that would erupt from time to time due to the accumulation of too much energy. Just now, there was an inexplicable wind, snow, and lightning in the air, which was finally burned clean by a fire. The two of them were stunned when they saw that, but the people around them were used to it and ignored it after a glance. Their nerves were also strong to the point where they could play the zither. TSK. Those who can survive in this place are all gods. Hui grinned. He did not have the powerful insight of the Yun planet. He could see a lot of things just by relying on his own eyesight. This world had existed in this normal state for a long time. Generation after generation, it had multiplied for a frightening amount of time. In other words, this world was forcefully extending its life, hanging on to its last breath. It's a little strange. Yun Nuashing frowned. I can't see the past and future of this world. I don't know if it is because of the abyssal death mist. Observer's eye is malfunctioning? No, it can still be used. He pondered for a moment. Just like time has been frozen in this moment forever, there is no future, and the past is gone forever. He let out a long sigh and said faintly, "Then what do you see the abyssal death mist like? It's chaotic, I can't observe, and everything I see is meaningless. At least this is also a result, unlike here. Everything I see is the same." Yin Noashing and Hui walked on the broken street and gradually came to a place with fewer people. Although it was called a street, the ground was uneven and there were pieces of debris everywhere like other places. It looked like a place after a disaster. The people who walked here had a heavy heart, and the atmosphere that was inadvertently released was filled with faint sadness, nostalgia, and anger aroused by these emotions. There was no exception. After walking for a while, the two of them came to a place and understood why. What suddenly appeared in front of them was a broken mountain. They could clearly see that it was a building that had merged with the earth. The soil and the building blended together, as if a pavilion had suddenly been buried by thousands of tons of sand. The building that appeared in front of them was such a shape. The exposed corners of the ground had traces of weathering and dilapidation. On this mountain were circles of dark blue light, floating 1 meter above the ground and swaying. There were many similar things on this planet, and every city had one. Yin Noashing and the others did not know what it was when they first saw it, but when they saw people standing in front of the light, either bowing, kneeling, whispering, or crying, they could roughly guess what it was: the graveyard of life on this planet, or at least it was similar. These are the lives that died on this planet, the warriors who fought the abyssal death mist spawn and sacrificed their lives. He let out a long sigh. The mountain in front of him was about 1,000 feet high. Looking around, he could only see those dark blue balls of light. Each ball of light didn't only represent one life. It could be a member of the Bell clan, a clan, or something else. On the surface, there were 10,000 balls of light, but in reality, who knew how many lives they represented? Perhaps even the person who buried them here didn't know. Large clumps of soil were embedded in between the buildings, and together they formed this strange graveyard. Although there were many similar graveyards on the planet, the one they were standing on was the largest one, and also the most dilapidated one. There was no uniform area, and in front of most of the light clusters were strange bouquets of flowers and some things that could not be understood, as if they had just been worshipped. Yin Nuashing brought Hui to the top of this mountain and pointed at the golden light cluster. "Look at this." We looked up. The golden light cluster was the same size as the other dark blue light clusters, but it was suspended about 2 meters above the ground. Even if he stood on his tiptoes, he could not reach it. Being in this place and looking like this, it was obviously different from the others. A lot of thoughts, countless people's thoughts, are gathered here. Yin Nuashing lowered his head. The ground of this golden ball of light was empty. It formed a sharp contrast with the ground of the other dark blue balls of light. It was cold and desolate. No one cared about it. The weeds had already grown more than 10 feet tall. "Are you here to pay your respects as well?" The voice behind them made Yin Noashing and Hui turn around to look at the person who spoke. It was a tall girl with a head of bright blonde hair, but it was a little dirty. This little girl was wearing a bright yellow short-sleeved shirt and shorts made of rough cloth, and there were patches of brownish yellow stained with mud. She looked a little thin and strong, and her skin was pale white and metallic silver. Her pair of big blue eyes were very bright, and there was an irrepressible spiritual light in them. Her bright blonde hair was messy, and there were some soil and stone fragments hanging on it, as if she had just drilled out a hole in the ground. Her pretty face could be said to be pretty, and there was always a faint smile on her face. She was also holding a bunch of scattered flowers in her arms. It was not beautiful, but it was very rare. It was really not easy to pick a few flowers in this kind of situation. Yin Nuashing and Hui were stunned when they heard her words. This little girl was speaking the common language of all races. They originally thought that this world was so distorted that they would not recognize anything in it, but they were shocked by this little girl's words. The two of them looked at each other, and the doubts in their hearts grew heavier. This could be said to be a broken and distorted world. So why did it still retain this language? Ah, hello, big sister and big brother. The blonde girl seemed to suddenly remember what she should do. She bowed slightly to Yin Nuashing and Hui and politely greeted them. Then she smiled sweetly. If big sister and big brother are done paying your respects, can I also pay my respects? Every time the chaos ends, I will come to this tomb of solitude to pray for a while. In the past, I was the only one who came here. We could not help but spit out a mouthful of water when he heard how she addressed him. He tilted his head to look at Yin Nuashing and found that he was so calm, as if nothing had happened. This guy was depressed for half a year because a little girl said, "I like men," last time. Now he was directly treated as a big sister, and he did not have any reaction at all. Yin Nuashing, of course, did not have any reaction. His whole family almost tacitly agreed that he was born as a man, and he was already used to it. Now that he was called Big Sister, well, he was used to it. He would not express any surprise. Really, he just felt a little stomachache. He nodded and pulled Hui away a little. He nodded to the blonde girl and said, "Well, you can go." "Thank you, big sister." The blonde girl smiled and nodded. She slowly pushed aside the 10 feet tall weeds in front of her. First, she took out a few clusters of withered flowers from the weeds. Then, she gently placed the bouquet of flowers in her hand in the weeds. She clapped her hands a few times and bowed. After the blonde girl finished doing all this, she looked at Yin Nuashing and Hui and smiled. "Big sister and big brother, do you know who this golden tomb of solitude belongs to?" Yin Nuashing noticed that there was a faint pride in the little girl's expression, like a child who was anxious to share the only information she knew with her kind. He thought for a moment and shook his head. "I don't know. I just saw it hanging here. I was a little interested today, so I came to take a look." The blonde girl seemed to have known the answer long ago. The smile on her face widened, but there was also a little disappointment. She seemed to be happy that she could share this special situation with others, but also disappointed that no one knew about it. We glanced at Yin Nuashing and could roughly guess what he was planning. He continued, "Don't you know? It seems that no one knows about this thing." Of course, it was nonsense. He didn't know if anyone knew about it or not. Yes, because no one knows. The people who know are especially precious, right? The blonde girl nodded. Her words made Hui and Yin Nuashing laugh in their hearts at the same time. They hit the nail on the head. Big sister and big brother, do you know? This guy wasn't like this before. The blonde girl stretched out her small hand and pointed above her head. There was only a black hole in the sky, and there were countless distorted and chaotic starlight. This planet was on the edge of death and life. It was infinitely close to the black hole of the abyss, but it wouldn't really fall in. This was the only celestial phenomenon on this planet, and it would never change. Yin Nuashing and Hui looked at each other and nodded. The latter said, "I've heard of it, but it's not very clear. I heard that the sky used to be blue." "Blue?" The blonde girl was stunned for a moment, and then she laughed out loud. "Big brother, you must have heard some irresponsible word from someone somewhere. However, similar words are said by many people. Most of them are delusional. Most people don't know what the truth is, and no one cares. A long, long time ago, so long that, I don't know how long ago, that was before the land of hope disappeared and before the veil of eternal night covered the sky. The sky used to be a brilliant golden color, just like my hair. There would also be golden air masses floating in the sky." Maybe what I heard was fake. Yin Nuashing glanced at Hui, who was laughing foolishly. Did this guy really think that every world was blue sky and white clouds? It wasn't like he hadn't seen a dark sky before. Hell was still yellow. However, the two of them didn't ask her how she knew. Her confident tone and faint sense of pride made the two of them feel interesting. Perhaps what this little girl said might be true. The sky of Sia was once golden. The golden ball rose from the extreme west and sprinkled the entire sky with golden light. At night, it would fall from the extreme north, and the golden color of the sky would slowly recede. It would be dominated by the dark night, but it wasn't really dark. Unlike the veil of eternal night now, the entire sky was dark. It was strange. At that time, there would be bright spots of light, known as the night sky lights, hanging in the sky. At that time, Suya was still a peaceful scene. Oh, that's all a lie. In fact, there would be big and small battles in Suya every day. It's just that they happened in a distant place and weren't in contact with us. But compared to now, the overall situation at that time might be peaceful as a whole. It wasn't as chaotic as today, where people are always worried about whether a disaster will happen in the next second. Yin Nuashing and Hui sighed. She quickly waved her hand and said, "Ah, I didn't mean to talk about the present. Hee." At that time, Suya was protected by a High One, which was also the main reason for the peace in Suya. The High One stood on the clouds of Suya and looked down on all living things, watching Suya quietly develop. Until one day, the High One created the Land of Hope and invited all the ambitious people of Suya to go there. Because of the High One's name, that place naturally became the most prosperous land of miracles in all of Suya. The warriors who came out of that place protected Suya. It was thought that this peace would last for a very long time, but one day, she raised her hand and pointed to the sky. The veil of eternal night appeared, and the golden sky disappeared forever. The demonic beasts lurking in the eternal night came to Suya and asked everyone in Suya to submit to them. The High One of Suya, of course, did not agree. He and the sacred army of the Land of Hope killed all the demonic beasts that came to invade. This action angered the ruler of the Veil of Eternal Night, and he sent the strongest demonic beasts to encircle the High One and the Land of Hope. He also dropped chaotic energy all over Suya. That energy was like a tide that exploded everywhere in Suya, spreading rapidly through the air and plains. Suya experienced countless natural disasters, and in just a short period of 12 days and nights. At that time, there was no longer any distinction between day and night, because the eternal night had already descended. This is just a matter of time, and in 12 days, Suya was almost completely destroyed by the chaotic energy. Suya could not even organize a basic resistance force before it was almost completely wiped out. The Land of Hope also collapsed in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, Suya lost almost all its power. The High One led the remaining 100 sacred army of the Land of Hope to resist with all their might, but in the end, they were no match for the demonic beasts in the Veil of Eternal Night and died in the deepest part of the Land of Hope. The High One's indestructible will swept through the whole of Suya and killed all the demonic beasts. After that, there was no sign of life, and only an indestructible force was left to protect the last piece of land in the Land of Hope. After that, Suya took many years to recover, and originally thought that the demonic beasts would not come again. Until millions of years ago, many more demonic beasts fell from the Veil of Eternal Night onto Suya. But this time, the power of the demonic beasts was not as strong as the last time when Suya was wiped out. However, that chaotic energy never stopped. What happened after that is what happened in Suya's modern era. It has been resisting intermittently, and no one knows when it will end or when it will end. It will probably never end. The little blonde girl sighed. Yin Nuashing and Hui turned to look at the golden light. The former said, "So, that golden spiritual grave was left behind by the High One in Suya's memory?" The little blonde girl murmured, "Remember, until now, the actions of the High One at that time are still controversial. Some people have always thought that if Suya had surrendered to the monarch of Eternal Night at that time, maybe Suya would not have fallen to such a state, and there are many people who have always thought so. If it was really to remember the High One's words, how could its spiritual grave be so cold and lonely?" Yin Nuashing let out a low sneer. We looked at the little girl and smiled. "What do you think? Do you also think that it would have been better to surrender at that time?" The little blonde girl looked at the big sister who sneered, and her eyes flashed. She shook her head hard. "It's over if we surrender. There will definitely not be a good ending. Perhaps the ending will be even more painful than death. We nodded. Perhaps the moment the High One surrendered, all life in the entire Sia continent would directly become demonic beasts, which is a manifestation of the abyss death mist. That would indeed be an ending more painful than death. Yin Nuashing straightened her face. This is a very, very distant matter. How do you know? The little blonde girl suddenly laughed and proudly stuck out her small chest. Because I am a descendant of the High One. Huffed. Low laughter came from not far away. Yin Nuashing and the others looked up and saw a few people who came here to worship letting out low laughter. That silly girl is still talking about this. She has been talking about it since she was 8 years old. It has already been 6 years. The few people talked and walked further and further away. The little blonde girl was not angry. She just smiled faintly as if she did not hear those words at all. She just looked at the big sister in front of her. Big sister, do you believe it? Yin Nuashing narrowed her eyes and looked at her. She suddenly smiled and shook her head. I don't know you, so it's hard to say. You just have to believe in yourself. You don't have to care about others. As for me, we have only met for the first time, so I will believe it. Because there is no need for you to lie to me. Even if you lie to me, it won't affect anything. Ah, the little girl was a little surprised. This was the first time she had heard such an answer. When the others heard it, they all sneered and advised her not to daydream and wake her up. Otherwise, they might as well criticize that supreme being in front of her. Uffed. The little girl laughed happily. Big sister, you are so funny. She waved her hand at Yin Nuashing and the others, then turned and walked down the mountain. She jumped with her hands behind her back, as if she was very happy. When the little girl was far away, Hui turned his head and looked at Yin Nuashing with a smile. Phone, you felt it? Of course I felt it. Yin Nuashing nodded and cracked her neck. I felt it at first glance. Hui turned around and looked at the golden ball of light and grinned. The High One in Sua back then was actually the heavenly god of origin. The weak bloodline of the heavenly god in that little girl's body is not a lie. It is already very weak, and it is almost impossible for it to awaken. Yin Nuashing crossed her arms. I have found one of the distortion points of this world, the seal of the laws. I have just deduced that the bloodline of the heavenly god of origin in that little girl is already dead. Was it caused by the war back then? I don't know, maybe. Yin Nuashing shook her head and suddenly grinned. This world is more interesting than I thought. Chapter 1175. But with the laws of that world, how could a heavenly god of origin be born? We looked at the black hole above his head in puzzlement. The laws of the worlds formed by the void are not as strong as imagined, and they're all worlds that exist on the edge of the lower plane. How strong can they be? Yin Nuashing glanced at him, then raised his head to look at the void without saying a word. Perhaps this was one of the distortions of this world. However, the explanation was very simple. Firstly, this world was originally distorted and mutated, thus giving birth to the heavenly god of origin. Secondly, that heavenly god of origin had gone to places in the upper realm, ascended to the heavenly god of origin in those places, then returned to this world, and then coincidentally encountered the abyssal death mist. Look, it was very simple to explain, but who knew the specifics? This world had gone through almost an eternity and was not destroyed. It still recorded the information of the birth of the void, as well as the energy residue at the birth of the void. Yin Nuashing did not care about those things, and it was useless to explain too much and investigate too deeply. What was important was that this world once had a heavenly god of origin, and this was an established fact that would not change. Similar experiences of Sua's world could be found in the void. The underworld swept across the 8 elemental worlds and destroyed countless worlds. In the 10 eras that the abyss death mist spread, countless worlds were destroyed. The so-called brave warriors, noble emperors, wise prophets, ordinary soldiers, and even more ordinary people, as well as the great people who were called heroes, all of whom had once left a dazzling light in their worlds, sank into eternal darkness with their worlds. Everything became a past tense and meaningless. Those were all crushed into powder under the ruthless iron hooves of the abyss death mist, silently annihilating in the depths of the void. The heavenly god of origin, the powerful heavenly god that once represented the strongest realm in the 8 elemental worlds, was just like the supreme being of SUA. It sheltered the entire SUA world and built an alliance to fight against the abyss death mist, unyielding until death. What was the end result? Its name, everything about it was drowned in the depths of the void, mercilessly washed away by the sea of time. Its land of hope collapsed, and not many people remembered that such a person once existed in this world. Only a few ancient records, and some frighteningly old scholars still had the remaining records. After being repeatedly attacked and spurred by the people of SUA, its actions became abhorrent and laughable, and everything became meaningless. Even someone as powerful as the heavenly god of origin died so silently and in such an aggrieved manner. How pitiful! Yin Nuashing let out a long sigh. You used to be great and powerful, but now you have fallen to such a state. If you were still alive and saw the world like this, and heard the songs of all life in SUA about you, how would you feel? The void has buried everything, and even the heavenly god of origin is no exception. He clapped his hands towards a golden ball of light and bowed slightly. Then he looked towards Yin Nua planet and said, if we allow them to continue developing like this, the next target will be the middle plane, the upper plane, the Saint Spirit realm, and even the God realm. Something is wrong with this world. Yin Nuashing suddenly said, the power of the underworld is like maggots eating away at this world bit by bit, but we can only watch as it continues to grow stronger and move. Our power is also very weak. I know. Hui smiled bitterly and clapped his hands until his cheeks were red. He took a deep breath and looked at Yin Nuashing with determination. But if we don't do anything when it's too late, I will feel regret for not doing anything. The divine realm needs our protection. Yin Nuashing was silent for a few seconds when he heard that. Then he suddenly smiled strangely. Hey, Hui, let me ask you a question. Hui was stunned by his strange expression. What is it? If one day you are betrayed by what you protect and become the enemy of all life, will you still be so determined? Yin Nuashing smiled sweetly, but his expression was so weak that it was a little distorted. He knew that although he didn't know everything, he knew that the only thing he knew was that the guardians were killed by the people of the divine realm, which strengthened the power of the withering laws. This was unshakable evidence. This was the evidence of the entire divine realm's crimes. The determined expression on Huey's face faded slightly, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Perhaps he was imagining that such a situation would happen, or perhaps he was thinking about something else. After a long time, he suddenly took a deep breath and revealed a somewhat indifferent and somewhat understanding smile. Feng, you're worried that we'll end up like Suya, that supreme being? That we will become notorious in the future because we couldn't protect our own world? Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly realized that SUA's current situation was a little similar. Well, although he was definitely not referring to this point, he couldn't say it out loud. He couldn't tell Hui that he would die in the future because he was killed by the people of the divine realm, so the current situation was a good excuse. So he nodded. More or less, I feel the same way. A little bit, but notoriety and whatnot. I don't care about that. Yeah. Hui grinned and held the back of his head with his arms. I would be lying if I said that I wasn't worried. No one wants to be notorious in the future, but there are some things that can't be helped, right? He smiled. The future and whatnot, let the future people talk about it. If something irresistible really happens, all I can do is do my best to do what I should do. No matter what the result is, and I don't want to give anyone an answer, at least I have to do it with a clear conscience. Yin Nuashing looked at him quietly. But, Hui, in my reality, only the fall of the Guardians is an inescapable reality. I know this is just a dream, and it's really difficult to reverse anything. But I really don't want to wait for that day to come. Even if it was already an established reality, he didn't want to be a witness. He vaguely felt something. Maybe it was because of the things that happened in this world that made him think about a lot of unnecessary things. Or maybe it was because of other reasons. In short, he just thought of this matter and he couldn't stop it from staying in his mind. He had a feeling that he returned to this time and space so that he could witness that thing happen. He couldn't say it out loud. He could only let the topic go on like this. A clear conscience? What is considered a clear conscience? Protect the divine realm until you die in battle? Phone, you're too pessimistic. Hui smiled bitterly. Of course, he knew why Star was so pessimistic from the beginning. That legendary realm was like a mountain pressing down on his head. The strongest person in the divine realm was right in front of him, and that was Feng Ling. Even the first macro world in the Eight Elements realm was like this. As for the other worlds, he really did not believe that there would be any miracles. Instead of praying for a miracle to happen in the appearance of a heavenly god of primordial, it was better to think that they would be promoted to heavenly gods of primordial before that day came. No matter what, two heavenly gods of primordial could forcefully push back this disaster, right? Yin Nuoxing looked at him, still thinking about other things in his mind. He suddenly sighed. If only he could be stronger and control everything. This was definitely not Feng Ling's idea. Such an extreme idea was definitely not something that lazy guy would think of. He didn't know what Feng Ling was thinking in the original space-time. Now that the thoughts of the three of them were running, he didn't know what he would think of. What was happening now had definitely deviated from the original track of history. However, these are just small ripples. In the river of history, there were just small currents that didn't affect the big picture. There would be a stronger force that would correct all of these. None of the major events that should happen would be absent. There will always be a way. Hui patted Yin Nuoxing's shoulder and smiled. Gods bless the divine realm. When the car reaches the mountain, there will be a way. Even if there isn't a way, the two of us can still carve out a path with our hands. Yin Nuoxing grinned and turned to walk down the small mountain. Let's go and take a look at other places. We need to understand the uniqueness of this abnormal world. If we know, there may be a way to salvage everything. That's right, everything. Even if it was just a self-deceiving dream, he still wanted to change it. In the memory of this world, he and Hui had known each other for a long time, far longer than the fetters of life. He wanted to change that future. If possible, at least he didn't want it to happen here. Hui smiled and followed Yin Nuoxing. His arms were still holding the back of his head. He said lazily, "If that's the case, I have a good place to go." "Well, I just saw it. I bet you saw it too, and you want to go there now." "Oh." Yin Nuoxing looked at him with a smile. "How about telling me the direction of the destination together?" Hui nodded. After waiting for 3 seconds, the two of them took a deep breath and said in unison, "The east. The forest that is so dark that it is emitting smoke." Hui added. Yin Nuoxing smiled. "Then let's go. This world is much smaller than the realm of the gods. It's quite easy to explore. We can't afford to waste too much time." In a shabby hut in the corner of the ruined city, a girl with long blonde hair knelt on the ground with her hands clasped together in a praying posture. In front of her was a cluster of dim golden light. After a long time, she slowly opened her eyes and looked to the east. She murmured, "The light of order will come. This eternal nightmare will finally come to an end." The girl finished praying and stood up. She lay on the bed with her arms and legs spread out. She sighed bitterly. "But ancestor, when will the light of order come? We just wait and wait. Is there really no other way? We can't even save our own world. There is only the empty echo of energy in the small room. Other than that, there was nothing else." The blonde girl stared blankly at the ceiling. She thought of the two people she saw not long ago. Her expression was a little strange. What a strange big sister. In the east of the ruined city, there was a grotesque jungle. It was not supposed to be so weird. Before the power of the abyssal death mist eroded this vibrant jungle, this vast, dark forest in a huge crater was the richest place in SUA. It was the home of countless lives. This forest followed a rugged path around the crater and inadvertently drew strange patterns. It was like a magical pattern drawn by a whimsical artist. Except for the artist himself, no one could understand it. However, the energy of the abyssal death shroud had distorted the mountains and forests here, turning the once vibrant forest into a twisted and grotesque place filled with nightmares. It had become a place where the abyssal death shroud spread, but strangely, there were no spawns of the abyssal death shroud emerging from here, nor were there any creatures that would cause one scalp to go numb and foam at the mouth to lose their sanity. However, when the forest was completely infected, all life within 1,000 miles was extinguished as if by agreement, and there was not a single trace of life left on the land. The extreme point of distortion in the SUA world. Well, a point of distortion in all normal things. It's hard to imagine that the abyssal black hole is so close, but this world only has such a corroded place. We looked down at the indescribably dark mountain forest from high above and grinned. This should have been a fairly normal phenomenon in Swari. It was so close to the black hole of the abyss, so it was normal for any kind of distortion to occur. However, it was said that those demonic beasts, that is the abyss death mist derivatives, fell directly from the black hole of the abyss. In the whole of Swari, the only place they could observe was this frighteningly dark one. The jungle must have been very beautiful before it became like this. Yin Nuashing and Hui both firmly believed that at least it would not be the scene they saw now, the scene where life was cut off. Yin Nuashing and Hui landed on the top of the mountain. They looked at the dark, ancient trees, which were thousands of feet tall. The trees, which were taller than the mountain, swayed in the wind as if they were about to fall from the sky. I don't think there's anything to see here. Hui held Yin Nuashing's shoulder, his whole body in the air, as he looked into the distance. He lowered his head and looked at him. The jungle is corroded by the abyssal death mist. How is it? Did you see anything? Nothing. Or rather, I didn't expect to see anything. Yin Nuashing shook his head. I'm just a little curious, so I came to take a look. The cornerstone, which is so deeply corroded but does not give birth to the abyssal death mist spawn. Then again, do you think this cornerstone really did not give birth to the abyssal death mist spawn? What do you mean? Hui and Yin Nuashing's eyes met, and he frowned. Once upon a time, I once knew a place that also had a powerful cornerstone, and the degree of corrosion was even more serious than here. Of course, it gave birth to a large number of abyssal death mist spawn. Well, although the two situations are not the same, both are mutations. Let's ignore that for now. What I want to say is that half of the abyssal death mist spawn that were transferred. Transferred. Hui was stunned for a moment. Yin Nuashing nodded. The abyssal death mist spawn. Even the low-level ones, those without sentience, have the ability to transfer. As he spoke, he pointed at the forest before them. Maybe this is an effective cornerstone, but the things that were born have all run away. Hui jumped down from Yin Nuashing's shoulder and waved his hand. Where could they have gone? I don't know. It's just my guess. Yin Nuashing shrugged. Let's go in. Hui scratched his head and followed him as he watched him walk into the forest. He always trusted what Feng said, just like he trusted the truth of this world. That's right. Feng's words were basically the truth. The two of them walked through the twisting mountain forest, following the rugged mountain rocks down into the depths of the forest. There was no such thing as a path in front of them, and the air was extremely uncomfortable. There was also a large amount of abyss death mist remaining. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them weren't ordinary people, they would have long been affected by the oppressive atmosphere here. We looked around. All he saw were weird and twisted plants, and they were squirming and moving all the time. Even the ground under their feet would suddenly collapse or bulge as they walked. There was instability everywhere. The twisted rules, time, and space had created this nightmarish scene. He and Yin Nuashing even saw two trees using the roots below as their feet and walked out along the ridge with a foot. Saplings would grow wildly in the pits, and they could grow half a foot tall in just a minute. A huge rock protruding from the mountain wall suddenly turned into black lava, and after flowing for a distance, it turned into black ice. I think I will have nightmares sooner or later, Hui said casually. Yin Nuashing was stunned for a moment and looked at him. You have nightmares? When you have nightmares, I'm afraid the sky will fall. Hui laughed and waved his hand. You have moments when you are awake. Why can't I have nightmares? Yin Nuashing stuck out her tongue. When Hui said that, he just remembered that he did not know when he became much more awake. Of course, The feeling of laziness had been in his spiritual power, but it seemed to be temporarily suppressed. This was the victory of quarter moon and yin nuashing. In the dark and twisted forest, there seemed to be nothing but these nightmarish scenes. Yin nuashing and Hui both felt so. After walking for a long distance, when they almost could not stand the scene here, they inexplicably felt the fluctuation of order. That feeling was like finding a piece of ice in the depths of the sun. A faint light, very faint, passed into the eyes of the two through the layers of twisted trees. The faint divine light, the faint light of order, and the fluctuation of divine right were not any of the fluctuations of divine right that they recognized. In the depths of the twisted forest, it was like a spark in the dark night, dim but extremely eye-catching. There is actually the existence of the light of order in this place that is twisted into the sea of rules, Hui said with a little surprise after sensing for a moment. Yin Nuashing squinted slightly and looked at the light of the stars for a while. She said, "It's a weapon." "Weapon?" Hui turned back to look at her and used his thumb to point into the depths of the Ring Mountain Forest. "It can't be the weapon of Sua, the Empyrean god of origin, right? It can emit such a degree of light of order. Logically speaking, only something of that level of person can do that." "Huh. That Supreme One hasn't given up on this world yet." Yin Nuashing let out an ambiguous laugh. "Shall we go and have a look?" "There is nowhere to go. Let's go and have a look." Chapter 1176. The huge black tree roots that protruded out of the ground and some forests that were printed with blood-red light interweaved to form a winding path. Yin Nuashing and Hui jumped around in the huge tree roots, and they couldn't even walk properly. In just a few minutes, they almost became two bouncing rabbits. The black trees and shrubs hid the remains of some collapsed buildings. They were not ordinary buildings. They looked a bit like towers or something else. Dim charms were engraved all over the building debris. They had lost all their energy and were as dim as imprints. They might have had some special effect in the past, or used to resist something, or used to guard something. At this moment, they had lost all their brilliance. Yin Nuashing followed behind Hui lazily, jumping between the tree roots and the forest. The only colors that could be recognized were the crazy blood red and black. The tree roots, which were several feet long, danced wildly in the air like vines. It reminded Yin Nuashing of the tree she saw in the ghost forest. They didn't rush directly towards the golden light spot. It was covered by something, and they couldn't get close to it directly. They had to follow a special method to walk around the mountain forest to get in. It was like walking through a maze. Of course, there were other ways. They just had to blast through this place. However, if they destroyed the maze here, the light of order in the middle would also be destroyed. After walking for some time, Yin Nuashing suddenly stopped. She looked at Huey's back in front of her and said, "Hui, we've been here for half an hour and disappeared. You just volunteered that the things in this tiny place couldn't stop you. I trusted you quite a bit." Yin Nuashing pointed at the big tree under her feet and said, "This is the 12th time we've passed by here." The back in front of them trembled. Hui turned his head stiffly and gave Yin Nuashing an extremely bright, silly smile. He swung his long black hair and jumped over from the spot that was more than 10 meters away. He landed in front of Yin Nuashing with a thud and pressed his hands on her shoulders. He looked at her affectionately and said, "Feng, I just want to give you a chance to show off. I can't bear to." Yin Nuashing pointed to the side and said, "Get lost." "Oh." Looking at Hui, who was squatting weakly at the side, Yin Nuashing shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He had long known that this guy was as reliable as always, so reliable that he would lead others into the pit. Previously, it was fine if he didn't walk around randomly. Before entering the maze, he found the way. Now, after walking around for half a day, he was lost. The characteristics of this maze were easy to understand. It was a relatively special array, something similar to a magic array. However, he did not know what the magic array in the Otherworld was called, so he just called it that. The complexity of this maze depended on the time they spent in it. In other words, the longer they were in the dark forest, the harder it would be to get out. That was why he said that he had found the way at the beginning, but now he was almost completely lost. However, the destination was still there. How to get there was still a problem. Hui stuck out his tongue and smiled foolishly. Of course, he also saw the characteristics of this maze, but he was really not good at finding the way. Why did he volunteer to open the way? God knows what he was thinking at that time. He just walked forward without thinking. Well, he messed up and still needed Feng to clean up the mess. But this was not the first time this had happened. Yin Nuoxing stood on tiptoe and kicked a tree root twice. He pursed his lips and looked at the forest. His eyes emitted a faint, colorful light, and his vision changed in front of him. He really did not expect to use the observer's eye in this corner of the void. Go this way. Yin Nuoxing pointed to a place. Hui quickly jumped up and followed behind him with a silly smile. He followed his lead deep into the dark forest, and at the same time was vigilant of the surrounding situation. When he was focused on breaking the array, he did not have much energy to notice other things. At this time, he needed to be vigilant of the surroundings. Yes, they had a tacit understanding from years of interaction. It was always necessary to be vigilant in an unfamiliar place. However, Yin Nuoxing did not think that anything could be born on SUA that could threaten them. Even the Abyss Death Mist spawn could not. He was very relaxed and focused on breaking the array. The two of them passed through the wreckage of some collapsed buildings, and the surrounding scenery finally became unfamiliar. This time, they really went deep into the dark forest, and they could see more building fragments. The fragments at the corners barely pieced together a strange building that looked like a pyramid, a tower, a rhombus, and so on, and it should be engraved with quite a lot of runes and charms. Yin Nuoxing felt that if the observers I was not wrong, this should be some kind of defensive building. Defensive? Did a battle happen in this forest? We listened to him and showed a thoughtful look. He looked around, but there are no signs of battle here. Well, even if there was, it should have been destroyed. It has been so long. Yin Nuoxing nodded in agreement. He stood still and closed his eyes. His soul and consciousness gradually spread out in all directions. The entire dark forest, the building debris, and the surrounding distorted scenery merged into his mind. He gradually seemed to be able to recall what had happened here years ago. In this twisted forest, there were soldiers in silver-green armor. They surrounded the strange, tower-like building. The energy of the towers in the forest was connected to each other to form a thick defensive barrier. Inside the barrier, there were various soldiers who could use long-range energy attacks, forming a defensive line against invisible enemies. Perhaps there was no way to manifest, but from the current situation of this place, it could be inferred that it was most likely against the Abyss Death Mist spawn. The strange tower-like building that was surrounded by soldiers shone as bright as the sun. The energy released by the runes all over the tower turned into a solid ring that surged out in all directions. The divine power and the majestic breath of life could be felt even after countless years. The rumbling energy exploded around the defensive barrier. Perhaps there were enemies coming in from all directions. The rumbling energy from within the barrier rushed out in all directions. But still, it could not stop the swarm of enemies. The energy of the demonic beasts landed on the barrier and only caused a burst of energy sparks. Yin Nuoxing could not see the damage of the Abyss Death Mist spawn. It was probably a stalemate. The soldiers were trapped inside the barrier and could not get out. The demonic beasts could not attack this place. Well, that was probably the case. But the situation collapsed in the next second. The battle did not last long. The collapse came very suddenly. The Abyss Death Mist erupted from within the defensive barrier and directly swallowed all the soldiers. The soldiers who had lost their minds destroyed the tower-like building themselves. The defensive barrier disappeared. The invisible enemies knocked down the forest and the tower-like building, crushing everything in their way. The dregs of the Abyss Death Mist fell to the ground and corroded the ground, dyeing it a deathly black. The whole process ended like a game. The defensive position collapsed from the inside. It was so fast that even he could not see clearly what had happened. Everything was over. Yin Nuoxing was just about to come back to his senses when he felt his arm being touched. Thinking that it was Hui looking for him, he quickly came back to his senses. Just as he looked to the right, his face turned pale. It was a black, eight-legged creature. It was a resident of the forest and was very common. It liked to make webs and was high in protein. Perhaps it was poisonous. Looking at the patterns and the color of the runes infected by the abyss death mist, it did not look like an ordinary creature. It probably fell from a tree. There was a black thread on its butt. More importantly, it was as big as a wash basin. It was almost 1 or 2 meters long when stretched out. Even the fine hairs on its legs could be seen clearly. It was still moving. It was still moving and falling. And from the looks of it, it was probably this thing that touched his arm just now. It was rotten. He was going to die. Yin Nuashing's face was cold and calm. His cold gaze made the wash basin-sized creature feel that he was not someone to be trifled with. Its black eyes rolled around and reflected his extremely cold gaze. After thinking for a while, it kept the thread and climbed up. Yin Nuashing even heard the sound of creaking legs. Seeing that the creature only calmly retracted his gaze after climbing up the tree, the corners of his eyes twitched fiercely. You've come back to your senses? What did you see? Hui walked over from the side and said. However, when he saw Yin Nuashing's expression, he was stunned. Foam? Why is your face so pale? Yin Nuashing turned his head stiffly and looked at him stiffly. He stretched out his fingers stiffly and pointed at the wash basin-sized creature that was standing on the tree branch and was about to build a nest. He said stiffly, How are you guarding it? Do you know that there won't be any bones left within a meter of me? Hui looked at the wash basin-sized creature and saw that he looked like he was about to faint. He rubbed his arms with goosebumps all over his body and finally understood what had happened. He couldn't help but hold his stomach and laugh. He slapped him hard. Feng, you're actually afraid of this little thing. Ha. As the observer of the realm of the gods, looking at the entire void. Except for the underworld, you're practically standing at the top of the void. You're actually afraid of this little thing. I thought you had already overcome it? Yin Nuashing sat down on the ground after being slapped. His whole body was trembling. My legs are weak. I can't walk anymore. That thing is as big as a wash basin. Hui laughed even harder. The Spider King of a certain demon clan in the realm of the gods is as big as 1,000,000 miles. If you really want to talk about its size, you can find an even bigger one. Yin Nuashing almost fainted when she thought of that thing. After a long while, Yin Nuashing lay on Hui's back. Her whole body was still trembling. She was still guiding him on the right path. She couldn't help but mutter, as big as a wash basin. I touched it. I was only 1 step away from fainting. Hui, who had a big bump on his head, grimaced in pain. He even used all his strength to carry Yin Nuashing on his back. Ouch! You're about to faint from fright, but you still have the strength to hit me. It hurts so much. Who told you to laugh? Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes. Hui laughed bitterly and turned back to look at the guy who was as big as a wash basin. Fortunately, Yin Nuashing had tensed up and was not scared to the point of losing his mind. Otherwise, that unlucky guy would have ascended to heaven together with this forest, and not even dregs would be left. As the two of them got closer to the golden light, the distortion in the dark forest became even more exaggerated. Yin Nuashing's eyes were still replaying what had happened here. She saw the tide of darkness tearing this place apart from the inside out. She saw the soldiers in silver-green armor falling one after another. Those who fell and those who were still standing let out frenzied and meaningless roars. She didn't know what they were calling for, but they charged forward without fear of death. Even if some people here would become part of the enemy in the next second, they were still fearless. Something. I feel like the retroactive image directly assimilated this space. We could also see it clearly. When he heard those people's shouts, he couldn't help but frown. It sounds a little like the first generation's divine language. The first generation's divine language. Yin Nuashing suddenly stopped trembling. She turned her head and looked at him. It sounded a little familiar. Did you tell me about it before? Hui nodded. We once tidied up the bottom of the sea of precepts in the realm of the gods. Do you still remember? Yin Nuashing thought carefully and nodded. A little. The realm of the gods recorded mysterious information about the birth of the Dayuan realm. Almost all of it was accumulated at the bottom of the Sea of Precepts. At that time, I felt an inexplicable vibration, so I followed you to the bottom of the Sea of Precepts in the realm of the gods to take a look. In the end, we didn't find anything, right? Hui was stunned for a moment. He laughed dryly. It's not that we didn't find anything. I just had some extra gains. Oh, I remember now. At that time, you told me something about the first generation's divine language. Yin Nuoxing suddenly came to a realization. She finally remembered. Hui nodded. That's it. It's just a little fragment. There are a lot of things hidden at the bottom of the Sea of Precepts. It's all incomprehensible information that can no longer be understood. So, I only know a little bit. It sounded a little like those roars you heard just now. Yin Nuoxing looked at the soldiers who fell like they were cutting chives. She couldn't help but frown. 3 or 4 similar. If only one syllable is similar, then it's nothing. But every sentence is like some kind of prayer from the previous era, or words spoken during a battle. Huey's cheeks twitched. Well, I can't remember. Anyway, that's what it is. But the syllables have changed a lot. It's a little closer to the current universal language. The two fell silent at the same time. They walked quietly on the road. Everything around them didn't stop. The soldiers in silver-green armor kept falling. Gradually, a black aura came out from the ground. The ground was corroded by the abyss death mist. What a strange place. Yin Nuoxing sighed. Since the last destruction of the primordial realm, this world has become a little strange. Well, it's all the information we got from the bottom of the Sea of Precepts. Two pieces of information pointing to 2 completely different worlds. It's very strange. After the destruction of the primordial realm, many loopholes appeared in the world. It became a little strange. The primeval god can no longer appear. It's an extreme manifestation of this influence. We also agreed. Both of them deliberately changed the topic. In fact, they were thinking about the problem of this world. The world that was born at the beginning of the void was also related to the divine language. The destruction of the primordial realm that time wiped out 99% of the worlds in the grand primordial realm. Many things were not left behind. The realm of the gods, the Saint Spirit realm, and the Chanyuan realm were almost blown into powder. Now, they even suspected that this world was left behind from the previous era. Then, it just so happened that 1% of the survivors was here. Nonsense, right? Well, in fact, they were more or less convinced. Because it really didn't make sense. There were so many coincidences. Well, if the previous coincidences could be attributed to the underworld, then this time, when it involved a language that was similar to the first generation's divine language and the common language of all races, it was impossible for them not to think too much. Yin Nuoxing patted Huey's head and jumped down from his back. Looking at the bright golden light that passed through a thick wall of trees in front of them, she could not help but squint. Across a dozen, or even an unknown number of eras, the divine energy had washed away the backtracking images. The real scene appeared in front of them. They could already feel the high divinity energy. Phone! Hui stood beside him and looked at the golden light cover in front of them. The timeline has been cut off. The rules and causality have been cut off. This is a completely independent tomb. I'm afraid there's a big guy buried in it. Yin Nuoxing nodded. He also felt it. It was an independent tombstone, independent of this world. There was nothing here except for that thing. Nothing would exist. This was the burial method used by high-ranking gods like them. It was simple and quick, and they did not need the help of others. That's right, this was used by high-ranking gods to bury themselves. A funeral without a coffin was forever independent of everything and existed forever with the world. I found the second distortion point, but it's a man-made distortion point. The energy that permeates from here is very weak. It's so weak that you can't find the energy trail after you leave this dark forest. But it's definitely there. This energy affects this world. Not just SUA, but also this world of light. Hui grinned. Are we going in? Breaking that eternal stagnation won't alarm anything, right? This world can't afford any more torment now. It won't. Yin Nuashing snapped his fingers and grinned. Probably, it was an eternal place detached from all restraints. There were no rules, no causality, and no time. Space was just an imaginary thing that existed. The images around them that had not been eliminated were about to end. But unfortunately, when they saw this place, it was already a brilliant golden light. They could not see what was inside. After the tide of darkness, which had already become blurry, hit the layer of golden light, the two collided and the energy canceled each other out. In the end, the tide of darkness disappeared. The bright sun-like barrier also faded and gradually became transparent. No, there's something inside. Yin Nuashing looked at the image. His vision was divided into two halves. The left half was the present, and the right half was the projected image. It cut the golden barrier into two halves. At this moment, the color of the right half of the golden barrier gradually became similar to the left half. It was about to become the same. In the transparent golden light, he saw something similar to talismans and magic circles. The two of them did not recognize it. Well, that was nonsense. That was the special product of this world. They had not even tried to understand it. So how could they recognize it? The tide of darkness and the army of darkness seemed to have gone crazy. They desperately crashed into the golden barrier. The soldiers were all gone. They were either crushed by the abyssal death mist or assimilated into a part of the derivative and disappeared after crashing into the barrier. The energy of the abyssal death mist was rapidly weakening the energy of the golden barrier. However, before the tide of darkness crashed into the golden barrier, an incomparably powerful energy suddenly burst out from the divine domain. It was full of strong obsession and was so strong that it was almost crazy. The breath of life was like an exploding storm that swept across the entire Suja continent in an instant. The golden and green energy turned into a sacred storm and turned into a beam of light that rushed into the sky. In the sacred land in the center of the storm, there were sacred runes and talismans that were almost burning. The runes that were driven by self-destruction were torn apart when the sacred storm exploded. The energy turned into a shockwave that swept across the Suja continent, crushing all the tide of darkness that was entrenched on the Suja continent into particles. The battle that filled the entire Suja continent ended in an instant. All the remaining energy of the abyssal death mist was gathered here and suppressed here. The inextinguishable will of the Most High swept across Suja and killed all the demonic beasts. Thinking of what the little girl said, we could not help but gulp. He looked at the mountain and said, "Damn, this place is the destroyed land of hope? That is to say, the Most High is buried here? It's suppressed here. No wonder there are no derivatives." Yin Nuashing frowned. Obviously, he thought of the same thing, but he did not agree. If that's the case, then the Most High was planning to die together with the demonic beasts from the beginning? Can't a heavenly god of origin really deal with these shiny cannon fodder? We thought about it carefully and felt that it was true. What appeared here was only the tide of darkness and the army of darkness, not the real people of the underworld. These abyssal death mist derivatives were just the minions of the minions that they made. Even if they had the power of a heavenly god, they were only heavenly gods. How could the heavenly god of origin not be able to deal with them? What do you mean? Yin Nuashing looked up and pointed to the sky. There should be two battlefields, but the things that were left here should be related to the Most High. Well, there should be no problem with that. But the source of the battle that ended the entire Suja continent is definitely here, Hui said. Yin Nuashing nodded and turned his head to look at the barrier. All the images had ended and everything had disappeared, leaving only the ruins left behind by the storm. Yin Nuashing waved his hand. Let's not worry about that first. The place where the Most High fell is in the land of hope, in another place in this world. Now, Hui followed his gaze and looked at the golden barrier. He nodded. Let's take a look at that thing first. Chapter 1177. The source of all the high divinity energy was the only high divinity energy left in the Suya continent. Even the heavenly god-tier life form on Suya did not have such divinity. That high-level life form was indeed a heavenly god-tier life form. Even if it was weaker than the heavenly gods in the upper planes, such as the realm of the gods, it was still a heavenly god-tier life form. However, it did not have the divinity and rules that were comparable to its own realm. There was no way to understand it now. Yin Nuashing could not tell if it was just a facade. But anyway, it was a heavenly god with flaws, and the flaws were fatal. A heavenly god without the divinity and rules that corresponded to its realm was almost like losing its core, and its corresponding characteristics would be reduced. To put it bluntly, it was a god wearing the skin of a heavenly god. This was the third distortion point that the two of them had found, but there was still a question mark behind this distortion point. There were many things that were not confirmed yet. They had found it when they arrived not long ago. As for it, it was unlikely that it had found them. Otherwise, it would have come out at this moment to do something. Yin Nuashing and Hui looked at each other and nodded. The energy in their bodies fluctuated weakly. The massive divine energy formed a layer of relatively stable rules around them. They thought for a moment and did not intend to break the eternal stagnation in the golden shield. They held on to the layer of stable rules and hoped that they would not break the stagnation. But there was nothing they could do if they accidentally broke it. Nothing special would happen anyway. On the other hand, a small part of the distortion of the rules of this world was related to the golden shield. The overly powerful divine energy was like a fishbone stuck in the throat of the rules, making it impossible to repair. But on the other hand, it also suppressed the abyssal death mist of this world. But it only suppressed the abyssal death mist that had been left on Suya. It could not do anything to the new ones. After passing through the golden barrier, he felt as if he was entering water. His vision didn't experience any dizziness, but it suddenly turned from blurry to clear. The degree of change was similar to when he woke up in the morning and rubbed his eyes. The scene inside the golden barrier immediately became clear. After a few shakes, a blurry thing slowly appeared. It was a scepter, the scepter of divine authority. It exuded the aura of a higher god, or more accurately, the divine energy of the Empyrean god of origin. It seemed to still be floating about a foot above the ground. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the handle of the scepter was full of cracks. It was already broken, and even its core had been destroyed. The divine energy had completely leaked into this space, but it was sealed by the golden light shield and did not leak out at all. As soon as Yin Nuashing and Hui entered, they were hit in the face by an extremely rich divine energy. This energy was not full of destruction. They did not know if all the destructive energy had been released in the past. What was left here was pure divine energy that had been accumulated for countless years. The two calmed down and looked around. This was a pure golden space. The space was like a bowl of golden liquid that was constantly rippling with golden ripples. There was no land, no sky. As they expected, this was a completely isolated space. Moreover, they did not cause any movement in this space when they entered. The core that maintained this space had collapsed and was floating alone in this space like a time ghost. This is probably the scepter of the heavenly god of origin. He crossed his arms and looked at the broken scepter. He pondered for a moment. Unless this Sua is really so evil that he can give birth to two heavenly gods of origin. Yin Nuashing looked at the broken barrier and shook her head slightly. It might not be possible to give birth, but it should be possible to maintain two heavenly gods of origin. However, this information was not very useful, so it was not a problem to keep a secret. The two walked forward for a distance and approached the broken scepter. Hui suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of Yin Nuashing. It's about time to come out, right? A ghost that has crossed countless times. Do you really think that we can't find you? There was a slight movement in the golden, soup-like space. There was an invisible energy surging in this space. A wave of divine energy swept across, causing Yin Nuashing and Hui to tremble. Yin Nuashing glared at Hui and blinked hard. She meant, I didn't even notice the existence of a ghost here. How did you find it? Hui's eyes were also blinking. I guessed it. Yin Nuashing. She turned her head speechlessly and looked at the place where the space rippled. The golden soup-like space in front of them was squirming rapidly, and a figure slowly appeared. It was a figure with a sage-like demeanor. He was wearing a silver-green robe, and his hair and beard were white. Although his face was a little old, he was very spirited. Speaking of which, does a ghost have a spirited spirit? That figure appeared and slowly opened his eyes. He gently lifted his eyes to look at the two uninvited guests who had barged into this eternally stagnant space. Suddenly, he slowly exhaled and said, "So, the latecomers have finally arrived." The common language of all races, it was very normal. At the end of the previous era, and in this era, almost all places use this language. We wanted to change the name of the language to the common language of all realms. If he went to other worlds, he would be able to hear this language. It was as if the four seas were his hometown. It was used in almost the entire 8 elements realm. "So, who are you?" Hui looked at the ghost and raised his hand to point at the scepter. Is it the scepter's consciousness or the scepter's master? Neither. These words were said by Yun Nuashing, causing Hui to be stunned. The old man with white hair and beard also looked at the former, only to hear him slowly say, "It is a mixture of the weapon wielder and the scepter's consciousness." Hui thought for a moment and understood what it meant. When the tide of darkness came, the weapon wielder forcibly used the scepter's energy to repel all the demonic beasts on the Suja continent. Hui was also swallowed by the divine power because he overstepped his authority to use the weapon of the heavenly god of origin. The scepter was on the verge of collapse due to the exhaustion of energy, and the weapon wielder's consciousness was assimilated by it. Well, that must be it. He can also think properly. The old man's eyes were still a little hazy and a little confused. He looked at Yin Nuashing and Yin Nuashing. His long white eyebrows gradually relaxed as if he had finished sensing. He then bowed. "Greetings, noble gods. Are you still awake?" Hui said and waved his hand. "Forget it. The two consciousnesses have fused and slept for so long. It is impossible to stay awake. Well, we are from the outside. This is nonsense. Do you still remember what happened to this world? Tell us what you remember. The world is in a mess now, and we don't know where to go." The old man shook his head and thought hard for a while. As Hui wished, he shook his head. "I don't remember anything." Hui sighed. "Then you should still remember the reason why you stayed here, right? Why are you still asking?" Yin Nuashing raised one of her folded hands. "This place was left after the explosion. The remaining energy was used to suppress and guard this world." Hui slapped his face. He felt that his IQ had dropped a little. He did not know if it was because he had just been punched by Hui. The white-haired old man could probably be called the scepter's consciousness. He shook his head in a daze. "That seems to be the case. But there should be something else. Master, the Most High told us." "Well, that's your business. God knows what's going on in your internal affairs." Yin Nuashing shrugged. She turned around and pulled Hui out. "Let's go. We won't be able to find anything here for a while." "Wait a minute." The scepter's consciousness suddenly stretched out his hand. However, his face was still in a daze. Yin Nuashing waved her hand. "We won't leave this world for the time being. We still have to look for some special places in this world. We won't stay here. You have been awakened by us. Be honest and tidy up the broken memories in your mind. Before you need our help, you have to first help us solve our purpose of coming here." Yin Nuashing waved her hand and interrupted the scepter's consciousness. She pulled Hui and jumped out of the golden cauldron, leaving the old man standing there in a daze. Memories. The old man slowly sat down cross-legged. He looked at the broken scepter in a daze. He looked at the strange space. His eyes flashed with a golden color. He suddenly opened his mouth and said to himself, "The realm of the gods. Who is that?" I have to warn them, standing high in the sky and looking down at the twisted dark forest below, Hui tilted his head and looked at Yin Nuashing. "Phone, are we just going to ignore it? Don't worry about it for the time being. It was an accident that we awakened that consciousness. However, it was also a witness and participant in the battle back then. Maybe it knows something that has been buried in history. Maybe it knows something about this world." Yin Nuashing waved her long black hair. "It's an unexpected gain. However, it can't help much now. Let's wait for it to tidy up its memories first." We only felt a little dizzy. The process of thinking was obviously beyond his ability to think. "Huh, I'm already dizzy. I've forgotten why I came to this world. Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes at him. We found the tomb of the world's light in the depths of the void. We saw the giant guarding the tomb. This buried void might have something that the underworld wants, so we came in. We found that this place had been transformed into a breeding ground for the abyssal death mist. We found the core of the breeding ground and followed the world's light all the way to this world's light. Then we accidentally found that this was a special world and found the world of SUA. Now, we're looking for the distortion point on the continent of SUA, looking for the reason why SUA is a special continent. Yin Nuashing felt dizzy as she spoke. So what are we doing? God knows. We was just a step away from foaming at the mouth. Anyway, I only know that we have deviated from our original goal. Yin Nuashing crossed her arms. Not necessarily. This world has been fighting against the abyssal death mist for so many years. Aren't you curious? If we can find some way to effectively counter the abyssal death mist on this continent of SUA, Hui sobered up a little and continued. Will we have a higher chance of winning against the underworld? At least we won't die so miserably. Hui was speechless. Anyway, the underworld had that level of heavenly deity. They would die whether they fought or not. At least they could die with dignity. But if they were going to die, what was the use of dignity? Yin Nuashing sighed. He had hidden something. His curiosity about this world mostly came from that voice. The voice had pulled him into a strange place for the second time. He always felt that that was the main purpose of his coming to this world. It was a very inexplicable feeling. It directly surged into his mind, bypassed his thinking process, and crashed into his mind and left a mark. Although it was a search, it was actually wandering around like a headless fly. He did not have any good ideas. There was no clear destination at all. So where should we go now? We looked around and looked in one direction. Go to find the land of hope, the place where that supreme person fell. Yin Nuashing pondered for a moment and nodded. She said, we have to go, but there's no rush. Now, let's see if the ancient royal family and the people of the realm of the gods have found anything. 139th Era, the realm of the gods. The blazing sun had temporarily set, and not a single cloud could be seen in the sky. Oh, that was nonsense. After being bombarded by the stars for such a long time, even the night had been blasted away. There wasn't even a trace of water vapor in the air. The mountains, rivers, and lakes in the Source Peak region and the Extreme Plain region had all evaporated, leaving behind only craters. Looking at the two regions, there wasn't even a single mountain over 100 meters tall to be found. The scorched earth and the air that exuded a strange stench, like the unique smell of farts mixed with something rotten. In short, it was disgusting. The two large regions had sunk hundreds of feet in the ground, with huge abysses all over the land and even penetrating the bottom of the world. The smallest of those huge craters was 10 billion miles wide, and the larger ones were even more exaggerated. Looking down from the sky, the two large regions were full of pockmarks, as if they had grown a face full of pockmarks. If the land of some other world had endured such an impact, it would have been cut in half in a matter of minutes. It was said that the energy released at the moment when each star shone at its brightest was equivalent to the impact of splitting the world apart. So, here came the question. How many times was the energy released by the self-detonation of these massive objects tainted with the energy of the void when they crashed into the divine realm? In a single day, the divine realm had been split apart tens of billions of times. Golden brilliance was sprawled out on the edge of the Source Peak region. Behind him was Star Spirit City, which had been emptied but was still intact. He was panting like a dying dog, and his sweat had soaked the ground. There was still a faint black aura drifting around him, and the corpses of those huge monsters were slowly disappearing. Motherf asterisk cur. Golden Brilliance was so tired that he cursed without any grace. He rolled his eyes and looked at the clear sky. The light was still very bright. The light of the detonated suns would stay here for a long time. It had even overshadowed the light of the two suns in the realm of the gods. Finally done. I can rest for a day. Forget it. One day it is. Jean, Kang 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 kang. Kang 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 kang. At the border between the Source Peak region and the Divine Prefecture, Yihong helped to stabilize the portal and expand it to the maximum extent. Below them were countless people who had passed through the portal. He watched as those people finally listened to his command and were being transferred to other regions. He could not help but let out a sigh of relief. These guardians who refused to give up until they saw the coffin finally knew what fear was after this wave of stars. Finally, their desire to live had been aroused. They could leave without being chased away. This was really a cause for celebration, a cause for celebration. What a cause for celebration. Damn it, did they risk their lives like dogs in the borderlands just to escort these people who had no desire to live away from this place that had now become hell? Motherf asterisk cur. Cough, cough, as the saying goes, enduring for a while makes the wind calm. As an Empyrean god, he had to have his own demeanor and bearing. Thinking about it carefully, these things were not so serious. In the end, they all survived. This was a good result. He had saved hundreds of billions of lives. Thinking about it this way made him feel much better. You see, taking a step back, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. How many people did they lose? Well, they were actually the people of the Guardian forces. However, they were forcefully pulled onto this chariot. It was not like they could jump off the chariot. Every soldier of the Guardian forces was a precious force. If he had not just learned that the Nine Gods Temple had prepared a special ceremony to protect those people, he would have destroyed the city under his feet. 10,000 people. At least 10,000. The Guardian forces had few people to begin with, and these 10,000 people had all died in the Source Peak domain. They were all Emperor gods, and there were even more who had died with them. However, he did not feel that the damned people of the latter deserved his pity at all. He had said all the good things, but they did not run away no matter what. Now, they were only willing to flee after letting the people of the Guardian forces die with them. What was this? What the hell was this? Damn it. Lord Yun. I know. What was that lord thinking? He was gnashing his teeth as he spoke. Yuan Feiyong and the others, who were connected to his spirit, fell silent for a moment. They were so tired that they were half dead, and even they had almost suffered heavy losses. It was easy to let one's imagination run wild when one was tired. They could not help but frown when they thought about the reports from the various forces of the Guardian forces. The entire Guardian forces had been reduced by nearly a third. What should they do next? There was still the rain of stars, eyeing them covetously. What could they do by dragging out their last breaths for a day? No matter how powerful the spiritual temple was, they could not revive all 10,000 Emperor gods in a day. Yuan Feiyong looked at the scorched earth outside the barrier of stars and could not help but sigh and shake his head. What a terrible price to pay. All of this could have been avoided. That female god could not help but sigh. Her eyes were full of complex emotions, and she did not know what to think. Inside the 9 temples, the Temple of Light was located in a group of illusory, cloud-like transparent buildings on the floating island. Temple Master She, Temple Master Guang, and some of the higher-ups of the Guardian forces walked into the main hall in the middle of the transparent buildings. The door that was pushed open slowly closed behind them. There seemed to be a heavy sound of the door closing, but nothing seemed to be heard. Wow, so this is the spiritual temple. What a miraculous place. Was it all built with spiritual power? Chu Yingzhan could not help but cry out in surprise when she walked into the place. She, a little girl. This is the resting place of all the departed souls. Don't disturb their temporary rest. Temple Master Guang raised a finger in front of his mouth and whispered. Chu Yingzhan immediately stopped talking. Little Purple Soul and the other girls also quickly covered their mouths with their little hands to show that they would not make a fuss. The central hall was very spacious. Due to the restrictions of the power of laws, the space here was infinite. It extended endlessly, and there was no end to it. It could accommodate as many people as it wanted. In the center of this spacious hall, There were rows of dim stars neatly arranged from bottom to top. There were thousands of stars, and there seemed to be no end to them. These stars were all fragments of a soul. They were fragments of a soul that had been separated from one's body and contained part of one's information. Even if one's body was destroyed outside, it could still be restored to its original state through this temple, and it would be the same. Little Star used forbidden methods and the power of the observer and guardian to create this distorted creation, the spiritual temple. Temple Master Jean looked up at the rows of stars and could not help but sigh. The two gods of the Xian family sighed and shook their heads. If it were not for the observer's methods, I'm afraid that all of our guardian forces would have been destroyed in this rain of stars. I can feel our aura. Golden Queen twisted her neck awkwardly and muttered, "Although I know it's because of the fragments of our souls that we left behind, I can feel mine too," Xian said. "Huh, boss. Nightmare's expression was a little strange. He sighed and did not know what to say. Chapter 1178. Faint whispers echoed through the transparent sacred palace, as if there were souls whispering something. The faint whispers lingered in everyone's ears, causing them to fall silent. After entering this place, they couldn't help but relax. However, not everyone relaxed. Chu Yingxian felt her scalp tingle as she heard the whistling sounds that sounded like a great wind blowing through a narrow space. "These are the people who died in battle?" Qingyan asked as she pointed at the shining stars. The barrier's consciousness's eyes flashed with a silver-blue light. He nodded. "They only have a few soul fragments left. It will take them 5 days to fully recover." "Then what is their condition now?" Golden Princess asked softly. "Dead." Everyone let out a sigh of relief. All right, this was within their expectations. If it did not die, how could they be revived? Palace Master Guang narrowed his eyes. There won't be any injuries, right? For example, there will be a flaw in their soul. After all, only a soul fragment was left. Although it contains everything that they have, but the barrier's consciousness shook his head and said calmly, "Two divine roles and the primal chaos element will carry out this task. Together with the soul-suppressing lamp and the soul divine authority weapon, there will be no accidents." Palace Master Shui let out a sigh of relief. His hands were clasped together nervously. "That's good. It will only take 5 days to recover. There are too few people guarding the Holy Palace. They can't afford such a large expenditure." Everyone was silent. The Holy Palace's guardian force was powerful, but there were too few people. Just 2 rounds of Star Rain had used up a third of their strength. There were so many things after that. To hell with it. The godly spirit of the Imperial Ridge race was leaning on a walking stick. He looked like an old man, and his back was bent low. He sighed heavily and said, "Cooperation is the right way. Why must there be so many broken things happening? If those people were willing to cooperate, there would be no need for such a complicated ceremony." "Elder Huang, what are you thinking of?" Palace Master Guang looked at him. Boom! The god spirit of the Royal Ridge race stamped his cane on the ground. Rays of energy spread out and formed some sort of pattern in the spiritual temple. It was a bit distorted, and the image displayed was ominous. And it was a bad omen at first glance. Wow, what is this? What did this idiot do this time? Chu Yingxian jumped up and looked at the distorted images in shock. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Without waiting for the deity of the Emperor Ridge clan to reply, the consciousness of the barrier stepped forward and said in an emotionless voice, "The nodes of distortion. Every distortion is a proof that the spiritual temple has violated the laws of the world of gods." Hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. In this spacious hall, there were tens of thousands of warped nodes. Just how much did the spiritual temple twist the laws? And that wasn't all. Only the main hall of the spiritual temple was filled with the soul fragments used for resurrection. As for the other places, they were definitely not for decoration. The laws of the realm of the gods are very powerful. There aren't many laws that one would have to go against to resurrect a person. The barrier's consciousness stretched out a hand. The spiritual temple has a total of 35,000 warped nodes, which is the proof of all violations. As long as the spiritual temple exists, it will fight against the realm of the gods. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was the product of another mistake. Was this the method of the observer? Or was it the method of the primal chaos deity? They couldn't tell. Ming's wings moved past a warped node. It was formless and untouchable. She faintly felt something, and her expression changed. She looked at the barrier's consciousness with a questioning gaze. Where do these warped nodes lead to? Everyone seemed to see the barrier's consciousness freeze for a moment. This emotionless person suddenly showed some human-like astonishment and hesitation, causing everyone to be stunned as well. This god will say, before it could finish, Ming Ming waved her hand and said, "Don't use Big Brother as a shield. I know that Big Brother has given us the power to ask you such questions." The barrier's consciousness fell silent. Its empty eyes dimmed a little. It turned its head and looked outside. It was silent, as if it didn't want to say anything. Ming smiled bitterly. She couldn't pry it open. This guy's mouth was sealed tight. Everyone shrugged. It was true. Logically speaking, such words would not be said. However, Ming's words made everyone a little curious. Which energy vein did these warped energy nodes lead to, and where did they lead to? The warped nodes are all connected to the concept layer of the realm of the gods, the bottom of the sea of precepts. The barrier's consciousness suddenly said something, and everyone was stunned. Ah, that guy actually said the answer. The bottom of the sea of precepts. This answer sounded like a fantasy, and it deviated from the answer they had guessed. They thought that it would involve that idiot. Finally, it connects to the soul of this god through the two divine positions. See, this answer is much more normal. It does involve that idiot. Huh? Everyone's eyes widened. Xian quickly said, "Will this affect Little Star in any way? I mean, there's a price to pay for going against the natural order to resurrect a person. Did Little Star bear this price?" Yes. The barrier's consciousness nodded. Little Star knew about this, but he still brought out the spiritual temple. Yuan-Shi couldn't help but ask. Yes. Then what is the price? Boss bore all the costs. What is the price? Nightmare's eyes widened. The barrier's consciousness fell silent again. This time, it stayed silent for a long time. 20 to 30 people stared at it. After a long time, it finally spoke. There was a moment of emotion in its voice. Bearing these sins of the world from going against the natural order to resurrect a person is the price this god has to pay. Xian felt a headache coming. It wasn't the first time he heard these words, but he had no idea what they were. Then what is this sins of the world? Before the barrier's consciousness could speak, the god from the Xian family said, "I think I know something about it." Elder Xian, what is it?" Hall Master Guang asked. The god closed his eyes and pondered for a while. The barrier's consciousness glanced at him and didn't answer. It seemed to be waiting for his answer. "I saw these words in the handbook of the ancestor of the Xian family. Every living being born in this world, in the Dayuan realm, has an independent cause and effect. Because they bear this cause and effect, regardless of whether it is good or bad, they will have an equal share of sins. Every sin is like the cause and effect. It belongs to a single person. If you look for the source of sins individually, you won't be able to find the source of sins. However, if you look across the entire land of life, you will find the existence of sins. So, the birth of this life is a sin. Is it the same as the evil of human nature?" Golden Queen scratched her head. No, it was the voice of the barrier's consciousness. Everyone turned to look at him. The god from the Xian family clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Your Honor, please enlighten us. The sins of the world is nothing. It has nothing to do with human nature. It is the dark side of the world, and it can also be said to be the visualization of the dark side of all living beings. Humans will have negative emotions and positive emotions. For this reason, everything in the world is classified as a dark side and a bright side. Similarly, the world has a bright side and a dark side. However, they are not bright and evil as described in common sense. The dark side is a concept, and the bright side is also a concept. All living beings, all living beings can only come into contact with the bright side that you are in now. It is the same for the void. The dark side is the eternal shadow of the bright side, lurking in the shadow. All living beings in the world are born with the sins of the world. They are like shadows that cannot be shaken off. Even if they disappear, they will only settle in the world of the dark side, accumulating in the dark side of the Dun realm, and will never be destroyed. The birth and destruction of the world, the arrival and disappearance of living beings, are like the ebb and flow of the tide. The sins of the world that have accumulated over countless years will never dissipate in the Dun realm's void. Everyone was a little confused when they heard this. After pondering for a long time, they finally understood. To be specific, the so-called sins of the world was to use a world of light as an analogy. It was like a soap bubble. What they could see normally was the soap bubble itself. The shadow that the soap bubble projected on the ground under the sun was the dark side of the world. There were thousands of living beings in the soap bubble, and in the dark side, there would be shadows of thousands of living beings. When they died, the shadows would accumulate in the dark side and settle down. That was the sins of the world. Every shadow was a part of the sins of the world. They followed all living beings like shadows, and no one could escape from it, because it was their shadow, the dark matter, that accompanied them when they were born in this world. All right, now we finally understand what the so-called sins of the world are. The Golden Queen flicked her feather coat and said, "Then what does this have to do with Little Star?" When she said this, most of the people looked at her as if they were looking at an idiot. She just said that every time someone was resurrected, another sins of the world would be born. So that's how it is. The birth of life would give birth to new sins of the world. If those people were resurrected this time, new sins of the world would be born. As the price, Yin Nuashing would have to bear those things that did not sound like anything good. The Golden Queen also reacted. She did not feel embarrassed at all. She rolled her eyes and continued. How much did Little Star bear? Are these things harmful or beneficial? Bah, what nonsense are you talking about? How can these things, which do not sound like anything good, be beneficial? Everyone was speechless and covered their eyes. They couldn't bear to listen to this. It was as if they had schizophrenia. A lot, so much that it is unimaginable. The barrier's consciousness lowered its eyelids and said, "In this world, there is no second person who can bear that kind of weight. Even the heavenly God of the origin cannot do it. Is the sins of the world that difficult to bear with the weight of 10,000 people?" Hall Master Guang frowned and said, "Although I don't know much, the 9 divine temples also have obscure records. It seems to say that a drop of the sins of the world is enough to collapse the galaxy and the void." Kai Xiao's heart skipped a beat. She could not help but ask, how much is a drop? Just a little bit. After all, each life does not have to bear much. Maybe it is even smaller than this little bit. Hall Master Guang pinched a drop of energy liquid with his thumb and little finger. Yes, it was really a drop. It was not sure if it was the size of 1,000th of a fingernail. If one did not open their eyes wide, they would not be able to see it. It was even smaller than a speck of dust. Just a little bit. That's not too accurate. It's really very small. However, it's said that just a little bit of this thing is enough to crush the earth, mountains, stars, galaxies, and even the void. Even a god emperor would not be able to withstand such a tiny bit. However, no one would come into contact with it normally. According to the records and the Lord of Consciousness's words, this thing usually resides in the dark side world. It would only take on that form when it manifests itself in this world. It would not come into contact with anything else, Home Master Wang said. But Little Star is now bearing the weight of 10,000 people's sins of the world. That weight. Kai Xia, what's wrong? Before the Golden Princess could finish her sentence, Kai Xia fell to the ground with a pale face. She held her breath. She remembered that the part that Yin Nuashing manifested for her was only the tip of the iceberg. She almost could not breathe. Feng, quickly helped Kai Xia up. What's wrong? That idiot. Kai Xia trembled as she told Feng what she saw that day. The liquid ball that was 10 feet in size was only the tip of the iceberg. After that, the entire space fell silent. It was only then that everyone understood what the stronghold's consciousness meant by its words earlier. Additional was only a relative term. Without a reference point, there was no way to tell exactly how much more there was. It was only now that rosy dawn brought out that reference point. I came into contact with the sins of the world in the ancient age. Since then, I have been bearing the weight of the dark side of all life. I can't tell how much it is. I did not tell me. Perhaps it is the weight of the entire 8 elements realm, and it has been accumulating until now. I have become the carrier of the sins of the world. All the sins of the world that were born after that, and all the sins of the world that were born in the 8 elements realm fell on my body. I cannot escape from it. The consciousness of the barrier said blandly, I have almost reached my limit. Even the billions of reincarnated bodies could not bear the increasing sins of the world anymore. Then we'll die. Chu-chan blurted out this sentence in a moment of stupor and was immediately suppressed by his 2 sisters. Die? What is death? The consciousness of the barrier laughed weirdly. Death is a release, but it does not mean a new life. Since I have borne the sins of the world of the 8 elements realm, I will not die. This world does not allow me to die. I am a permanent guest in the eternal reincarnation. I have to live forever, even if I have to go against the reincarnation. The sins of the world that have been entangled with my divine soul. I will be the carrier forever unless I can find a suitable replacement. But no one in this world can bear that weight. One day, I will be overwhelmed by the sins of the world and fall into madness again. If there were no elements of chaos, I might have already fallen into madness. The consciousness of the barrier sighed. Wait, you said again? What do you mean by again? Ming clenched his fists. The consciousness of the barrier was silent for a moment. It suddenly looked down at the ground and said, Have you heard of the 1st element realm and the 2nd element realm? Have you been there? I have heard of them. There are 8 realms, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But I have never been there. The 2nd element realm and the 2nd element realm are too far away. The Golden Empress said, Oh, it's okay. You can't go there anymore. That place has become history forever. The consciousness of the barrier raised its head and showed a terrifying expression. When I first bore the sins of the world, I did not have the billions of reincarnated bodies to bear it. The elements of chaos were not strong enough. Of course, I lost control and balance. The 2nd element realm and the 2nd element realm became an eternal wasteland. The 2nd element realm has been destroyed forever. Everyone was speechless. When they heard this, they did not know what to say. There was once a guy who was either a human or a god who proposed a theory. He said that the gods of the 8 element realm had enough power to destroy the 2nd element realm and the 3rd element realm, as well as the 2nd element realm. That was probably a theory put forward in the ancient times. No one would have thought that in the ancient times, the quarter moon had already destroyed the 2nd element realm and the 2nd element realm. Is that the eternal proof of sin left behind by a little star? The Golden Empress was sweating all over. The hot wind outside made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. No, that is the proof of the destruction of the sins of the world. It is not my power. I only released it through my own hands. The consciousness of the barrier said. Its voice returned to its indifferent and emotionless tone. There is no way to find out the cause and effect. The only thing that can be confirmed is that it was not my intention to pursue it. It was just a strange thing that I accidentally got involved with. Nightmare handed Yuan-Shi a piece of cloth. Yuan-Shi wiped the sweat off his face. He thought for a moment and simply put the cloth on his face. Soon, it was soaked with sweat. Oh my God. That is to say, the sins of the world of 10,000 people compared to the sins of the little star. Yuan-Shi smiled bitterly. Everyone was confused. It turned out that it was just a weaker part. It was so weak that it was negligible. You can rest assured. The consciousness of the barrier said calmly, the billions of reincarnated bodies and the elements of chaos in this world are enough to fight against the sins of the world. The possibility of my madness is very low. No. Since the boss became like that, it was a little strange. Nightmare waved his hand vigorously and jumped up and down. You didn't see it. When the boss was like that, he was no different from a demon. Wah! Before he could finish, he was slapped out of the spiritual temple by Shi-E. The little girl's face turned red. "You're not allowed to talk about Big Brother." Everyone looked at Nightmare, who was unlucky and flew out. They all mourned for 1 or 2 seconds. God knows why there was no problem when anyone said something like that. But when Nightmare said something like that, she had such a big reaction. I just said it. Palace Master Jean had already thought it through. The sins of the world are the dark side of this world. The unknown substance that manifests from the dark side of all life can be understood as containing the nature of all dark sides, right? The consciousness of the barrier nodded. It is normal for my personality to change. From a certain point of view, I have been merged with the sins of the world for so many years. Even if my rationality is not taken away, I will still be affected to some extent. One is marked by the company one keeps. Ming frowned worriedly. Yes, everyone sighed. The consciousness of the barrier suddenly raised its head and looked at Ming. Your key is the only solution to the lock in his heart. Ming was startled. She pondered carefully for a moment, and it was as if she had been enlightened. She finally understood the use of the heart lock that hung around their hearts. The so-called keeping watch over him was to help him break free from the sins of the world. But she would rather never have to use this method. Chapter 1179. Ziyin came out of the spiritual temple, and with little purple soul in her bosom, she looked to the left and right. After confirming that there was no one around, she hastily ran outside without making any sound. Behind her, through the crack of the door that was about to close, she could see Temple Headguang and the people of the Protector Force discussing something. Hey, run. Little purple soul waved its little hands in Ziyan's arms. Its little face was filled with unconcealable happiness and excitement. Ziyan felt helpless when he saw this. He turned around and carefully glanced at the tightly shut doors of the sacred palace. Only then did he relax and run outside. Sister Ziyan, where are you going? A leisurely voice accompanied by a faint hymn sounded from the front. Ziyan was startled. The little girl also cried out in alarm and quickly covered her eyes. She didn't dare to see what was going to happen next. Ziyan's face was covered in cold sweat as she looked to the side. Ming was sitting on a pillar in the spiritual temple, looking down at them from above. Golden Mei Mao shone brightly, as if she could see through everything. Flapping her wings, Ming floated down from the pillar and landed beside Ziyan. She looked at her and whispered, "Are you going out?" Ziyan laughed dryly. "Weren't you in there just now?" Ming's expression became a little strange. Golden Mei Mao looked at Ziyan suspiciously. She felt that her sister, who was 3 or 4 years older than her, was becoming more and more like her brother. She sneaked away. "My brother asked me to take care of you. Where are you going?" "I'm going too." Ziyan stuck out her little tongue and propped up the little girl who was covering her eyes. "Hey, didn't this little girl just say that she saw a continent flying into the divine realm?" She insisted on taking a look. "It just so happens that the meteor shower has stopped, and we have day to rest." Little Star's clone also said that there wouldn't be any upheaval on this day, so she's going to take a look. "Oh." Ming nodded and turned to stand beside her. "Let's go." Then, the 3 girls ran away side by side. "Come back before the next meteor shower starts. Also, be careful. The divine realm is in chaos right now. Don't go anywhere." As the 3 girls ran away, Hall Master Shui's gentle voice rang in their ears. Ming did not feel anything, but Ziyan and Little Purple Soul stuck their tongues out. They thought that they were sneaking away secretly, but they did not expect to be seen by others. They really saw it. At least 80% of the people in the spiritual temple knew that the 2 girls had sneaked out. They could not help but sigh at how the observer's little girlfriend was influenced by him and tried to sneak out like him. Leaving that aside, Ziyan and Ming brought Little Purple Soul and Little Magic to the one-way portal in the spiritual temple. Oh, and Xiao Xian too. The little fox had become Ziyan's binding scarf, and had been brought along by them ever since Yin Nuoshing fell into that state. The place they were going this time was actually quite far away. According to Little Purple Soul, the otherworldly continent had rushed past the divine realm and was eventually captured by the divine realm. It was still drifting at the edge of the divine realm. Well, according to the little girl, it was still spinning at a frightening speed. As for how it was spinning, whether it was rotating by itself or by revolution horizontally or diagonally, they would only know when they got there. Now that the divine realm was in chaos, they did not plan to ask anyone for help. The Guardian faction was busy, and Xian and the others were probably not interested. So, the three of them went out together. This combination was actually, well, it was the first time the three of them went out together. After a little preparation, Xian and Ming stood in the teleportation hall of the Water God's temple. There was not much to prepare. The purple-red pendant hanging in front of Xian's chest was enough to protect her, so it did not take long for them to leave through the portal. At the same time, little purple soul was smelling the otherworldly continents sent through the portal. She was really smelling it. Xian and Ming were amazed. This was the first time they had seen such a method of sensing. Found it. It's here. Here. Little purple soul suddenly jumped up and pulled Xian and Ming forward excitedly. When they reached the portal, they saw it. It was the portal that led to the border between the realm of Zenith and the realm of Ganyuan. Originally, the portal would not be located there, but now that the realm of Zenith and the realm of Ganyuan have been destroyed, and the portals could not be removed casually, Temple Master Shui and the others took some emergency measures and moved all the portals to the border. Ahem, this is the irresponsible operator of the portal. We are about to go through the portal. The teleportation process will be very fast, and you will feel a little dizzy. Please stand firm and support yourselves. Don't blame me if you fall. As soon as Yin and the other two passed through the transfer gate, they heard a voice gently ring in their ears. They were stunned for a moment, and before they could identify whose voice it was, they felt a faint sense of dizziness like seasickness. They closed their eyes and took a few deep breaths. When the feeling faded and they opened their eyes again, they had already left the 9-shrine space. Ziyin hurriedly turned her head and saw a little girl wearing a black and white dress standing in front of her. Her long black hair and wine-red hair were fluttering in the wind, and her wide sleeves completely covered her arms. It was Yishi. She was currently looking at the two of them with a smile. Sister Ziyin, Sister Kaming, where are you going to play? Ziyin's expression was a bit strange. She felt that something wasn't right to be called sister by a girl who looked to be only 11 or 12 years old, but whose soul was already several 100,000 years old. She recalled Yun Nua's words. To an undying, those who care about age are all fools. She patted Yishi's head in relief. Then, she felt even more strange. Yishi was not an immortal yet. Yeah, we're taking little purple soul somewhere. Why did you follow us? Ziyin shook her head and decided to ignore the questions. Nothing. I saw you sneaking out, so I followed you out of curiosity, Yishi said with a grin. Yishi giggled as she spoke. Her wine-red eyes caught sight of something, and she hurriedly pointed to the sky. Look over there. Ziyin and Ming turned their heads. They saw it as soon as they came out. After all, it was such a large area that they could see it anywhere. It was a scorched land, and the whole land was emitting a very high temperature. The air was dry, and there was no water vapor. There was only white water vapor that was hot enough to evaporate a high-level god. It was like a spring morning. With the weak sunlight, endless fog could be seen, and the scorched land was only a corner of it. Further away, a bright and dazzling magma lake spanned tens of thousands of miles. The dazzling golden lake reflected the sky into gold and red. A large amount of gas that didn't smell good filled the air and rose into the air. Together with the smell of rotten eggs and farts in the sky, it made the world even more indescribable. It was so smelly that Ziyin felt a little nauseous and a little nauseous. A faint golden light transformed into a faint barrier that enveloped the area around them. Accompanied by a faint hymn, it was as if an angel was whispering into their ears. It was dispelled by the holy power, and the strange smell finally disappeared. The ultimate plain region that was destroyed by the rain of stars. Yishi's face was slightly pale. This once magnificent land was known as the border between thousands of mountains. It was like spring for thousands of years, and the ultimate plain region was green. Now, looking at it, mountains? No, they were all hills and mounds. None of the mountains were more than 10 feet tall. There was no more greenery in sight, only scorched black and golden yellow. They had been in the temple all this time, listening to the reports from everywhere. They listened to the shocking and unbelievable battle, but those were far inferior to what they saw with their own eyes. Although they could not tell at a glance how powerful those big guys were, at least they knew how destructive those things were. At this moment, the land before them was divided into two. The scorched land and magma on the left and the land of the Ganyuan region on the right were separated by a distance of several thousand feet. The height of several thousand feet had long disappeared. Looking at it from high up in the sky, it was like looking at a cliff that towered into the clouds. I've been to these places before. The endless greenery would make people mistakenly think that they had entered a paradise isolated from the rest of the world. It was a paradise for demons, a habitat for demons, and a place to hide. As long as they had the power to defeat the demons in that place, they would be able to find a good place to live. The ultimate plain region was like that, with the richest greenery and life in the entire God realm. But now, Yishi sighed softly. The land before her eyes was already shattered, no longer looking like it did in her memories. It had been destroyed. It was not just the ultimate plain region, but the Sourcepeak region as well. Yun Nuashing once said that 8% of the lives were destroyed in the 2 waves of the Rain of Stars. In the end, there was a discrepancy, but that was not the main point. The lives here were mostly humans and demons. There were many more lives among them. It was not that he did not count them, but it was useless to count them because there were too many lives in a large region. It was not that he did not count them, but it was useless to count them because there were too many lives in a large region. This is still considered good. The void mist did not spread. It should have all gathered at the place that Golden Brilliance handled. Ming Ming blinked her eyes. This messy land was already messy enough. There was nothing more to say. Right now, the most important thing was to see if there were any more dangerous things left behind. However, from what she could see, there weren't any. Her power was very sensitive to those disgusting things that were black wherever she went and possessed enormous destructive power. Well, let's not worry about that for now. Let's go there first. Little Purple Soul tugged at Xian's sleeve. In this somewhat serious place, the little girl could not smile. She quickly said, "Sister Xian, let's go." "Yes, let's go." "Hey, wait a minute. Look at that." Xian nodded and hugged the little girl. Just as she was about to fly in the direction she went, she saw something out of the corner of her eye. It was something that should be extremely dazzling. There were countless stars in the galaxy, and it was a sun. It used to be a sun, but now the giant liquid ball was only 1/3 of its original size. It was lying quietly in the middle of a mountain range. Turbulent energy was still bursting out from it, and it seemed to be connected to the other 2/3. What was exposed was just a cross-section. From where they were now, it looked like a sun hanging on the horizon. For some reason, its light was very dim, so dim that they could see the patterns on its surface. It didn't explode, or is it a sun that has been blown to pieces? Ming could not help but squint. The light had become very dim. It was fine to look at it from the corner of one's eyes, but if one stared at it directly and kept staring, one's eyes might be blinded. If Brother Nuo is here, he should be able to come up with a few hundred words of explanation, Yishi said. Xian and the others looked away after staring at the shattered sun for a while. Before Little Purple Soul could urge them again, they quickly flew in the direction the little girl pointed at. They were currently flying along the southern border between the Ganyuan region and the Ganyuan region. If there were no accidents, they should be heading straight for the southern ice realm. At this distance, they could already feel the cold wind coming from the southern ice realm's eternal glacier. When they looked up, they could see a thick cloud of ice in the distant sky that radiated to an unknown distance. That's strange. The southern ice realm's sky-shrouding cloud doesn't cover such a large area, Yishi said, wrinkling her nose. So many things have happened in the celestial realm recently. Something strange might have happened in the southern ice realm, Ming said. Brother isn't here, and there are many things that we can't explain. Wait, The hollow voice surprised Zian and the others. Little Purple Soul also muttered gloomily. The space in front of them rippled slightly, and a figure slowly appeared. It had black hair, black robes, and armor. It was the consciousness of the barrier. It looked at Zian and the others and said, "An undetectable change has happened in the southern ice realm. Don't go near it for now." Zian replied in a small voice. "Is it serious? I don't know. It might have something to do with my failure in the past, but I'm not sure myself." The consciousness shook its head. Then, can you send us to the back of this ice continent?" Little Purple Soul pointed in the direction of the southern ice realm. "Yeah, I don't think it's a big deal. Yeah, we'll go to the back, to the outer space continent." The consciousness's eyes flashed, and it nodded. It waved its hand, and a spatial portal appeared in front of it. It led to the Endless Star region. That's right, the place behind the southern ice realm was close to the edge of the celestial realm. An undetectable change has happened in the north of the center of the southern ice realm. Don't go near it, but it doesn't conflict with the place you're talking about. You can go there without worry. The hollow voice of the consciousness echoed. Have a safe trip. After that, it slowly disappeared into the air. Zian and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why were they being watched everywhere they went? Was it because of Little Star? Well, it was probably because of that. After passing through the teleportation gate, when the dizziness subsided once more, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a vast and boundless star field. The star field they could see from this direction was the cluster of light that the God Realm was currently in. Looking out from the southern ice realm, the star field they could see was still peaceful and undisturbed by the world fragments. Speaking of the world fragment, Zian and the others tacitly turned around and looked behind them. The first thing they saw was the transparent celestial realm. The consciousness of the celestial realm might have been worried, so it threw them a little further away. They were right outside the celestial realm, and they saw the rippling celestial realm. 2 or 3 layers of barriers covered the celestial realm. That was the final defense of the pillar of creation. It was only with its help that the celestial realm was able to withstand the 2 waves of meteor shower. Their line of sight once again looked into the distance, past the twinkling stars floating in the darkness and into the depths of the vast sea of stars. In an extremely distant place, a thin white line traversed the entire star field in their line of sight. It was not very bright, but it was unusually conspicuous. It was as if they had seen something wrong with the world itself. A world fragment. Ming Ming could not help but take a deep breath. This was the first time she had seen such a thing. In the star field, standing in a world sphere of light, that thing that was the size of a world sphere of light was almost infinite. Standing in front of it, one could feel the entire world pressing down on them. Yes, that was what her brother had said. She herself did not know what it felt like to have the entire world pressing down on her. There, I see it. Little Purple Soul excitedly pointed its little finger at the realm of the gods. Zian and the others quickly turned their eyes to the realm of the gods, which had become transparent like a mirage. In the middle of the endless ice realm and the dark galaxy, there was a planet, a complete planet. It was enveloped by a huge energy barrier, and the energy that was emitting a faint mist-like aura shrouded the planet. It was incredible. It had experienced the impact of the stars and came from the depths of the galaxy. Not to mention whether it had been hit by the world fragment, it had rushed through such a long distance and landed here, and it was still intact. It had been captured by the realm of the gods and rushed into the interior of the order barrier. This barrier was somewhat lacking in integrity, so it was somewhat resistant to outsiders knowing about the existence of the realm of the gods. But if something really rushed into the realm of the gods, it would not do anything to stop it or take any other actions. The serious deviation in functionality caused people to really want to call it chicken ribs. But when they remembered that it was something left behind by the first great deity, they forcibly swallowed back those 2 words. They could only pretend that it was really very powerful, so powerful that it had casually captured a planet and brought it here. As the realm of the gods was a little blurry in their sight, even the planet was a little blurry. Xian and the others could not see the details of the planet's surface so clearly with their eyesight. They could vaguely make out some of the things on the planet's surface just by looking at the blurry outline. It was a blue-green planet with mountains, lakes, seas, and clouds. Compared to the planet to be specific, Ming and the others saw in the realm of the five elements, it was a little smaller. That planet. Ming had forgotten the name of the planet, but she remembered seeing a few moons in the sky at night. There is the aura of the beginning of the world. Little Purple Soul suddenly said, and everyone was stunned. Why are you copying your brother's words? Xian ruffled the little girl's hair and asked, What do you mean? Yishi thought for a moment and said, It probably means that this planet has experienced the moment when a world of light was born, so it was tainted with the presence of that moment. It's very rare, and basically only continents and planets without a foundation would be tainted, just like the divine realm, which is eternal and does not have a fixed world of light as a foundation. When a world of light is destroyed, it will float in the void and eventually enter another world of light, or another world of light will be born in the same place. After experiencing that moment, it will be tainted with the presence of that moment of creation. The nature is very similar to the realm of the gods and the aura of time. Yishi frowned. It's very old, very old. It's so old that it will fade with time. I can't say, but it should have an aura that is older than an era. Chapter 1180. A thick aura of time permeated the starry sky like a bowl of thick soup. Ordinary people would not be able to see it, but with a little bit of effort, they would be able to notice that something was wrong here. The power of time was something that even the emperor gods could not fully control. They could barely even touch it. However, Yishi did not need to control the power of time. She only needed to take something out of Xian's pendant. The time orb. Yes, the power left behind by Yun Nuashing. It was a God's Park weapon made from the power of time. Now, with it, she could clearly see the space around her and what time was like. What was the Sea of Time like? Those who had not experienced it personally would probably associate it with the sea. A golden sea, sometimes calm, sometimes turbulent, and in the distance blue water and blue sky. But in reality, what one could see after entering the Sea of Time were two endless golden seas, the sky and the earth. The distance between the two seas was equal to infinity or zero. Or it could be said that there was no such thing as distance at all. There was no such thing as sky and earth. It was just a concept of up and down. If one was in the open space in the middle, one could only see the endless darkness in the distance. At this moment, the time origin bead displayed such a scene in front of them. The golden ocean was surging violently above and below. Each fold was a wave that spanned hundreds of meters and hundreds of years. However, these two seas of time were not as endless as the real seas of time. They spread out from the planet in front of Xian and the others and extended into this star field. Like a whirlpool, they spat out endless time aura. I have never seen such a scene. The barrier's consciousness was standing beside Xian and the others. It had just emerged and was alarmed when the time orb's power manifested such a scene. Looking at this somewhat exaggerated scene, it was almost scared out of its wits. My original self has traveled through the Sea of Time countless times. My memories contain his true memories of the Sea of Time. Just like what you see in front of you, it's completely the same. You can't tell the difference. This has even become a second Sea of Time. Xian and the others were also astonished when they heard this. It was also the first time they had seen it. Well, that was nonsense. They had only experienced it for a few decades, so how could they have seen it all? Well, they were just very surprised. It was not so much the first time they had seen such a scene, but the first time they had seen the appearance of the Sea of Time. That planet has become the carrier of endless time. The time it carries is very distant, so distant that it is even more distant than my existence. It can no longer be speculated. The barrier's consciousness said calmly. The corner of Yishi's eye twitched. A time even further back than that. It was born in the primordial era, and the exact time was still unknown. It was probably after Quarter Moon had become a peak heavenly god, And even further back than that, she couldn't think about it anymore, afraid that she would touch on some taboo. The barrier's consciousness was silent for a moment. After a moment, it looked at Zian and nodded at them. Its figure gradually dissipated, as if it was not interested in this place for the time being. Wait a minute. Since you're here, why don't you go in with us and have a look? Yishi quickly said before it completely dissipated. The barrier's half-dissipated figure regained its solid form. It looked at her, and its hollow voice slowly said, I'm dealing with the matter of the barrier of creation, accelerating its energy release. I want to release as much energy as possible before the next meteor shower. The thing in front of you is just a reflection. It won't take up much of the main body's information space. But if the main body goes, Yishi felt uncomfortable listening to it. She waved her hand before it finished. Stop, stop, stop. Who asked your main body to come with us? You can just send a reflection to come with us. It can collect some information for Brother Nual, and it can also answer our questions. The barrier's consciousness was silent for a moment. It was stunned. Yishi looked at it with a strange expression. You didn't think of that? The barrier's eyes turned to the side, and its voice was stiff. The reflection only takes up part of the mind, and the speed of thinking is slow. It admitted it. Yishi and Zian could not help but burst out laughing. There was a flash of silver light in its eyes. After a moment, it nodded. Its illusory figure flickered with a faint light. With a popping sound like a bubble, its figure suddenly shrank to the size of a palm. It was the kind of little person with a big head and a small body. Zian and the others' eyes lit up. It was like a miniature version of Little Star. They wanted to reach out and poke it a few times. The barrier's consciousness gently landed on Little Purple Soul's head. It looked at them and said in its hollow voice, Let's go in this way. You're really interested in this extraterrestrial planet? Yishi was a little surprised. I just said it casually. It doesn't matter whether I'm interested or not. The barrier's consciousness lowered its head and said faintly, I'm just fulfilling my mission to watch over the realm of the gods for the main body. It's necessary to take a look at this extraterrestrial thing. Can't you just look at it directly? Zian said. She knew Yin Nuashing's ability as an observer. She could see any corner of the realm of the gods with a single glance. No one could escape from her sight. The barrier's consciousness shook its head. This planet has a powerful barrier that distorts reality and time. It might even cut off the continuity of space. Even if it rushes into the realm of the gods, the observers I will not be able to see what's inside. Barrier? Zian and the others were stunned. The barrier's consciousness pointed at the planet in front of them. At the top of the blue-green planet, there was a layer of faint golden membrane that was emitting a faint light. It floated at the top of the planet and covered the entire planet. If it really had the ability to cut off the continuity of space, it would completely separate the inside from the outside world. Yes, it's that layer of eggshell. Little Purple Soul nodded. Yishi observed for a while. After a minute, she waved her hand and carefully descended with Zian and the others. They first entered the space of the realm of the gods, then slowly approached the blue-green planet. As they got closer, the planet became bigger and bigger in their eyes. They could already see the shape of another piece of land. Looking at it from this angle, they felt an inexplicable sense of awe and grandeur. It was as if they were not approaching the piece of land, but the piece of land that was crashing towards them. Even though it was not as tall as Tianmu Peak, it was not a joke, it was real. The planet was currently floating at the edge of the southern ice realm. The bottom of the planet was still tens of thousands of miles away from the ice mountain that was piercing into the realm of the stars. From this angle, it was impossible to measure the distance. The top of the planet was not even touching the sky-shrouding cloud of the southern ice realm. However, the top of Tianmu Peak was above the sky-shrouding cloud, and it was a very long distance away. It was almost touching the top of the realm of the gods. It was one of the tallest mountains in the realm of the gods. The planet was relatively large, but it was a few times smaller than what Ming and the others saw in the realm of the five elements. Zian and the others' realm of the laws carefully connected with a layer of golden eggshell. When the two came into contact, it was like two bubbles coming into contact with each other. The bigger one did not move, but the smaller one expanded a little. Faint ripples spread from the point of contact and slowly spread to other parts of the eggshell. A moment later, under their nervous gazes, the small circle of bubbles squeezed into the eggshell. Then, the entire golden eggshell suddenly shone as if it had exploded. It became as dazzling as the sun, and they felt as if they were going into the sun. The space around them was strangely distorted, solidifying and cracking as if there was a force that was preventing them from entering. Don't worry, it's just a phenomenon caused by the energy collision between two worlds. It's a big commotion, but it's not destructive. Just as Xian and the others could not help but feel nervous, the barrier's consciousness said flatly. The truth seemed to be as it said. Even though the commotion was so great that even Xian was worried that the shining eggshell would suddenly explode, it was still a daunting experience. They smoothly squeezed into the eggshell, and then there was no then. As they squeezed into the turquoise planet, the golden eggshell that shone across the sky abruptly disappeared. Those golden ripples and shining radiance were completely gone. They floated steadily in the air, and everything around them was calm. Looking up, they saw a blue sky and white clouds, with the sun hanging in the sky. Xian was absolutely certain that it was not the sun of the divine realm. The orientation was wrong, and based on the position of the turquoise planet, they should be able to see a planetary system when they looked up and the grandeur of the North Ice realm at the edge of the world. However, there was only blue sky and white clouds and nothing else. Looks like it's just a false alarm. Ming sensed the calm energy around him and looked up at the strange sky. Looks like the space here is really completely isolated from the outside world. That's right. The ripples of the space are completely different. In this space, the way the dimensional power flows. The barrier's empty eyes quickly scanned the planet and said flatly, "It's gone through many great changes." Yishi looked at the big and small cute thing on little purple soul's head and could not help but twitch. "What do you mean?" "Based on your understanding, it's like the changing of the era, with the breath of the era and the breath of the great samsara." That's right, this world is filled with the breath of changing generations. Not just the changing of the era, there's also a lot of information that can't be processed. The barrier's consciousness shook its head, and then said in a more solemn voice, at least she, and the others, "The void of this world is solidified. If my calculations are correct, it should be brought here." Be clear. Yishi held her head helplessly. It really was Brother Nua's clone. Even his words were so hurried. The big and small cute thing looked up at her and said flatly, "The world light in the void is a cluster of bubbles. There is also the existence of the void in the world light, but it is separated by the world barrier and is only at the bottom of the world light. However, the void there exists within the void. It's like throwing a kettle into a lake. The water is the void, and when the water flows into the kettle itself is the world barrier separating the inside from the outside, and the void that flows into the kettle will be placed at the bottom of the dimension. When a normal world light moves away from its position in the void inside and outside will change, and a part of the water in the kettle will flow out, and a new part will flow in. However, this world is a kettle with a sealed kettle, and there is no exchange between the inside and the outside. Although it's only the size of this planet, we can still confirm that this void has been completely sealed and solidified." Yishi pondered for a moment and understood. In other words, the void here is an ancient void, and it has existed for a long time. The barrier's consciousness was silent for a moment, and then nodded. "You can say that. However, there is no such thing as age in the void. It is like flowing lava that has solidified into rock, and it is usually used to determine the void. According to your understanding, age is used to determine its active state, and only seal voids have this method of determining age, because the void is not static and it is always changing." All right, that's enough. We're not going to study the void anyway." Yishi waved her hand with a headache. "Can we go down now?" Xian looked up at the distant sky. They were still floating at the top of the planet, and the air was thin, but it was not a big problem. She was just worried that if they went deeper, something would happen to this world. It was a strange change. She also stopped to listen to the barrier's consciousness, which was like yin nuashing, babbling in a language she could not understand. The energy collision between the two worlds has ended. Everything is fine. The barrier's consciousness nodded. Little purple soul waved her hands and excitedly pulled on Xian's arm. She looked at the sea of clouds in the distance and giggled. Sister Xian, let's go down and have a look. Xian and the other two looked at the little girl helplessly. They could not figure out what the little girl was so excited about. Be careful. This is a strange world, and we've experienced. Xian thought for a moment, and then knocked her head. It was a very exciting journey. We've been caught from the depths of the galaxy, and we don't know what the people inside will do. It would be bad if they think we're invaders. The observers I has scanned this planet. It did not find any worldwide commotion. It might be because of the barrier. Before the barrier's consciousness could finish speaking, Yishi added with a horrified expression, "Don't tell me those people don't know that the land they're standing on has traveled tens of billions of light years to reach this place." Theoretically, yes. The barrier's consciousness nodded and said, "There is no contamination of the void mist. Don't worry." Xian and the other two didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was really, to what extent was this barrier severed? Even their own home, it was really their home. Wasn't the world they had lived in for countless years their home? They didn't even know that they had flown so far away. They really didn't know whether they were thick-skinned or ignorant. Let's talk to the locals first. Yishi did not know whether to laugh or cry. She was about to step forward when she suddenly saw her dress. Her expression changed, and she quickly looked at the barrier's consciousness. Will this dress make us look strange? The barrier's consciousness shook its head. No matter where we land, there's a 40% chance that we will be mistaken as someone from another place. There's a 30% chance that we will be ignored. There is a 10% chance that we will be treated as an outsider. The other small probabilities can be ignored. The observers, I has such a function? Yes, it is my inference based on the habits of the various densely populated areas in this world. The error is very small. The cute thing nodded. A moment later, it said, "The observers, I found something similar to an airship 100 miles away. It detected a high-energy reaction and inferred that there is a battle. The energy level is close to that of a beginner god. If you want to get in touch with the life of this world, this is a good chance." A beginner god. What is the energy level of this world? Are there any high-level life forms? Yishi frowned. There are a lot of demon-class life forms and a few demigods and beginner gods. There's a 30% chance that there are god-class life forms, and less than 5% chance that there are heaven-class life forms. The barrier's consciousness said calmly. 30%. Well, ignored. Forget it. Let's be careful. Yishi shrugged, looked at Xian, and nodded. Then, let's go there and have a look. At the top of the clouds, there were huge energy fireworks in the sky. The rumbling explosion of energy scattered a lot of the surrounding clouds. Above the clouds, there were two airships confronting each other. The thick deck and the flanks had obvious high-energy reactions. At first glance, it was obvious that these airships were not ordinary airships used for flying. The white airship was like a huge turtle, and it had the shape of an island. The other 6 protruding islands were full of blue crystals, surging with strong energy waves. When the energy was fully released, even a god king would be caught off guard. On the central island, there was a blue energy crystal pillar about 10 meters high. It was engraved with mysterious runes and all kinds of symbols. From time to time, a strong energy light would burst out, tearing the two groups of people fighting in the sky battlefield apart. Many people wearing black clothes would be annihilated by the energy light. The other airship was brown and black. The hollow platform structure was divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. It was unknown whether it was blown up or it was originally like that. It was a bit like an ancient mechanical creation. A pair of wings were inserted on both sides of the platform, and the front of the platform was a head. Hey, at first glance, it looked like a bird. It turned out that the airships described by the consciousness of the stronghold as airships did not even look like airships. Forget about the bird flying in the sky, the tortoise flying in the sky. If it was not supported by a huge amount of energy, wouldn't it have crashed long ago? A bird and a tortoise. Let's take them as two airships for the time being. The two airships were about thousands of feet apart and were pasting their energies on each other's faces. Both airships were wrapped in thick energy barriers. Between the two airships, there was a group of sesame pea-sized figures fighting desperately. They were locked in a fierce battle. If the bird and the tortoise didn't burst out huge energy beams from time to sweep away the enemies on the battlefield, who knew how long this battle would have lasted? Anyway, when Xian and the others arrived, they saw such a scene. The two camps were several thousand meters apart, and there was a group of warriors fighting in the middle. It was a heart-wrenching scene. They saw a person in white having his heart ripped out by a person in black clothes. Then here comes the question. Who should we contact in front of these two groups? Yishi scratched her head. This battle seemed to be brainless to them. After all, they were outsiders. No matter how they looked at it, it was a mess. They had no idea who was fighting who. Speculation. The black side will be defeated in an hour. If we wait until then to lend a helping hand, it will be quite effective, the consciousness of the stronghold said calmly. Oh, so they're just pretending to come in time. In fact, they want us to watch for a while, right? Yishi laughed sinisterly. This is fun. Xian patted her head and looked at the brownish-black airship. She looked at the three circular hollow platforms in the center of the airship and couldn't help but frown. She saw a mark there. It was an energy mark. It looked like a strange-shaped beetle. Well, she couldn't think of a way to describe it. It looked a little awkward. On the other hand, the mark on the white tortoise was so delicate. Why don't we go help the white side? She said weakly. What's wrong? Yishi looked at her in confusion. She looked at the two groups and tilted her head in confusion. Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That mark is so ugly, the consciousness of the stronghold said, sending charcoal in the snow and icing on the cake. I'm just judging the chances of success. Yishi also looked defeated. But when she took a closer look, the mark on the brownish-black airship, it was really ugly. Wasn't it because someone couldn't stand seeing such an ugly mark and wanted to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens? For a moment, Xian, Yishi, and Ming all hoped that the white side would be defeated quickly. Then they would have a reason to help the white side. Chapter 1181. Above the sea of clouds, the fierce battle was still going on in the sky, spreading out for thousands of miles. The giant white tortoise and the giant brownish blackbird were facing each other, maintaining a relatively safe distance. Neither of them dared to make the first move. They could only stand outside the battlefield, sweeping away the battlefield with powerful energy torrents from time to time. It was a stalemate, and no one could do anything to the other. It seemed so, but Old Wu knew very well that it was only a stalemate on the surface. In fact, the balance of the war had tilted, and it was tilting toward the opponent's side. This made him feel very bad. The energy storm kept blowing away the clouds, and the protective shield of the giant brownish-black bird started to ripple. The energy light flashed across the 1,000-meter-long airship, and the dissipating energy turned into a breeze that blew past his ears, messing up his gray curly hair. His black robe also puffed up in the wind, flapping behind him. Their defensive barrier had been attacked 10 times in just 5 minutes. All of the attacks were from the enemy's warriors. It was impossible for them to cause any damage to their airship. Not even a crack could be seen on the barrier. However, that was not important. These 10 attacks meant that the enemy's offensive was slowly approaching their base camp. Soon, the giant white tortoise would not be so quiet anymore. When the time was right, it would be activated with a roar and turn into a real war machine to end this battle. If they had made some arrangements, perhaps some of them could have escaped. He could not help but let his imagination run wild. He looked at the white airship thousands of miles away. No matter how he looked at it, it was a giant tortoise. This made him curse in his heart. A tortoise, instead of floating on the sea, had to learn to fly in the sky. Was it not afraid of falling to its death? He could only grumble. That was the enemy's base camp. Even if their giant bird fell to its death in the sky, the tortoise would not fall to its death. They were stubbornly resisting. Anyone could see that the front line was losing ground, and more than a third of the soldiers had fallen. Command? Command was useless. What could he do? Rush out and fight the opponent head-on, only to be burned to ashes by a torrent of energy or be beaten to death? No, he had a more important mission. He might not be able to save the airship, but he had another mission on this trip, and he had to complete that mission even if he had to risk his life. Boom! The huge explosion of energy flattened half the sky. The dazzling brilliance of energy made everyone's vision pale. That was the enemy's energy attack. That was the first tentative attack launched by the energy torrent. If there was even the slightest result, what followed would be a storm of attacks. Reduce the energy charge of the purifying flames. Prioritize maintaining the stability of the defensive barrier. If it is torn open, it will not survive the next round. The pale white flames left behind countless shadows. Old Wu commanded loudly. The pale white light shone on his face, which was full of thick hair and beard. The wind blew his hair back and forth. He could not help but smile bitterly after he gave the command. Defense? He was just putting on an act for the other party to see, acting as if he could still hold on for a while and stall for time. Come here. Old Wu looked at a warrior standing beside him and called him to his side. This was his trusted aide, whose combat power was second only to him. If they were to break out of the encirclement later, he would definitely have the highest chance of survival other than himself. When the spaceship crashes, you take the remains of the sacred implement and leave this place with a space jump. The man hesitated for a moment. But Holy King, that's your escape route. Old Wu waved his hand vigorously. It's settled, that's it. Those guys who have smelled the blood are just testing the waters. No one expected to run into each other on the sea. A hasty battle is extremely disadvantageous for us. Defeat is only a matter of time. Moreover, the opponents are my old rivals. We have recognized each other. If I did not appear when the spaceship crashed and this unexpected encounter happened in this place, there's no guarantee that they will not guess something. After all, our actions over the years have not been a secret. They are also speeding up. We cannot fall behind. Old Wu's trusted aide straightened his back and looked at the Holy King seriously and bowed. As you command, I will bring the remains of the sacred implement back to the holy God safely. That's good. Old Wu let out a long sigh. Under the intense light of the flames, he suddenly fell silent for a moment before he slowly said, Legend has it that the battle domain and the guardian domain are like brothers and work together to maintain the order of the continent. His mindless words stunned his trusted aide. He hesitated for a moment before telling the truth. That might just be an unreliable legend among the people. Moreover, no matter what the legend is, the war between the two realms in the past 10,000 years is not fake. Old Wu nodded and said, The war has lasted for 10,000 years. 1,000 years ago, the battle domain and the guardian domain had an earth-shattering battle. On the surface, we had won, but in reality, the guardian domain had retained a lot of strength. On the other hand, we had squandered all of our strength. It was also from that year onwards that the situation of the battle domain took a turn for the worse. Even today, we are still losing time after time. The trusted aide was silent for a moment. Although he wanted to say that the enemy was cunning, those were all laughable words. All was fair in war. No matter how they won, no matter how they repelled them, it was still a victory. In the end, only the territory of the battle domain was constantly shrinking. There was no doubt about this. Holy King, please forgive my ignorance. I believe that even if we bring the remains of the sacred weapon back, we may not be able to turn the situation around. It is just an inanimate object that has been dead for countless years. But if you were to accidentally die here, it would be a great loss to the entire battle domain. Old Wu turned back to look at his trusted aide, who had a serious expression on his face. He knew that his trusted aide was only speaking his mind. It cannot be said that the other party's knowledge was shallow. The number of people in the world who still knew about the so-called sacred weapon could be counted on one hand. He should be glad that this slap had landed on the territory of the battle domain. This was one of the few areas where they were ahead of the guardian domain. Even he himself did not know what the sacred weapon was used for. But since he had already made this choice, there was no turning back. He could only believe in the legend, and believe that the faintly discernible legend could bring them a glimmer of hope. A violent buzzing sound was accompanied by an explosion of energy flames that was as bright as day. A crack finally appeared on the energy barrier of the giant brownish blackbird. Old Wu looked back indifferently at the black crack that continued to expand. His face was expressionless. Just as they were talking, they had been hit by the energy torrent several times. They had held on for long enough. Old Wu patted his trusted aide on the shoulder with both hands. The latter trembled and nodded vigorously. He knew that the decisive moment had arrived. He should obey the order and not dwell on something that he could not see. Old Wu waved his hand and shouted, "Inject all your energy into the purifying flame. Remove all your defenses and give it a good blow." As soon as he shouted, the first to move was not the giant bird under them, nor was it the giant white turtle. A colorful and brilliant energy beam, about 100,000 feet in size, rushed across the battlefield with a vigorous movement. It rushed past them and pierced through the distant space in an instant. The surging energy of the 5 elements and some kind of mixed energy released an extremely domineering destructive power. It then swept across the entire battlefield, brushing past the giant brownish blackbird. Boom! The monstrous explosion made Old Wu feel good. Although he had no idea what the sudden huge energy reaction was, he did not need to figure out. He only needed to know that just now, an energy beam that was thousands of times more powerful than their purifying flame had hit the enemy's base. The colorful energy beam did not hit a single soldier on the battlefield, but hit the energy barrier of the giant white turtle head-on. The thick energy barrier did not even last a second before it was torn to pieces by the massive energy. In the midst of the emergency, a burst of energy erupted from the giant turtle, but it was pressed down before it really burst out. It seemed to be some kind of emergency defense. The only effect was to shift the huge energy beam a few meters to the right. Now, 3/4 of the giant turtle's body had been completely melted. The cross-section of the giant turtle that was swallowed by the energy beam was so smooth that it could be used as a mirror. "Oh, we missed," I said to hit the center. "We can definitely hit it. If we hit the center, won't we skewer the people on the bird?" A few gentle and pleasant female voices rang in his ears, like the sound of nature. Old Wu, who was already in a daze, was stunned. However, he was not the only one on the airship who was in a daze. He did not bother to hide it. His cronies' jaws were almost dislocated. It took Old Wu 10 seconds to come back to his senses. He tilted his head and saw a purple-red crystal floating in front of him. It was the crystal that made the sound. He thought for a moment and asked carefully, "Who are you?" He did not want to use a tone that was too abrupt to ask anything. From the high energy of that energy beam, the other party was not someone he could afford to offend. It was fine if he died, but it would not be good if he brought some enemies to the battle arena. "Ah, Uncle has finally spoken." The voice on the other side rang out again. It was the voice of a young girl. A moment later, the voice was accompanied by the giggling voice of an even younger girl. "Uncle, we are allies, the long-lost branch family of the battle domain. Well, I know you're muddle-headed, and so are we. We have been living in seclusion for many years and do not know many things. But why don't you retreat first and wait for us to roast that turtle? Retreat quickly. If you don't retreat, you will be injured." A faint and beautiful voice rang out. It was a soft and almost inaudible chant. Although it was pleasant to the ears, it gave him goosebumps. He glanced at the melted giant turtle from the corner of his eyes and roared without hesitation. "Retreat! Everyone come back! Come back! Retreat to the south as fast as you can. If we are late, we will end up like those idiots on the other side." The soldiers who had already lost their will to fight immediately carried out their saint ruler's orders. They turned around and fled without another word. The people who were guarding the region fled with them as well. None of them looked back to see what the enemy was doing. They had all been knocked senseless by the torrent of energy earlier. So they all thought that the enemy had hired a powerful expert. As long as their brains had not been fried by the flash of light, they would have wisely chosen to flee. Anyway, the escape of both parties went smoothly. The people of the battlefield returned to the big brownish-black bird and turned their heads in confusion. They looked at the giant white turtle that had already collapsed and could not make heads or tails of it. The defenders on the other side were clearly at their wits' end. The airship was gradually collapsing. Many of the energy crystals left on the airship had been detonated by the energy torrent. A series of energy explosions exploded on the giant turtle. However, Old Wu and the others did not have the time to look at the situation there. At this moment, the best thing to do was to run with their tails between their legs. Just as they were retreating, they saw an even more exaggerated energy torrent, like an endless torrent of the sea, washing the sky clean, accompanied by the sky gradually brightening, and a great sense of fear in their hearts. The multicolored energy beam that was millions of feet long streaked across the sky, and once again swept across the entire sky that was used as a battlefield. Neither party knew where the attack came from. It appeared in an instant and met the defenders who were not prepared. The defenders who were still baring their fangs and brandishing their claws a second ago were now reduced to nothing. They were all melted into the energy torrent. It hit the target this time. It's easy to aim without any obstacles. The voice of the little girl rang in their ears again. I think we should leave this place quickly before the people and other places sense the energy reaction just now. Xiaoxi, I told you not to use such a large amount of energy. The little girl's voice laughed and said, Uncle, we are going to sit on your airship for a while. We just help you take care of the defenders. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Old Wu, the old Saint King of the battlefield, did not know what kind of expression he should show. He felt that the little girl had emphasized the word teach them a lesson so much so that he wondered if he was hallucinating or hearing things. He felt that there was something wrong somewhere. He felt that if they were not allowed to enter, perhaps they would be the next to disappear. Then he very happily agreed. Holy King, this is risky. Old Wu's trusted aide advised seriously. Although they have annihilated the defenders, we have not figured out their actions and identities. It is very dangerous to let them in rashly. Old Wu tilted his head and glanced at his trusted aide. He sighed deeply and patted his shoulder. If they are hostile, you heard it just now. They almost attacked us together. If we refuse, what will happen? Old Wu waved his hand and said, Moreover, if the battlefield really has such a powerful helper, it is actually not bad. Stranger is just a word of the past. The battlefield can talk to anyone. Don't you remember the old holy god's words? If anyone can defend the territory of the battlefield, then he will be one of the rulers of the battlefield. They were already at the end of their rope, but there was no other way. The battlefield had suffered a great loss in that victory, and they really could not contend against the power of the defenders. Old Wu waved his hand and said, Everyone get ready. There is no need to be vigilant. No matter how vigilant you are, you can't stop them. Why don't we go along with their wishes? It sounds quite friendly, doesn't it? At least no one would send a few girls to infiltrate, right? That was what he thought. He originally thought that their complicated airship would cause them to get lost, so he hurriedly went upstairs to welcome them. But just as he arrived at the door of the upper level from the middle level, he saw guests curiously looking around. As he expected, it was a few girls, and they were the kind of girls who could bring disaster to the world. Going back thousands of years, there were also beautiful girls who could cause chaos in the world. He even knew them. But compared to the former, he always felt that the latter was lacking something. He thought about it carefully and finally understood. The women who caused chaos in this world were all just flower vases, but these girls in front of him, he could not tell who had released that energy blast just now. So he could only count them all in. These few might have the power to make the current battle realm and defense realm tremble. The difference between them was obvious. One side was a flower vase, and the other side was a Valkyrie on the battlefield. Well, it was not his fault that he did not react. But when he saw that the ones who had casually annihilated the enemy were such beautiful girls, he did not know what to think. Ahem, Uncle, have you seen enough? Our big sister is already taken. The wine-red-haired girl bounced and waved her hand in front of him, causing him to finally come back to his senses. He scratched his head awkwardly. He had not been staring at the girls, but he was still a little too shocked. He had interacted with countless people for half his life, but he had never encountered a situation like today. It was really new. Zian stretched out his hand and patted Yishi's head. He cleared his throat and said with a faint smile, "Hello, Saint King of Battle Realm. There are indeed many wonderful things in this world that are beyond words. To be able to meet you when we first appeared is already the greatest miracle." Ming whispered to the stronghold consciousness. Is this line reliable or not? I think Sister Zian is holding her breath. The stronghold consciousness nodded calmly. The information obtained by the observer's eye about this planet has a very low probability of being wrong. Combined with that conclusion, it should work. Old Wu straightened his back slightly and subconsciously reached out his hand. He was stunned for a moment. While he was stunned, Yishi knowingly reached out and shook his rough hand. Only then did he relax a little. Thank you very much for rescuing me and my fleet. The battlefield will remember this favor. My name has been forgotten by time. Now my crew calls me Old Wu. As you know, I'm one of the holy kings of the battlefield. Yishi grinned. I know. Our family used to have dealings with the battlefield. We are considered a branch family, but we have been in seclusion for a very, very long time. So long that although you have not heard of us, we do exist. If you don't believe me, you can flip through the history of about 8,888 years ago. You should still be able to find us. There's no need. Even if it's for the sake of your goodwill, we should still have the greatest trust. Old Wu waved his hand, then pondered for a moment before hesitantly saying, But why did you suddenly end your seclusion? I don't mean anything else. The current situation in the battlefield is very bad. Those who are related to the battlefield have either been morally kidnapped by some people in the battlefield or forcibly expelled. It's a mess, because we are the only ones left in our family. There are also a few who are far away and can't come back for the time being. Yishi helplessly spread her hands and sighed with a painful expression. Old Wu's expression froze. You mean the battlefield? Ming crossed his arms and turned his head, looking sad and unable to bear to remember. This simple conversation made Old Wu understand what had happened to them. His expression became very complicated, with a trace of regret and pity. But when he thought of their strength, they did not seem to need his pity. He put away that expression. Although he still had a little doubt, he suppressed it at the bottom of his heart. On the other hand, there was also a trace of joy in his heart. Those who had been harmed by the battlefield were almost all part of the battlefield's strength, or their future strength. At this moment, 50 to 60% of the people in the battlefield had suffered the same fate. Because of the old Saint God's words, the people who joined the battlefield later came from all over the world, and their reasons were very different. Some of them were more or less the same because they had been harmed by the battlefield, but only 30 to 40% of the people who truly belonged to the battlefield. Old Wu thought for a moment, then said in a calmer tone, It's regrettable news, but the war is still going on. Everyone are losing a lot of things every day. We don't have much time to hold on to the past that we can't protect. The only thing we can do is to keep moving forward. Either we fight or escape. The condition of our spaceship is still stable. We are now on the way back to the nest. Before we go back, you can rest on the spaceship for a while. When you have recovered, we will talk in detail. Zian and the others were politely escorted to a large room. When the door was closed, the girls grinned and gave them a thumbs up. That expression translated to everything is going according to plan. Life was like a play, and it all depended on acting skills. When they came to an unknown place, no matter what happened, they just had to act. Little Purple Soul could not bear to watch. She could not help but cover her eyes and muttered, You've learned bad things from Big Brother. Chapter 1182. In the middle cabin of the brownish-black airship, Ming Ming poked her head out of the window and looked at the other parts of the airship. This was a 3-story airship with a height of more than 10 meters. It wasn't as spacious as they had first seen. Actually, it shouldn't be a problem for it to carry several thousand people. Just from the black-clothed warriors they had seen just now, There should be more than 1,000 of them. Ming looked out of the window for a while before retracting her head. She ran her slender hand through her silvery hair that had been messed up by the wind. She walked around the spacious, brownish-black room barefooted. It seemed to be made of wood, and she knocked on the wall from time to time. After 2 minutes, she had walked around the room once. She stood in a corner and observed the room. It looked like a large room in an ordinary hotel. It was a square room without any decorations or decorations. However, considering that this ship was one of the headquarters of the battle arena, it was impossible to spend any effort on decorating it. It was very spacious. There was only a large bed and a sofa in the room. When he first walked in, he almost thought that he had been locked in a box. There was probably nothing to do in this place other than sleep. Xian watched as the little angel walked around the room. Her feet were an inch off the ground, and she looked more like she was floating. He could not help but ask, "Ming, what are you doing?" Ming lowered her wings and winked at Xian. "I'm checking out the room, just in case." After saying this, she sat down on the bed and rested her head on Xian's shoulder. She leisurely said, "There's nothing I can do. Sister Xian and Xiao, she both don't care. When Big Brother isn't here, I can only do these things." The Stronghold's consciousness looked up from Little Purple Soul's head and said, "There are 32 life forms within 100 meters. They're all humans or humanoids. They are similar to the humans in the celestial realm. There is no abnormal energy flow within the area. There is no eavesdropping or anything like that." Xian shrugged and glanced at Ming. She meant, "Look, there's someone with better eyesight here." "Ming, I forgot." Yishi leaned against the window and watched for a while. She then turned back and said, "This ship is very different from the ones in the Pantheon. I wanted to find the location of its energy core, but it seems like I was overthinking it." The will of the barrier scanned the surroundings. After a brief moment, it said, "This airship is made up of simple connecting devices. It's not the same as the airships in the realm of the gods. The entire airship is a formation device, a weapon. The power that drives it is not elemental energy. However, elemental energy does exist in this world, but it seems that it's only in the hands of a small number of people. Not all living beings have access to it." "Then how does big guy fly?" Xian asked curiously. "Using pure energy as the driving force." Yishi was stunned for a moment. She jumped down from the window and said, "But I don't feel any energy waves that are strong enough to make this airship fly." The will of the barrier jumped from Little Purple Soul's head to her hand. It pointed outside the window. Xian and the others turned to look in that direction. They saw a huge pair of wings. It was the wings of the giant bird. All the energy is sealed in the wings. The efficiency of the energy is close to 100%. There's no leakage. The seal is perfect. Ordinary means can't detect it. "So that's the pair of wings that carried this big guy into the sky?" Yishi blinked. "The craftsmanship of the outside world." Ming sighed. "I've never seen anything like this in the realm of 5 elements." Xian looked at her curiously. She was a little disappointed that she didn't go to the realm of 5 elements. Therefore, she was very interested in the world Yishi mentioned. "What's that world like?" Ming thought for a moment. Yishi spread her hands and said casually, "The flames of war were everywhere. The people united with their gods to fight the little monsters." Xian, it's about the same as what Xiaoxi said. That world, you can just think of it as the appearance of the void mist spawn. Then, the creatures there joined forces with the gods of the realm of 5 elements. In the end, we got involved. Xian nodded his head in a daze. He had roughly understood the situation. "We've entered the territory of the battlefields." The voice of the Stronghold's consciousness attracted the attention of Xian and the others. The girls moved closer to the windowsill and looked out. All they could see was a vast expanse of white clouds. They were flying a few thousand meters above the ground, above the sea of clouds. It would be strange if they could see land. The territory of the battlefields. Yishi touched her 2 tufts of black hair and looked at the will of the barrier. "Is the division of this world very detailed?" Generally speaking, the battlefields and the defense fields occupy the largest territories. The territories of these 2 fields are centered on the axis of this planet, dividing it into left and right. There are many other scattered empires and forces that can be ignored. In addition, the territories of these two fields are constantly changing. In the past hour, the battlefield's territory has shrunk by 1/10,000th. At the same time, the battlefield's territory has expanded by 1/10,000th. Yishi slapped her forehead. Almost 10 times the territory. I heard from that uncle that the battle region and the defense region were as close as a family back then. Later on, they were evenly matched. How did they end up in such a miserable state? Who knows what happened in the 10,000 years of war? Xian turned around and sat on the bed. She stretched lazily. I feel like I'm involved in something complicated. The will of the barrier continued to report. We're about to pass by a large gathering point. Aya, we're thousands of meters up in the sky. There's such a thick sea of clouds between us. It's good that we can see it. Yishi waved her hand casually. As she spoke, she caught sight of something from the corner of her eye. She was stunned. It was a gigantic floating island, a gigantic conical floating island. The platform at the top was perhaps several hundred kilometers in diameter, and at the top was a gigantic town. It was about 200 to 300 meters away from the ship in a straight line. Yishi could vaguely make out the movements of a certain person in the town. In any case, she was stunned. So the gathering point of life it spoke of was floating in the sky. All right, there were many spaces in the 9 god temples. She should not be surprised. Why did she habitually think that human towns were on the ground? Why? That was because they were used to it. Furthermore, the floating islands in the 9 shrine space were all ridiculously large. They could even be considered as continents. Only the floating islands in front of them could be considered proper floating islands. Sister Xian, look, the floating island is huge. Ming pointed at the huge floating island outside the window and said calmly, I see it, but it's not as big as the 9 god temples' floating island. Xian nodded. The will of the barrier looked back at Yishi. Seeing her stunned expression, it thought for a moment and said calmly, the human gathering points on this planet are mostly floating between 1,000 to 6,000 meters above the ground. Most of them are floating islands. Most? What about the small number? Yishi's face twitched. She seemed to have guessed something. The will of the barrier pointed at the ground below them. Flying ships. These flying ships are mobile fortresses. Some of the flying ships near the floating islands have bridges directly connected to the floating islands. They seem to be permanently connected to the floating islands. Those flying ships also have high-energy reactions. There are also many signs of human life. Ming turned around. Are they like the mobile islands in the sea? They are mobile settlements carrying thousands of people, but these are flying in the sky. Yes. What about the ground? There are no signs of humans living on the ground? Xian asked. The ground is filled with a large amount of energy that cannot be analyzed. It covers almost 80% of the land. The remaining 20% is not suitable for human habitation due to some reasons. However, many strange life forms and mutant species have been born there. Perhaps they have evolved because they have to get used to the powerful energy. We need a physical body to observe. Yishi responded instinctively. She quickly waved her hand. Wait a minute. This is different from why we are here. Speaking of which, what is our goal? Xian was stunned. They were just passers-by to this world. It was because of little purple soul that they traveled from half of the celestial realm to this place. In the end, what were they looking for? Or what were they looking for? They did not know. They had played the role of a group of people and successfully sneaked in. Now that they were asked why they were here, the 3 girls were confused. Ming picked up the culprit who had caused this awkward situation and swung her around, saying, Little purple soul, you still haven't told us why you're here. The mischievous girl tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she said blankly, Why? What are we doing? Xian and Ming were speechless. The girl was also stunned by their reaction. She grabbed a strand of her hair and lowered her head nervously. Didn't you say we're just here to take a look? What are we doing? Yishi was speechless. So the girl's initial motivation was because she was interested in this turquoise planet. Now that she had achieved her goal, why did they go through so much trouble to sneak in with this group of people? She didn't know. but she was the one who suggested to interact with the locals first. She originally thought that Ziyin and the others came here because they discovered something special about this world and wanted to investigate it. In fact, after entering this world, they did discover many strange things, so she believed in this idea even more. Now she knew that it wasn't the case. It was just that little purple soul wanted to come here to play. What a big mistake. After letting her imagination run wild for a while, she waved her hand and sighed. Forget it. Let's not pursue this matter. Since we're here, let's just take a look. Let's just pretend that I'm interested in this ancient world. Ming looked down at the girl in his arms who was covering her eyes like an ostrich. He could not help but sigh. You forced yourself to be interested. Yishi laughed dryly. Since we're here, we can't run away halfway. I did notice something that might interest you. Ziyin suddenly spoke up. She looked at the barrier's consciousness and said, the language of this planet is the common language of all races, right? There are slight differences, but it's very similar to the common language of all races. There's no mistake. The barrier's consciousness nodded. Yishi was stunned. This world has always been using the common language of all races? It hasn't changed after such a long time. She had also been to other worlds in this era. High-ranking gods could travel through the stars and the void. She had seen other worlds and had also integrated into them. She was very sensitive to things like language, which could almost be used to symbolize the changes in time and history. In the world she came into contact with, the common language of all races had almost disappeared. Only a few people still used it, treating it as a sacred ancient language. Not many people knew and studied it. Yishi told the barrier's consciousness. It was silent for a long time before it said, the information of the outside world has to be traced back to the memories of my original self 3 years ago. When Little Star was still Wine Moon Shadow, Ziyin asked. The barrier's consciousness nodded. As early as 3 years ago, the world I came into contact with also used my own language. The Book of Epics was hidden in my soul and recorded everything. From this, I can conclude that perhaps in this era, or perhaps even further back, the common language of all races has shown signs of being lost. Only a small number of people can remember it. Yishi nodded. But to see a world that still uses the common language of all races. Interesting, really interesting. How did you find out? Their language had been enlightened by the Book of the Epics. Before this, she did not know the common language of all races. Now that she was using it to converse with Old Wu and the others, she subconsciously did not know that she was speaking this language. Ziyin laughed dryly and scratched his head. After the Taiyuan festival many years ago, because the people of the demon world came back and used that language, Sister Jean asked me to learn about it. Although I was enlightened by Little Star's Book of the Ages, the information I knew at that time was still there, so I recognized it. They were silent for a few minutes. After a while, Yishi stood up from the bed and said, it's decided. Let's go and find Old Wu to understand the situation and the situation of this world. They immediately came to an agreement and walked out of the room. Ming even carried the little girl who was dozing off and hurriedly left the room. You want to understand the situation of this world? Old Wu waved his hand to signal the others to do their jobs. Then, he walked to a round table and politely asked Yishi and the others to take a seat. Then he sat down. It took him 2 seconds to understand their plan. Their families were wiped out, and they had to come out and show their faces. Well, such stories were not rare in this world, especially in times of war. Every change in a battle line would cause countless of such incidents. Since they were going to stand on the front stage, and most likely would directly become the enemy of the Protectorate, it was normal to understand some things. Yes, that was it. It took him 5 seconds to figure out. Then, he nodded and said, I can roughly guess your plan. Well, to be honest, the girls. Well, I don't mean anything by it. I just think it's not safe for you to wander the world alone, especially, he looked at Ziyin and Ming's faces. Especially, these 2 girls, well, uncle, you don't have to worry about that. We can protect ourselves. Yishi grinned. Her legs dangled in the air as she sat on the chair. We also have our own plans, but we've been living in seclusion for many years. If it wasn't for that, well, let's not talk about it. Anyway, we were unprepared and ended up like this. We had no choice but to sigh. We can only take one step at a time. Her words and sighs had earned Old Wu's sympathy. He nodded and said, "In fact, we will return to my territory tomorrow. This trip is a more important mission. As long as I return alive, the mission will be completed. Moreover, I will have to meet the sacred deity. You are my saviors. If you don't mind, why don't you come with me? I can also explain what happened here." Meet the sacred deity directly. Yishi was stunned. She lowered her head and muttered, "I'm not ready yet." Old Wu smiled and waved his hand. "Don't be nervous. The sacred deity is a very kind person. As long as you are an enemy of the Protectorate, you will be treated as a friend. We will also lend a helping hand to the families that have been destroyed by the Protectorate. Ahem, that's for tomorrow. As for this world," Old Wu pondered for a moment. He slowly stood up and organized his words. "I'm not too sure how long ago your family went into seclusion. It's not good to go too far back in time. There will be a lot of wrong information. Let's start from 1,000 years ago. In an even more ancient era, the Protectorate and the Battle Protectorate were as close as brothers. No one knew what had happened back then that had led to a great split. They only knew that one day, the two hegemons suddenly started fighting each other. The two forces that stood at the top of the planet started a full-scale war right from the start, dragging the entire world into it. The small forces that were sandwiched between them suffered unspeakably. It was not good to join either side, but if they did not join the battle forces, they would definitely be eliminated. The entire continent spent thousands of years in the flames of war. 1,000 years ago, the top forces of the Battle Protectorate and the Battle Protectorate fought a decisive battle. The Battle Protectorate won by a small margin, but the Battle Protectorate's core forces suffered from a hidden illness. On the other hand, the sacred deity of the Battle Protectorate had died in battle, but a sacred deity who was not inferior to the former had taken his place. Moreover, many of the core forces had been preserved. However, no one recognized the sacred deity of the Battle Protectorate and the core forces that had suddenly appeared. They had never shown themselves and had appeared out of thin air. Logically speaking, the Battle Protectorate should have collapsed at an astonishing speed after losing the decisive battle. However, the reality was that the sacred deity of the Battle Protectorate had counterattacked on the second day and pushed the Battle Protectorate's defensive line back several thousand miles. It was only when the Battle Protectorate's forces had regained their strength that they were stopped. The aftereffects of that decisive battle continued to this day. The old sacred deity of the Battle Protectorate had abdicated, and the new sacred deity was still slightly young and needed time to grow. However, the Battle Protectorate did not have much time to wait. The Battle Protectorate carried out several hasty counterattacks, but they all ended in failure. Afterwards, the Battle Protectorate was pushed back several hundred miles and has always been at a disadvantage, falling into such a state. Because the Battle Protectorate had absorbed too much foreign power, it was no longer pure, and its internal forces were in chaos. This was something that could not be helped. If not for this, the Battle Protectorate might have disappeared long ago. Old Wu sighed. Yishi suddenly said, "But now, the Battle Protectorate is basically just a figurehead. Although it still has the name of the Battle Protectorate, the people inside are no longer the same people." That's right. Old Wu patted his head in distress. It has long been a figurehead. It still maintains its battle lines, but everyone is fighting for themselves. No one listens to anyone else. The 33 sacred kings all have their own ideas and stories. Everyone wants to destroy the Battle Protectorate, but they are unwilling to listen to anyone else's commands. They don't even pay much attention to the sacred deity's commands. Ming raised his head, and his golden mane mouth flashed. They don't listen to commands. In this situation, even if the Battle Protectorate wins in the end, I'm afraid there will be another battle, and this battle will completely engulf the entire continent. A civil war. Old Wu smiled bitterly. He had already seen through it, but what could he do? This battle still had to be fought. The battle that was supposed to happen was unavoidable, and he could only take it one step at a time. In fact, if the Battle Protectorate still had enough strength, it would not have developed into such a situation. Xian and Ming looked at each other, and could not help but sigh softly. The situation in this world was more complicated than they had imagined and was a little troublesome.